Chapter 556. Boss. Niu Haohua is right. Actually, we soul-devouring beasts are natural soul cultivators. If our soul realm does not increase, we will not be able to comprehend the laws. Originally, I did not believe what my aunt said. Now that I have become a divine beast and entered the heavenly god realm for so long, because my soul realm is still at the first stage of the heavenly god realm, I cannot comprehend the laws at all. Furthermore, my inherited memories also mention this point. So, I can only obediently follow the inherited memories and start to slowly cultivate my soul. At this moment, Xiao suddenly transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan, and he was slightly relieved. God Emperor Mo was such a powerful existence. He probably would not be interested in a small slaughter god blade. Originally, Yi Qinghan felt that it was strange. Xiao had been a divine beast for so long, but his strength had not increased at all. He had not even comprehended the laws at all. Recently, he had also been very low-key and did not interact much with him. So he was actually cultivating his soul. And then Xiao must work hard and become a powerful soul cultivator in the future. If you do not break through your realm, your powerful innate sacred art will be useless now. Yi Qinghan sighed and started to feel vexed. If he really could not increase his soul realm, then the power of his and Xiao combined combat technique would always be this strong. Also, Xiao most powerful technique, Soul Devourer, had completely lost its effect. It was not even as effective as Soul Confusion. Now that the Slaughter God Blade had mutated, and he discovered that Yi Yaorao's cold energy could alleviate the Slaughter God Blade's baleful aura, even Soul Confusion had lost its effect. It seemed like if he wanted to continue increasing his strength, he still needed to focus on comprehending the laws. However, Xiao was clearly affected by Yi Qinghan's words. He transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan. Boss. It is not that I am not working hard. It is that your strength has increased too much. Think about it, how long have you been in the divine world? Old Lu has already cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Let's not talk about this anymore. I will continue to cultivate my soul. I am about to break through to the second stage. Kiki. Yi Qinghan was stunned. It seemed like he had been forced into a corner by the countless dangers of the god realm. He had always been thinking about how to improve his strength, but he had forgotten that he had cultivated for such a short period of time. If word of this were to spread, many people would not dare to believe it. He had been asking for too much. Raising his cultivation level was not something that could be done in a hurry. That's right, who cares? Elder Lu had cultivated for 10,000 years to reach the peak of the heavenly god realm, but now he could easily kill a peak god general. We should be content with what we have. Let's think of a way to earn enough points to leave this place first. Yi Qinghan did not think too much about it. Instead, he looked into the distance. In the remaining time, it was time to kill as many demons as he could. By killing a large number of demons, the Slaughter God Blade's baleful aura would be alleviated. Demons were equivalent to white points that were placed on the ground. Of course, if there were any ignorant cultivators who wanted to take advantage of him, he wouldn't mind sending them on their way. He would also conveniently place their divine crystals and divine stones into his space ring. Big brother Yi, do you have any plans? Yi Qinghan walked alone in silence as he pondered. Niu Yaohua saw that Yi Qinghan had been silent for a long time and couldn't help but ask. I don't have any plans. I just want to kill demons, earn enough points and leave this place. Yi Qinghan turned his head and replied casually. But, I have 10 times the points now. 10,000 points. Niu Yaohua frowned slightly and opened her eyes wide bitterly. Big brother Yi, you and sister Yao Rao should find another team to join. I will think of a way to earn points. Also, if you bring me along, you will be in constant trouble. What nonsense are you talking about? If I left you behind, I wouldn't have saved you in the first place. If you mention this again, I will be angry. When Yi Qinghan saw that Niu Yaohua mentioned this again, he pretended to be angry. Then he snorted coldly and said, Isn't it just 100,000 points? If everything goes smoothly, I will be able to earn enough points before the Blood Moon Day. Trouble? Am I afraid that trouble won't come looking for me now? Now that I can easily resolve the Slaughter God Blade's baleful aura, I am not afraid of anyone below the God King realm. After speaking, Yi Qinghan subconsciously looked at Yi Qinghan's delicate body. Yi Qinghan saw the deep meaning in Yi Qinghan's eyes, and her face turned red again. She glared at Yi Qinghan with anger, looking extremely enchanting. Invincible below the God King realm. Niu Yaohua's eyes lit up as she thought about Yi Qinghan's shocking blade. When the black fog appeared, dozens of peak stage god generals were all killed. She couldn't help but feel a fire burning in her heart. Baleful aura. He must have used that strange blade to make him enter that half-crazed state. Easily resolved? However, this reminded her of the embarrassing scene in the stone cave and made her understand something. She didn't speak anymore as she blinked her big eyes and looked at Yi Qinghan's straight-back view. Qinghan, are you really confident that you can obtain 10,000 points before the Blood Moon Day? Yi Qinghan was a little worried and hadn't spoken since they came out of the stone cave. At this moment she couldn't help but ask curiously. Kiki, do you think I would lie to you? You will know in a while. Yi Qinghan turned back and scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. Then he turned and ran to the left. There are demons over there. Oh, there are some here too. There are more than a dozen of them. After running a few thousand meters to the left, they saw patches of black fog in the distance. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. However, when she thought about Yi Qinghan's strange strength, she relaxed and prepared to see Yi Qinghan's performance. Yi Qinghan looked at the faintly discernible black fog around him and thought back to the first time he was surrounded by the demons. He thought of the thousands of people who had died. He thought of how he had met Yi Yao Rao and how he had been chased by the demons. He smiled. In the past he was extremely afraid of demons and would run whenever he saw them. Now he was the one who took the initiative to search for demons and even let them surround him. In just a few months the situation had reversed. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In this cruel divine world, strength was the most important thing. Yi Qinghan brought the two of them in a quick circle around the area. However, he did not kill any evil demons. Instead he searched for boulders nearby. After running a few hundred meters he found a huge rock and picked up Yi Qinghan's sword. Then he started digging a hole. Why are we digging two holes? Under the puzzled gazes of Yi Yao Rao and Niu Yanhua, Yi Qinghan dug a stone cave. Then he dug a small stone cave inside the stone cave. Then he asked the two of them to enter the stone cave. He took out the slaughter god blade and stuck it outside the stone cave. After entering the cave, Yi Qinghan fell silent. After a while he said to Niu Yanhua awkwardly, Miss Yanhua, you go into the other cave. I am going to lure a large group of demons over and kill them. For your safety, if I don't call you, don't come out. It would be best if you cultivate for a while and block your hearing. And that's it. Chapter 557. Yi Qinghan's strange order confused Niu Huohua, but she didn't say anything. She blinked her big eyes, nodded and walked into the cave. Yi Qinghan seemed to understand a little. Her face blushed and she turned her head away, pretending to look at the uneven stone walls of the cave. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and looked at Yi Qinghan. He smiled faintly and said in a low voice, Yao Rao last night. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my murderous aura wouldn't have been suppressed so quickly. Yi Qinghan let out a voice as small as a mosquito. Then she turned her head and said with a pained expression, You are not allowed to do stupid things in the future. Do you know how worried I was last night? How scared I was? Don't worry. I promise I won't do stupid things again. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qinghan's limpid eyes and said solemnly and confidently. He wasn't a masochist who liked to stab others when he had nothing better to do. If he had known that Yi Qinghan's cold energy could dissolve the murderous aura in his body so easily, he wouldn't have stabbed himself yesterday. Now of course he wouldn't. After thinking for a while he said with some shame, Yao Rao, I want to ask you for a favor. What is it? Do we even need to ask for favors between us? Yi Qinghan was a little surprised and said with some bitterness. Yi Qinghan thought that it was reasonable. The two of them had already done that, so he didn't have to worry too much. He simply said, you know that the Blood Moon Day is approaching. We need to quickly obtain a large number of points, so I need to use some extreme methods to kill a large number of demons. And if I use extreme methods, I will be attacked by the murderous aura. So, you understand? Extreme methods? Murderous aura? Yi Qinghan muttered and instantly understood. The invisible cold energy exuding from her body retracted. Her originally blushing face, ears and neck turned bright red. She grabbed the hem of her dress and turned around, not daring to open her mouth. Last night was a very special moment, and she didn't have any scruples at that time. But now Yi Qinghan brought up this matter, and from what he said, it seemed that he was prepared to continuously kill demons. Then did that mean that day and night, she had to help him clear the murderous aura? Moreover, they had brought along a virgin girl. Yi Qinghan smiled awkwardly and reminded her. Alluring, this is a critical moment. The evil demons outside are about to arrive. Yi Yaorao was a bit anxious when she sensed that the demon outside was quickly approaching. She bit her lip and didn't turn around. She only nodded slightly, but her head drooped even lower. I'm going. Prepare to help me clear my killing intent. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. His body shot out and he picked up the Slaughter God Saber at the entrance of the cave. Using the Slaughter God Saber's ability to attract the evil demons, he walked one round outside and attracted all the nearby evil demons. Then, without waiting for the Slaughter God Saber to finish attracting the aura, he rushed into the evil demons' aura and started killing them. When he felt that the killing intent in his mind had reached a certain level, he hurriedly flew back to the cave and stabbed the Slaughter God Saber at the entrance of the cave. His body trembled as he pounced towards the bashful Yi Yaorao. Killing the demons this way is really fast. Although Niu Yaohua was obediently waiting in the cave, she didn't listen to Yi Qinghan's words. Instead, she quietly released a trace of her divine sense to check the situation outside the cave. When she saw that Yi Qinghan had stabbed the Slaughter God Saber outside the cave, the evil demons started rushing over. In just 3 days and 3 nights he had already obtained more than 300 points. At this rate he might really be able to accumulate 10,000 points in a few months. However, at the same time that he was quickly accumulating points, Niu Yaohua couldn't stand it anymore. She finally understood why Yi Qinghan wanted to dig 2 caves and why he wanted her to seal her hearing and cultivate. During these 3 days, 3 different battles were held in the cave outside. Although the duration of each battle wasn't as intense and long as the first day, she also sealed her hearing many times and wanted to cultivate in peace. However, her heart couldn't calm down. Every time she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with embarrassing scenes. She was 14 or 15 years old and was at the age where a young girl yearned for love. She was also very curious about such things. Many times she unconsciously opened her hearing and listened to the heavy breathing and suppressed moans outside. There were even a few times when she couldn't help but secretly release her divine sense to observe. The more she listened, the more she wanted to listen. The more she looked, the more she wanted to watch. Many times she felt that she had become depraved and scolded herself for being shameless. However, she still couldn't help but listen and watch. There were even a few times when she couldn't help but fantasize that the person under Yi Qinghan would become her. Niu Yaohua, you have to be pure. You can't help but fall into depravity. Niu Yaohua bit her delicate lips harshly. She felt that these days had become a kind of torture. If this continued, she didn't know if she would go crazy. After another day, Niu Yaohua's torturous life finally ended. After killing most of the evil demons in the vicinity, Yi Qinghan led the 2 of them and walked for a day. They crossed hundreds of miles and killed a martial artist team that was interested in the 3 of them. Then he found a boulder, dug 2 caves and started hunting evil demons. Of course, as a large number of evil demons were killed, Niu Yaohua's torturous life began again. Several days later, when Yi Qinghan brought Niu Yaohua and Yi Yaorao back to the castle, a new round of demon hunters came out. However, they were surprised to find that the evil demons in Baleful Een Stream had become very rare. In the past, evil demons could be seen everywhere, but now they couldn't even find groups of evil demons after half a day. Countless martial artists began to speculate and became even more cautious. The space around Baleful Een Stream was still the same as before without any changes. This meant that the frequency at which the evil demons passed through space was still the same as before. Where did so many evil demons go? In half a month we've hunted down more than 1,300 points. Adding on our original points and the points we obtained from killing other martial artists, we now have nearly 2,000 points. In Courtyard 88, there was only Yi Qinghan's group of 3 in such a large courtyard. Yi Qinghan didn't avoid it and directly poured out all the items from the countless spatial rings in the backyard, almost filling the entire backyard. Then he asked the 2 of them to help clean it up. After cleaning it up, he discovered that his points had actually reached nearly 2,000. Of course, a third of it was obtained from the crazy hunting of evil demons in the past half a month. Big brother Yi, you can be considered a millionaire. The divine crystals, divine stones, divine swords and treasures in your spatial rings probably add up to 300 million divine stones. Ordinary god kings probably aren't as wealthy as you are. Niu Yaohua helped tidy up Yi Qinghan's treasures. Yi Qinghan very generously allowed the two of them to choose some suitable divine weapons and divine armors. He also began to choose. He had obtained so many treasures, but he didn't have time to properly inspect them. He also didn't know what special effects they had. If there was one that suited him, he would wear it. Why does this thing look so familiar? That's right. Fire God Arm Guard. Suddenly Yi Qinghan picked up an arm guard from the small mountain of treasures. He felt that it was incomparably familiar. At a glance, it was exactly the same as the Fire God Arm Guard that he had exchanged for in the Divine City after the prefecture battle. Originally that was a right hand, but this one was a left hand. Could it be that this is a set? Will there be special effects when I gather all of them? Yi Qinghan inspected it and discovered that this Fire God Arm Guard was the same as the original one. It was made of unknown materials, but it was abnormally sturdy. He stabbed it a few times with Yi Qianrao's divine sword, but there wasn't even a scratch. However, there was no artifact spirit inside, and it wasn't a divine weapon either. This made him feel very strange. Chapter 558. Now that the carefree pavilion could not be opened, Yi Qinghan could not take out the original Fire God bracer and compare it. He looked at it and did not pay much attention to it. He threw it to the side and put it together later. The items were quickly sorted out. Niu Yaohua clearly did not like the items here and did not choose a single one. After saying a few words to Yi Qinghan, she went back to her room to rest. The days outside the castle had been too hard and she was mentally exhausted. Yao Rao, why didn't you choose? Do you not like it? Yi Qinghan saw that Yi Qinghan was standing quietly at the side and did not make a move to choose, so he teased her. I am just not used to accepting gifts from others. And Qinghan, don't misunderstand. Yi Qinghan wanted to explain, but she realized that the more she tried to explain, the more she felt wrong. All right. I understand what you mean. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, walked over and looked at Yi Qinghan. He knew that Yi Qinghan had a cold personality and was not good at saying certain things, but he understood. He gently held Yi Qinghan's hand and said solemnly, "Listen, Yi Qinghan. You're my woman now. My things are your things. I do not keep any secrets from my women. Since you are with me, you must get used to how I am. Do you understand?" Yi Qinghan nodded slightly and did not say anything else. She bent down and picked up a white godly armor and a white necklace from the ground. The godly armor immediately recognized her as its master and fused with her body. She put the necklace on, a little embarrassed. Then she turned her head and looked at Yi Qinghan as if waiting for him to praise her. Very beautiful, like a goddess who walked down from an ice mountain. Yi Qinghan was not stingy with his praise. Of course, these words came from the bottom of his heart. Even if Yi Qinghan did not cultivate the law of ice, she naturally had a cold aura that kept people at a distance. However, after getting to know her better, he realized that there was actually a trace of passion in her heart. She was just not good at expressing it. Yi Yaorao smiled shyly and replied indifferently. Then she seemed to feel that her reply was too cold. Afraid that Yi Qinghan would misunderstand, she hurriedly explained, "In my hometown I have the title of Ice Goddess. Qinghan. Sometimes I don't want to be cold to you, but I'm used to it. I don't mean anything by it. I understand. Actually, I like your cold temperament the most." Yi Qinghan raised his hand and wrapped it around Yi Yaorao's waist. He smiled evilly and said, "Of course, there's also your cold body. You're so naughty. I'm not going to bother with you anymore." Yi Yaorao's face turned red as she struggled to get away from him. Then she dashed toward her room with lightning speed. Although she had been intimate with Yi Qinghan countless times, she was still not used to this kind of joke. Hehe. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Yaorao's swaying buttocks as she ran. When he thought of her cold body, he swallowed hard. Although Yi Yaorao's body felt cold, when his killing intent enveloped his body, his entire body was burning with lust. It was unbearably hot. Ice and fire blended together and soared up to the 9 heavens. This feeling made him yearn and enjoy it very much. Xiao He. Yi Qinghan picked out the godly armors on the ground and discovered that they were all inferior grade godly armors. Their defenses were about the same. Yi Qinghan casually picked out an azure battle armor and matched it with an azure helmet. Then he thought that he could give one to Xiao He to increase his defense. Thus he put away the divine stones and divine crystals. left behind a small pile of treasures and summoned Xiaohei. Boss, why did you call me? I'm cultivating my soul. Back in the castle. What's this? After Xiaohei came out, he somersaulted a few times in the air and stretched his body. Then he flew to Yi Qinghan's shoulder excitedly. Finally, he looked at the pile of glowing treasures on the ground and asked in surprise. There are some treasures here. Take a look and choose slowly. See if there's anything suitable for you. Just recognize me as your master. Call me when you're done. I'm going to rest for a while. Yi Qinghan swept his eyes over Xiaohei's head. Every time Xiaohei appeared, he would feel a sense of joy from the bottom of his heart. He really enjoyed this relationship with Xiaohei. After giving some instructions to Xiaohei, Yi Qinghan walked toward Yi Yaorao's room. You don't want to accompany your brother now that you have a woman. Smelly boss. I'm going to pick out all your treasures. Xiaohei made a face at Yi Qinghan and muttered. Then his two beady eyes began to shine as he looked at the treasures on the floor. He climbed into the pile and began to carefully pick through them. Yao Rao, are you tired? Yi Yaorao walked into the room and leaned against the corner of the bed. She was resting with her eyes closed. When she saw him walking over, she opened her eyes and shifted her body. Then she nodded and said, I'm not tired. I'm just thinking about something. What are you thinking about? Can you tell me? Yi Qinghan immediately lay down and rested his head on Yi Yaorao's soft and smooth thighs. Yi Qinghan looked at her. Although he was already very familiar with Yi Yaorao, he realized that he rarely had a heart-to-heart chat with her. Moreover, he didn't know much about Yi Yaorao's past. Of course, this had something to do with Yi Yaorao not being very talkative. Now that he had some time, Yi Qinghan decided to have a good chat with her. Nothing, just a random thought. Yi Yaorao averted her eyes. It seemed that she didn't want to talk about it. Yaorao, can you tell me about your past? Of course, I won't force you if you don't want to. I can also tell you about my past. I've already said that I have no secrets with you. You can ask me anything and I'll tell you everything. Yi Qinghan reached out and caressed her face as he spoke in a very serious manner. I was an orphan when I was young. I was adopted by the Shrine of Ice of our continent and designated as their saintess. When I was 18, I met a heartless person. He was sent by the Shrine of Ice's archenemy, the Shrine of Darkness. He approached me on purpose in an attempt to destroy our shrine from within. After I accidentally discovered his identity, I returned to the shrine and went into seclusion for 10 years. I broke through to the deity realm. After I came out of seclusion, I killed him and destroyed the Shrine of Darkness. After that, I came to the divine world. It's that simple. Yi Yaorao was silent for a while. Then she began to narrate her past. She spoke lightly, but it made Yi Qinghan feel the suffering of Yi Yaorao's life, as well as her astonishing talent. No wonder she was so cold. It seemed that it wasn't just that man who hurt her. It was also related to her experiences as she grew up. Do you have other women? Yi Yaorao spoke again while Yi Qinghan was pondering. She saw Yi Qinghan looking at her and hastily explained, I don't mind. I'm just curious. Yes. I have 3 wives. Now I have 4 wives including you. They are all as beautiful and kind as you. I love them very much and I miss them very much. Yi Qinghan didn't hide anything. He spoke frankly, but his mind had already flown back to the Fire Dragon continent. He had been in the divine world for more than half a year. Only a year had passed in the Fire Dragon plane. He himself hadn't gone back even once. He missed the 3 little flowers very much. He secretly made up his mind. After leaving the baleful Een stream, he would go back through the unfettered pavilion once he found a safe place. Chapter 559. Then why didn't you bring them to the Immortal realm? Yi Qingrao blinked her eyes in confusion. She looked at the longing in Yi Qinghan's eyes and sighed inwardly that she had not misjudged him. Yi Qinghan was indeed a sentimental person. At the same time she felt slightly jealous. They are not strong enough to come to the Immortal realm. Moreover, the Immortal realm is very dangerous. I have a very important mission on my shoulders, and I do not intend to bring them to risk their lives. After I complete this mission, I do not want to stay in the Immortal realm anymore. At that time, I will bring you back to my hometown and live a peaceful life. Yi Qinghan felt that the Immortal realm was very novel and exciting, and life was rich and hot-blooded. However, the excitement was too much and he almost died a few times. He was only in his 30s and he still had a long life ahead of him. He did not want to wander the Immortal realm and end up in the Netherworld realm. And I will go wherever you go. Yi Qingrao nodded firmly and smiled. She came to the immortal realm because she wanted to leave the place that made her sad. Now that she had Yi Qinghan, she had something to rely on. It did not matter where she went now. That's right. You should smile more and let bygones be bygones. Now that you are with me, I want you to be happy every day, even though your smile is also very cold. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qingrao's smiling face and felt that it was like a snow lotus blooming on an ice mountain. It was very charming and he could not help but tease her. Oh. Yi Qinghan glanced at him and fell silent again. She only looked at Yi Qinghan quietly. Xiaohei, you still haven't chosen? Not in the backyard? After chatting for a while, Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of Xiaohei outside. He frowned in confusion and sent his divine sense out. However, he did not find Xiaohei in the backyard. His expression changed and he asked Yi Qingrao to continue resting while he walked out. Xiaohei is not in the yard? What happened? While walking outside, Yi Qinghan's divine sense quickly radiated throughout the entire small courtyard, and as soon as he probed, he was shocked. Xiaohei was not in the courtyard. Yi Qinghan quickly scanned the area once more to confirm that Xiaohei was not there. Yi Qinghan's expression instantly darkened. His expression became extremely anxious and worried. He also became restless. Ever since he had summoned Xiaohei when he was 15 years old, she had never left his side. The longest time she had left him was when he was in the Dream Palace. But at that time he knew that Xiaohei was very safe in Xiaoyao Pavilion, so he was very relieved. Xiaohei would not run around if he had nothing to do. Even if he wanted to do something, he would inform him. Now that it had suddenly disappeared in this old castle, how could he not be anxious? Xiaohei, Xiaohei, Xiaohei. Where are you? Where are you? Although Yi Qinghan was anxious, his soul connection with Xiaohei was still there. This meant that Xiaohei was still very safe. However, he was also anxiously pacing back and forth in the courtyard, constantly calling out to Xiaohei through his soul. After calling out a few times, Xiaohei still did not reply. Yi Qinghan became even more anxious. He stamped his feet and directly dashed into Niu Huaihua's room. His flustered and exasperated appearance gave Niu Huaihua, who was resting, a fright. Miss Huaihua, I can go out of this ancient blue dragon castle. What I mean is, can I walk around the castle as I please? Yi Qinghan did not waste any time and directly shouted at Niu Huaihua. Big brother Yi, what's wrong? What are you going to do? Niu Huaihua blinked her big eyes and asked in a daze. There was nothing fun in this ancient blue dragon castle. All the teams were competing with each other and many of them had grudges against each other. They would not interact with each other at all. Let me ask you, if I go out now, will the castle guards kill me? Yi Qinghan became anxious and shouted. Realizing that his voice was a little loud, he hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, my battle beast has disappeared. I'm very anxious, very anxious. I want to go out and look for it. Don't worry, big brother Yi. The castle's barrier will not open until the demon hunting season. Your spirit pet will not run out of the castle. Although the castle has a rule that you can't wander around the castle, you can still go and investigate secretly. However, you must pay attention to the few large courtyards in the center of the castle. You must not go and investigate them. Also, don't get into trouble with the warriors. Otherwise, if something goes wrong and the castle guards are drawn out, it will be troublesome. Although Niu Huaihua was young, she was very clear about many things in the god realm. She hurriedly explained to Yi Qinghan. You don't run around. Before Yi Qinghan could finish his words, he had already disappeared from the room and rushed out of the courtyard. He began to quietly walk around the castle. Xiaohei, Xiaohei. Where are you? Yi Qinghan quickly walked along the wide road, leaning against the corner of the wall. He didn't need to use his divine sense. He and Little Black could sense each other's souls. As long as they were within a certain distance, they would be able to sense each other. However, the castle was very big. There were nearly 1,000 courtyards and hundreds of roads. It was tens of thousands of meters long and wide. Yi Qinghan could only run quickly on the road, hoping to sense Xiaohei's presence. Nothing. Still nothing. After the time it took for a joss stick to burn, Yi Qinghan had already walked around the entire castle. However, he still couldn't sense Xiaohei's presence. He couldn't help but panic. He waved his fist angrily. If not for the fact that he could sense Xiaohei was still alive through his soul, Yi Qinghan would have already gone berserk. The barrier is not open. Xiaohei can't possibly go out. In that case, there are only a few big courtyards left in the middle of the castle. Could Xiao have run inside? It would be troublesome if he really did. Yi Qinghan ran another round and scouted the rest of the area once more. However, he still couldn't find anything. He quickly organized his thoughts and pondered. Finally, he quietly ran towards the center of the castle. Still nothing. Yi Qinghan was completely flustered after wandering around the center of the castle for a while and still couldn't sense anything. His eyes kept scanning the few courtyards. However, they were all lit up by a faint barrier. He wouldn't have noticed it if he hadn't looked carefully. A barrier? Could it be that the barrier is preventing me from probing Xiao? It must be. I've searched the entire castle. Xiao can only be inside. What should I do? What should I do? Yi Qinghan was having a headache. There were a few god kings and countless official army soldiers living here. If he wanted to enter stealthily, he might not even be able to pass through the barrier, let alone the possibility of being discovered by the god kings. God King Xiu Yi and Neopatian had just died. That god Emperor Mo wouldn't be stingy with his butcher knife. However, Xiao might be inside. Although he wasn't sure why Xiao would suddenly leave the small courtyard and run around, the most important thing was that Xiao was gone. But the important thing was that little black had disappeared, and it was very likely that he would be in danger. Ever since Xiao was summoned at the age of 15, he had been accompanying Yi Qinghan in his battles. Without Xiao Yi Qinghan would have died many times over. Xiao position in Yi Qinghan's heart was extremely high. He was almost on the same level as Yi Qingyu and the rest. Now that Xiao might be in danger, how could Yi Qinghan not risk his life? Let's do it. Yi Qinghan clenched his teeth and began to slowly walk towards the large courtyards in front of him. No matter what, he had to confirm whether Xiao was inside. Chapter 560. Stop right there. Before Yi Qinghan could get close, the transparent barrier in front of him suddenly lit up, and a few black figures flashed out of the barrier. They were all wearing black divine armor and wielding black spears. They were all peak divine generals. He stared coldly at Yi Qinghan, his eyes emitting a dense chill. It was clear that his eyes were filled with murderous intent. What do you think you're doing? If you take another step forward, I'll kill you. One of the soldiers stepped forward and raised his spear, pointing it at Yi Qinghan's face as he shouted coldly. Greetings, sirs. I didn't mean to offend you, but there are some matters. Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed with a hint of bitterness. He suppressed the urgency in his heart and spoke humbly. Before Yi Qinghan could finish speaking, the soldier interjected in a domineering manner. I don't care what you want. Get out of my way now, or I won't be polite. A trace of anger flashed through Yi Qinghan's heart, but the current situation was beneath him. He could only patiently cup his hands and said politely, I only want to inquire about a piece of information. I beg for your mercy. I promise that I will leave immediately. What is it? Are you guys tired of living by making so much noise here? The transparent barrier outside the courtyard flashed again and a figure in the same attire appeared. However, the aura he exuded was clearly much stronger. There was also a hint of arrogance in his eyes as he glanced coldly at Yi Qinghan. Divine King Wood Cauldron, this person wants to trespass. We're chasing him away. The soldiers hurriedly turned around and saluted. They glanced at Yi Qinghan and answered. Get out of my way or die. The Divine King's eyes turned even colder when he heard this. He waved his hand and shot out an invisible wave of air that sent Yi Qinghan flying. So strong. Yi Qinghan felt the God King wave his hand, and before he could even react, he was sent flying. His heart still ached and he couldn't help feeling shocked. There was only a thin line between a peak divine general and a divine king, but why was there such a huge difference in strength? However, he didn't dare to think too much about it. He quickly got up and knelt on one knee. He bowed respectfully and said, Sir, I have a very important matter. Can I talk to you in private? It won't take up too much of your time. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to use brute force. With this God King present, he would be easily killed before he could even get close to the barrier. He could only try the soft approach and see if he could use the God stones and God crystals in his hands to move this God King. He had made up his mind that if the God King was willing to accept it, he would not mind giving him the 300 million God stones for Xiao. Are you deaf? I told you to get lost. Are you questioning my words? This is the last time, get lost. Divine King Wood Cauldron didn't fall for this at all. And he shouted once more in a low voice while killing intent surged explosively in his eyes, and he seemed as if he would make a move to kill in the next second. This. Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth and cupped his hands again. He bowed and said, "Please have mercy, my lord." Swish. Before Yi Qinghan could finish speaking, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Yi Qinghan was startled. Raising his head, he saw a black spear tearing through the air at a shocking speed. What made him even more frightened was that he suddenly couldn't move his body. He could only watch as the spear pierced towards his face with a shocking aura. This spear. Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. He was scared out of his wits when he saw the pair of cold eyes behind the spear. He didn't expect this god king to have such a violent temper. He actually, really killed someone just like that. Swish. Just as Yi Qinghan sighed, "My life is over," and was about to close his eyes and wait for death, the spear suddenly stopped in front of him. The sharp aura of the spear cut off a few strands of black hair in front of his head and left a few cuts on his face. If the spear stabbed a few more inches, Yi Qinghan's head would definitely explode. His soul would dissipate and he would die instantly. Divine King Wood Cauldron's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Then his eyes flickered a few times and he put away the spear. He actually walked back without turning his head back. "Go back. The thing you are looking for isn't in here." Just as Yi Qinghan was bewildered, he heard a faint voice transmission. It was a very gentle female voice. Yi Qinghan was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. It was Emperor God Xiaoxiao's voice transmission. Yi Qinghan's expression changed. He understood that Divine King Wood Cauldron wasn't being lenient. It was highly possible that Emperor God Xiaoxiao had transmitted a voice transmission to him to stop. Since Emperor God said that Xiao wasn't in here, she definitely wouldn't lie to him. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He bowed deeply towards the courtyard and flashed towards the 88th courtyard. "Boss. Big brother Yi Qinghan." Before he returned to the courtyard, there were 3 voice transmissions in his head. Yi Qinghan was shocked and he rushed into the courtyard in ecstasy. When he saw Xiao pouncing towards him from the courtyard, he couldn't help but be angry and happy. He scolded from afar. "Xiao, where did you go? Do you know how worried I was about you? You're already an adult. Why are you still so immature?" "Boss, I'm sorry. I don't know why I ran out just now. Now I suddenly returned to the courtyard. I made you worried. Boss. For me." It was obvious that Xiao had just returned to the courtyard and heard Niu Huohua say that Yi Qinghan had gone out to look for him. Moreover, he saw Yi Qinghan's expression and understood something. He spoke in shame. "What happened?" Yi Qinghan hugged Xiao and asked confusedly. He had almost searched the entire castle and didn't find Xiao. Now Xiao suddenly came back. This was very strange. Moreover, according to Xiao, he didn't seem to know anything. Xiao shook his head and said confusedly, "I don't know either. I was choosing something in the courtyard when I suddenly felt someone calling me. I ran out in a daze. I don't know where I went. When I woke up, I found myself in the backyard. I couldn't find you guys. When I came out, I saw them in the front yard. They said that you went out to look for me." Qinghan is very strange. Lady Huohua and I were at the entrance of the courtyard, but we didn't see Xiao enter the courtyard. He suddenly appeared from the backyard. Yi Yaorao interrupted and confirmed Xiao words. This. Yi Qinghan was also confused. Then he was shocked and said to Xiao, "Xiao, do you feel anything wrong with your body? Are you injured anywhere? Most importantly, is your soul injured or something?" "No. I feel the same as before. There are no injuries or abnormalities." Xiao shook his little head again. Then he thought of something and said in surprise, "There seems to be something strange. I feel that there is something extra in my mind. Yes, it's a kind of information. But it's very complicated and messy. I haven't sorted it out yet, so I'm not sure. But I feel that this information is good for me. It's not harmful." Information. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes, very confused. However, since Xiao said that he was fine, he also let out a sigh of relief. He immediately kept Xiao into the beast space, afraid that he would lose it again. He said to Xiao through soul telepathy, "Sort out the information in your mind first and see what it is." Someone called him. Is he in a daze? After that, Yi Qinghan let Niu Yaohua and Yi Yaorao return to their rooms to rest. He sat in the courtyard and started to think about the strange things that had happened. He thought about what had happened in the courtyard in the center of his castle. Yi Qinghan seemed to have guessed something. To be able to make Xiao He run out in a daze without alerting him and Niu Yaohua, it must be an expert, at least a divine king realm expert. Moreover, he must be an expert in the soul. There was only one person in ancient Blue Dragon Castle who fulfilled this condition. This person had just saved his life and told him that Xiao He was not in the courtyard. This meant that he was very clear about Xiao He's whereabouts. All the information pointed to one person, the strongest expert in ancient Blue Dragon Castle, Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao. She was the only one who could make Little Black suddenly disappear and then suddenly return. However, why did she do that? Moreover, why did she save him? What was the information in Xiao He's mind? Chapter 561. There was no hatred without reason in the world. Of course, there was no love without reason either. The divine world was cruel. Why did Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao do this? There were only a few people that he knew in the divine world. Xiao He rarely went to the battle beast space. If Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao was related to him, why didn't she save him when he almost died in the baleful Yin ravine? If she wasn't related to him, how could he explain what happened today? Yi Qinghan thought about it but couldn't figure it out. He decided not to think too much about it. It wasn't a bad thing anyway. He started to rest in the ancient castle and continued to comprehend formless wind. If he could comprehend formless wind to great success, he could increase close yet worlds apart speed by a few times. Many battles proved that speed was very important. At the very least he could escape. Boss, this information is sorted out. 5 days later Yi Qinghan was in the courtyard. He used close, yet worlds apart and his body turned into several afterimages. He kept condensing 4 to 5 identical Yi Qinghan in the courtyard. Xiao He suddenly transmitted a message to him. Oh, what is it? Yi Qinghan's body stopped, and the figure in the courtyard slowly disappeared. He asked with great interest. Xiao He thought for a while and said doubtfully, "It seems to be a cultivation secret skill. But it's very profound. I find it hard to understand, let alone cultivate it." Cultivate a secret skill? Yi Qinghan was stunned and then delighted. If this was really a secret skill passed down by Mo Xiaoxiao, it must be a very powerful secret skill. Profound? It's better to be profound. It's useless even if I learn a simple secret skill. He thought for a while and transmitted a message. It's better to be profound. It proves that it's a very powerful secret skill. You can slowly comprehend it. It might be of great help to your strength. But I'm busy cultivating my soul. If I comprehend a secret skill like this, I'll waste a lot of time. I'm getting dizzy from cultivating. Xiao He was a little worried. He did not like to cultivate in the first place. Now that Yi Qinghan's strength was progressing too quickly, he did not want to be a burden to Yi Qinghan, so he worked hard to cultivate. Now he was asked to cultivate another secret skill that was even more complicated and cumbersome. Of course he was somewhat unwilling. Then he suddenly thought of something and transmitted his voice excitedly. "How about I transfer this secret skill to you, boss? Do you think it's easy to comprehend? Can't you just tell me if you've comprehended something? Is that so? All right." Yi Qinghan smiled helplessly and replied. However, when Xiao He transmitted the entire information to Yi Qinghan, he was dumbfounded when he checked it. He blinked his eyes in confusion and transmitted his voice. "Xiao He, are you sure you didn't send the wrong message?" "No, how could I have sent the wrong message? What's wrong with boss?" Xiao He asked in surprise. "This is a record of the divine realm." Yi Qinghan was even more surprised. This information was exactly the same as the record of the divine realm that Neopatian had given him in the firework tribe. How can this be? This is a secret skill called 9 Revolution Soul Refining? What's going on? Xiao He was also dumbfounded. His side clearly showed that it was a secret skill, but when he transmitted it over, it became a record of the divine realm. Try transmitting it again? When Yi Qinghan heard the words 9 Revolutions Soul Refining, he was even more certain that this was something that Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao had transmitted to Xiao He. Refining the soul, wasn't it the same as cultivating the soul? And Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao was a soul cultivator, a powerful soul cultivator. However, when Xiao He transmitted it over again, Yi Qinghan checked and found that it was a record of the divine realm again. He couldn't help but smile helplessly. "All right, Xiao He, this is something that Lord imparted to you. You should comprehend it in peace. Yi Qinghan now understood that this emperor god might have done something to this secret skill, so only Xiaohei could cultivate it. It seemed like this emperor god Mo Xiaoxiao wasn't related to him but to Xiaohei. Or rather, she was related to Xiaohei's father, the Soul Emperor and Lord Devourer. They didn't care about my life or death at all. Lord Devourer was like this in the past. However, if this Mo Xiaoxiao was related to Xiaohei, why didn't she help me when I fell into the black fog? If it wasn't for the slaughter god blade, I would have been demonized and Xiaohei wouldn't have been able to escape. Isn't she worried about Xiaohei's safety? Also, why did Lord Devourer let Xiaohei come to the divine world with me? Isn't she worried about Xiaohei's safety? In the short time since I came to the divine world, I encountered many dangers. The firework tribe was almost flattened. Lord Devourer didn't care about my life or death, but Xiaohei was the Soul Emperor's son. His safety was extremely important. Why didn't Lord Devourer make arrangements? If there were any arrangements, why did I and Xiaohei have to face danger so many times? Moreover, this emperor god Mo Xiaoxiao had lived in this Infine stream for tens of thousands of years. It couldn't have been arranged by Lord Devourer. According to Niu Huaihua, this emperor god Mo Xiaoxiao was extremely powerful and had reached the level of a 7th grade war god. Although Lord Devourer was also an emperor god and his power was shocking, he might not be able to defeat this emperor god Mo. After thinking about it, Yi Qinghan realized that he couldn't guess Lord Devourer's thoughts at all. Mo Xiaoxiao's actions didn't follow common sense. The thoughts of these big shots couldn't be calculated with common sense. In the end, Yi Qinghan didn't think too much about it. It was better to cultivate and get out of this damn place first. Then he would think of a way to buy the position of the Fire Dragon Overlord. The divine world was too dangerous. What these big shots wanted to do and what secrets they had were none of his business. He should return to Tsang City and live a peaceful life. Cultivate. In the following days, Yi Qinghan was completely immersed in cultivation. The Blood Moon Day was coming. He had to earn 10,000 points before the Blood Moon Day. Although according to the current speed of earning points, it was totally possible to achieve it, this place was too strange. Every bit of strength he had would be a bit more protective. After half a month of rest, Yi Qinghan brought the two out of the courtyard and walked out of the Blue Dragon Ancient Castle. Although the number of people leaving the ancient castle decreased every time, from more than 2,000 people to 3 people this time. However, when the 3 of them left the ancient castle this time, their confidence had increased several times compared to when they left with more than 2,000 people. Towards the countless teams that left the ancient castle with them, they looked at them with disdain, greed, and murderous intentions. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. Did they think that the 3 of them were pushovers? Yi Qinghan did a quick check and discovered that there were actually 4 teams that had revealed killing intent towards the 3 of them. It seemed that it would be very lively later on. Not caring about it, Yi Qinghan brought the 2 of them and swaggered out of the castle. His soul consciousness discreetly spread, searching around the ancient castle as if he was taking a stroll in the forest. Until the protective cover of the ancient castle was closed and all the demon hunting teams got out, his speed increased a little bit. Chapter 562. Big Brother Yi, let's go. I'm afraid there will be trouble. Niu Yaohua was a little anxious when she saw Yi Qinghan strolling around with nothing to do. She tugged at the corner of his clothes and looked around from time to time. Why are we walking so fast? What's the matter? Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes lazily and said nonchalantly. Don't you see that the 2 teams are staring at us like tigers watching their prey? The 3rd team on the left and the team of nearly 100 people on the right had tried to kill us together last time. Later, we were defeated by the team of all peak divine generals. I'm afraid they will come to kill us again this time. Niu Yaohua's eyes revealed a trace of hatred. She was a little angry and a little worried. She didn't speak but transmitted her voice. Yi Qinghan glanced at the team that Niu Yaohua was talking about and revealed an evil smile. He glanced at Niu Yaohua's young body and transmitted his voice with a smile. Actually you don't know. It's not just these 2 teams. At least 4 teams nearby are very interested in your body. It seems that you are really charming. Big Brother Yi, are still joking. Are you confident? Niu Yaohua glared at Yi Qinghan angrily and didn't mind at all. Instead, she transmitted her voice openly. Niu Yaohua's reaction, however, made Yi Qinghan even more interested. Niu Yaohua looked young, but after coming to Baleful Een Stream, her speech and actions had become like that of an adult. Most of the time she was even calmer than an old thing that had lived for hundreds of years. He couldn't help but tease her. His eyes revealed a trace of passion. Looking at the two small bumps on Niu Yao's chest, the evil smile at the corner of his mouth became even wider. Miss Yaohua, I'm very curious. Why are so many people so interested in you? Could it be that you're really that amazing? And also, aren't you afraid that I'll be like them? That I have improper thoughts about you? Yi Qinghan's blatant teasing completely destroyed Niu Yaohua's pretense of maturity. In an instant her face turned crimson. Coupled with her pink robe, her pretty face was as red as an apple. He blinked his big eyes, not daring to look Yi Qinghan in the eye. Then he sent a voice transmission to Yi Qinghan. Big brother Yi, you're so bad. I'm going to ignore you. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was avoiding the question, she knew that he must have 100% confidence. Although Yi Qinghan pretended to be lecherous and his eyes were burning, the depths of his eyes were incomparably clear. He was obviously teasing her. Although she appeared to be very steady, this was the first time someone talked about her body, so she couldn't take it anymore and revealed the shyness of a young girl. She was very clear that if Yi Qinghan had any improper thoughts about her, she would have lost her chastity before now. Stop joking, Miss Firework. I have a question. It's a serious question. Of course you can choose not to answer it. Yi Qinghan saw Niu Firework reveal the shyness of a young girl for the first time. He retracted his gaze in satisfaction. That's more like it. There's no need to pretend to be mature at such a young age. Then he thought of a question. He hesitated for a moment before asking, why can others easily determine your identity? Also, are you pure? Serious question? Hearing Yi Qinghan's serious question, Niu Firework's face turned even redder. You're discussing your purity with a young girl? Is that a serious question? But seeing Yi Qinghan's serious expression, Niu Firework squirmed for a moment. In the end, she still satisfied Yi Qinghan's doubts and sent a voice transmission in a low voice transmission. The thunder horn on my head in Longyang Prefecture, only the Thunder Clan and the Ox Clan have it. Actually, the Thunder Clan and the Ox Clan are descendants of the Thunder God Clan of the 10 ancient God clans. To be honest, I'm actually a direct descendant of the Thunder God Clan. And I awakened the Thunder God bloodline when I was 8 years old. But ordinary people definitely can't tell that I have the Thunder God bloodline. Only descendants of the 10 ancient God clans can see it. That God General of the Wa clan is a descendant of the Beast God clan. As for whether I'm still pure, this is easier to tell. The young girls of the Thunder Clan and the Ox Clan all have pink horns on their heads. And when they turn into women, their horns will turn red. Is that so? Yi Qinghan didn't quite understand. The divine realm was indeed mysterious. Even the color of the horns on a young girl's head could change. He then thought of the 10 ancient god clans and bloodline awakening that Niu Firework mentioned. Why was it the same as the 5 big clans of the House of Aries? Wasn't the Yi clan a descendant of the beast god? But thinking about it, Yi Qinghan felt that it was impossible. They were the 10 ancient god clans of the divine realm. They were definitely different from the ancient gods of the Fire Dragon continent. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. There were too many secrets in the divine realm. Yi Qinghan couldn't be bothered to look into it. He had a lot of trouble on his hands. He wasn't interested in looking into it. So he didn't say anything else. He nodded and continued walking forward in silence. Niu Firework saw that Yi Qinghan was suddenly silent, and her imagination started to run wild. Yi Qinghan suddenly started to joke with her. Then he started to discuss his body with her. Could it be that he was really interested in her? If he really wanted her, what should she do? Never submit? This was a question that Niu Firework needed to think about. Qinghan, what were you looking for? Yi Qinghan saw that Yi Qinghan and Niu Firework were talking. The two of them were exchanging glances and Niu Firework was blushing. Now that Yi Qinghan was suddenly silent, and Niu Firework became even more embarrassed, the atmosphere was very awkward. She wanted to ease the atmosphere, so she said calmly, "Looking for what?" Yi Qinghan was stunned. He turned his head and didn't answer Yi Qinghan's question. Instead he said to Niu Firework, "Miss Firework, do you remember the group that surrounded you near the teleportation formation? All of them were peak-grade experts from the temple." "I remember. Didn't Big Brother Yi kill them all?" Niu Firework nodded, but her expression changed. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes as she thought of Niu Patian and the rest. I didn't kill them all. One escaped. One of the leaders escaped. I will look for him again, but I didn't see him. Elder Lu had said before that the slaughter god blade should not attack. Once it attacked, it had to kill everyone. Yi Qinghan had always done this. The only time he didn't kill everyone was that time. Half a month ago, Yi Qinghan had been looking for this person. However, the baleful Yin stream was too big, so he didn't see him. Now it was time to go out of the ancient castle to hunt demons, but he still didn't see him. It seemed like this person was very careful. He was afraid that Jiang Yi would miss him and didn't return to the ancient castle. That person is very strong. He is definitely an expert who has comprehended 2 types of mid-grade profound mysteries. Furthermore, they are both offensive profound mysteries. Neo Firework recalled the brown-haired and bearded expert. She thought about the reddish-black gas that was spat out by his circular blade and sighed. Kiki, the next time I see him, I will definitely think of a way to make him stay. Yi Qinghan said silently. This person had seen his slaughter god blade attack before. If there was a chance, he would definitely kill this person. Furthermore, this person was the leader of this group of peak-grade god generals. The wealth in his interspatial ring would definitely be endless. Yi Qinghan was very short of money. Chapter 563. Let's talk about it the next time we meet. Big brother Yi, I think you should think of a way to deal with the 2 groups of people nearby first. Miao Yanyan turned her head and looked around. They were already dozens of miles away from the ancient castle, but there were still 2 groups loitering in the distance. They clearly had bad intentions. Let's go. Full speed ahead, let's dig a cave. Yi Qinghan gave a long laugh, then extended his hand to pull Yi Yaorao and shot forward. When Yi Qinghan's words fell, Yi Yaorao and Miao Yanyan were stunned at the same time, then their faces turned as red as blood. Both of them were very clear about the meaning of digging a cave. Yi Qinghan had decided to kill. One of them was going to have a hard and fulfilling life, while the other was going to have to suffer for half a month. Yi Qinghan's group of 3's sudden increase in speed stunned the 2 groups. Then they simultaneously increased their speed and rushed toward Yi Qinghan's group. The 2 groups clearly knew each other's existence. At this time, they were still within 100 miles of the ancient castle. According to the ancient castle's rules, they were not allowed to stay. Moreover, the 2 groups were apprehensive of each other, so they had been following each other from a distance. Now that Yi Qinghan suddenly increased his speed, the 2 groups were afraid that the other side would get ahead of them, so they didn't care about the slow heavenly god experts and increased their speed to the extreme. It didn't take long for them to catch up with Yi Qinghan. When they were close to Yi Qinghan's group of 3, the 2 groups slowed down at the same time, waiting for their teammates behind them. Neither group made a move, afraid that the moment they made a move they would be sneak attacked by the other side. They just followed from a distance, preparing to wait until they were 100 miles away from the ancient castle. Seeing the 2 groups like this, Yi Qinghan muttered to himself, then slowed down his speed, letting the 2 groups continue to follow. After traveling for more than 10 miles, when Miao Yanyan discovered that in addition to the 2 groups, there were 2 scouts following them from both sides, Yi Qinghan's smile became wider. Sure enough, after they were 100 miles away from the ancient castle, Miao Yanyan's divine sense detected that there were 2 groups rushing toward them from both sides. Clearly they were the groups behind the 2 scouts. Yao, dig a cave too. Go in and wait after you're done. Yi Qinghan stopped beside a huge rock, then he let go of Yi Yaorao and said to the 2. Yi Qinghan sat down cross-legged on top of the huge rock, quietly waiting for the 4 groups to arrive. Swish swish swish. Yi Yaorao didn't speak any nonsense. She took out her divine sword and started digging on the huge rock. Swish swish. Swish swish swish. Swish swish swish. Yi. Yi. Just as Yi Yaorao and Niu Huayao entered the stone cave, they were surrounded by martial artists who rushed over from all directions. More and more people arrived. And most of the nearby space was sealed. But the scene was very strange. None of the nearly 1,000 martial artists made a move and none of them spoke. They were all silently looking at Yi Qinghan on top of the huge rock. Their eyes flickered and no one knew what they were thinking. When Yi Qinghan saw that they weren't speaking, he simply closed his eyes and started to cultivate. There were still some people who hadn't arrived, so even if someone made a move, he wouldn't make a move. Everyone, today I, Xiu San, have some personal grudges with this person. I will have to trouble everyone to make way. I, Xiu San, will definitely repay you in the future. After a while, when almost everyone had arrived, the leader of the group on the left spoke. Xiu San's words caused a huge man on the right to laugh. Brother Xiu San, what personal grudges do you have with him? I will help you take revenge. This person has an irreconcilable enmity with me, Blazing Eagle. I have to kill him personally and take revenge for you while I'm at it. I will have to trouble everyone to make way, otherwise, it won't be good if we accidentally injure him. Blazing Eagle, what kind of irreconcilable enmity do you have? Is it as deep as mine? Humph. When my sister had just entered the god realm, she was raped and killed by this person. If I don't kill this person with my own hands today, I am not human. If that person dares to block me, don't blame me for being impolite. At this time, a faint and cold voice rang out. The voice was bone-chilling, as if there really was a deep hatred between them. Gui Yan, stop bullshitting. No matter how you look at it, that brat doesn't seem to have lived for more than 1,000 years. You are an old monster who has cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Don't tell me you have a sister who is hundreds of years old. How many generations of granddaughters do you have? Since you all have a grudge with this brat, go and kill him. I, Old Gu, have taken a liking to the two women in the cave. I will chop up anyone who tries to snatch them from me. Humph, Old Gu, you want to die? I will fulfill your wish. It was obvious that the leaders of these four groups had stayed in this fiendishine ravine for a long time and knew each other. Now that they had gotten news of Niu Huanyan, they all wanted to grab this good opportunity. However, they were all apprehensive of each other. Moreover, they were apprehensive of many things. Not to mention others, the last time when Xiu San and Fire Eagle were chasing after Niu Huanyan, they were massacred by the Dazzling Green Squad. Although the Dazzling Green Squad had strangely not returned to the ancient castle and was not in the vicinity, the four groups were still apprehensive. Therefore, none of the four groups dared to be the first to make a move. Instead, they began to curse each other. Everyone, quiet down. At this time, a young voice rang out, causing the four to stop cursing each other. They cast their gazes towards Yi Qinghan, who was on the huge rock. Yi Qinghan's abnormal behavior today had made them very puzzled. This was also one of the reasons why they did not make a move. Could it be that he had something to rely on? My miss and I are very clear about your intentions. Everyone, don't be careless. Let me be frank. When we first came to the Fiendishine Ravine, we had more than 2,000 people. Now only 3 of us are left. The 3 of us are very clear that if we want to leave, we can only submit to the strong. My miss said that if that person dares to swear to help her gather 10,000 points and bring us out of the Fiendishine Ravine, she is willing to give up everything. Otherwise, the 3 of us will only die. Since we don't have enough points, we will all self-destruct and risk our lives to prevent you from getting what you want. Yi Qinghan politely cupped his hands towards the surroundings. There was a trace of passion and anticipation in his eyes. His tone was very resolute. When Yi Qinghan finished speaking, the 4 of them laughed. Niu Huanyan belonged to Squad 88. They had already investigated this situation. Although they knew that Niu Huanyan was a member of the Thunder Clan, there was a clan order that forbade her from seeking death easily. However, in such a situation, they did not know if she would self-destruct if she knew that she was going to die. At that time, everyone would have to engage in a chaotic battle. If all they obtained was a dead person, that would be a huge loss. Chapter 564. Now that Niu Yaohua had stated her conditions, things were much easier. He was still young after all. Her conditions were full of loopholes. They could swear but not kill them. If they didn't kill them, they could let their subordinates do it. Or they could secretly communicate with other squads to kill them. It was all very simple. As long as they could obtain Niu Yaohua's body, they could do whatever they wanted. The 4 of them had been stuck at Peak Divine General for a long time, unable to break through. The Blood Moon Day was approaching, but they still hadn't accumulated enough points. If they could obtain Niu Yaohua's primordial Yin and break through to the Divine King realm, even if they didn't have enough points, they would still have the ability to protect themselves after the Blood Moon Day, right? As a result, the 3 people who had an irreconcilable hatred with Yi Qinghan just a moment ago were the first to agree. Moreover, their faces were full of smiles. It was as if the person who killed their father just a moment ago had turned into a sworn brother. The one who called himself Old Gu looked at Yi Qinghan suspiciously. He said coldly, "Kid, why should we believe your words? What if you lie to us in the end?" At this time, a young and pleasant female voice came from the cave. "I can swear to the Divine Emperor that what he said is exactly what I mean. And I can tell you frankly that I am a direct descendant of the Lei Tang clan. Many of you know my true identity. If I can return to the clan, what kind of treatment will the clan give me? If one of you can bring me out of this place and bring me out of baleful Een stream, not only will his strength increase greatly, I can also guarantee that his future will be limitless. The Lei Tang clan will give him a generous reward that he wouldn't even dare to refuse." As soon as Niu Yaohua's words fell, not only the 4 leaders, but even the countless peak divine generals in the group all had their eyes lit up. Niu Yaohua's price was too high. Many people knew that the Lei Tang clan was able to dominate Longyang Prefecture because they had several experts who had awakened the bloodline of the Thunder God. The descendants who had awakened the bloodline of the Thunder God were incomparably important to the Lei Tang clan. At this time the experts all believed Niu Yaohua's words. "Good, as long as I swear that I, Xian, will risk my life to bring Miss out." "Nonsense, Xian, with your strength, do you believe that I won't kill you in 10 moves? I, Fire Eagle, am willing to be at your beck and call until my death. Which one of you dares to use my ghostly shadow stab? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? Ghost Eye, can your speed compare to mine? I and a dozen peak divine generals are willing to follow your orders." Niu Yaohua's words caused the 4 people's hearts to burn with passion. Let's not talk about whether or not he would be able to get the Thunder Clan's thanks if he brought Niu Yaohua out. Even if they could obtain Niu Haiyan's primordial Een, it would bring them endless benefits. The 4 of them spoke one after another. "My Lei Tang clan's 10,086 generation descendant Lei Yanhua swears to the Divine Emperor that as long as the person outside this cave, no matter who it is, can help me kill the enemy and take me away from this place, I will give you my life. He is also willing to take me out of the baleful Een stream and help me gather 10,000 points. I am willing to be his wife and never betray him for the rest of my life. If I break this oath, I will be executed by the God Emperors." Niu Huayan spoke again. Her young voice was exceptionally firm, echoing in the ears of the thousands of people. This caused Yi Qinghan to be stunned. What the hell was this lass doing? He wanted her to cooperate with him and put on a show. There were too many people here and he was afraid that once he used the Slaughter God blade someone might run away. He didn't expect her to really make an oath. Furthermore, it was the most solemn oath in the divine world, the Divine Emperor Blood Oath. Also, why did this oath sound like it was made for him? He fulfilled all the conditions that she mentioned. When the time comes, she wouldn't force him to marry into the Lei Tang clan, right? All right. I, Xian, am willing to swear to the Divine Emperor that I will help kill the enemy and take you away from this place. I will also help you gather 10,000 points and leave the baleful Een stream." When Xian saw that Niu Haiyan's oath was the same as what she said just now and that her tone was incomparably solemn, he couldn't help but be elated. He raised his hand to make the oath and rushed into the cave. However, before he could get close to the cave, a faint figure suddenly appeared in front of him with a white bone spur in his hand. It was faintly discernible in the air and carried a cold aura as it stabbed towards his face. At the same time, a fiery red figure on the right suddenly attacked, holding a giant fiery red rod. His target was also Xian. At the same time, the 2 teams started to attack Xian's team crazily. "Xian, do you think that I, Ghost Eye, don't exist and want to take people away? I, Fire Eagle, will help you kill the enemy first. Then I will take you away. Old Gu, why aren't you making a move? After they kill me, you will be the one left. Let's join forces and kill the 2 of them first. We can talk about the rest later." Fire Eagle and Ghost Eye's sudden cooperation caught Xian off guard. He hurriedly blocked the attack and shouted to Old Gu, who was standing in the distance without moving. "Kill." Old Gu's eyes flickered, but he didn't say much. He was very clear that he had to either bring people away now or temporarily join forces with Xian's team. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. That's right. Yi Qinghan smiled inwardly but pretended to be extremely terrified. He flipped over and jumped off the huge rock, burrowing into the cave. The situation was better than he had imagined. This was the effect of Niu Huahua's firm oath. The Divine Emperor's blood oath was highly valued by the divine realm and the people. In Yi Qinghan's opinion, whether it was the four leaders or the peak divine generals, they all wanted to bring Niu Huahua away from this place. As long as one of them left with Niu Huahua, he would at least be able to obtain her body. Due to Old Gu's participation, an incomparably fierce chaotic battle broke out near the cave. There were close to 1,000 martial artists. There were no less than 300 to 400 divine generals and close to 100 peak divine generals. 7-colored sword chi and saber chi crisscrossed. Heaven-shaking explosions resounded incessantly. Countless limbs and blood flew everywhere. The battle was extremely tragic. On the other hand, the vicinity of the cave was incomparably safe. This was because as long as someone wanted to approach, countless energy waves would fly over and send them flying. Before the outcome of the battle was decided, anyone who approached the cave would be attacked by everyone. Big Brother Yi, you are so powerful. As soon as he entered the cave, he found Niu Huahua and Yi Yaorao sitting cross-legged in the cave, looking at him with smiles. Niu Huahua even gave him a thumbs up and transmitted her voice to him. She looked at him with admiration. Then she seemed to recall something and lowered her head shyly. Qinghan, why are these people so easily fooled? Yi Yaorao also transmitted her voice. At the same time she looked at Niu Huahua thoughtfully and smiled. At first she was prepared to help Yi Qinghan get rid of the baleful aura. This time there were so many people, so Yi Qinghan's baleful aura would be extremely heavy. He thought that he would be half dead from exhaustion again. He didn't expect to fight so easily. Hee, a man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Greed is human nature, and it is also a person's greatest weakness. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. Then he suddenly smiled strangely and transmitted his voice to Niu Huahua. What? Huahua, your oath doesn't seem right? What if I take you to defeat the enemies and leave this place? Aren't you going to marry me? Chapter 565. Oh. Yi Qinghan's straightforwardness caused Niu Yaohua to feel uneasy. However, she was somewhat used to Yi Qinghan's sloppy and unrestrained nature. She knew that he was teasing her again. She pursed her lips and sent a somewhat bitter sound transmission. I actually want to marry Big Brother Yi, but I'm afraid that Big Brother Yi won't like me. Also, the family rules state that I cannot marry before I reach the age of 18. If I lose my chastity, the two of us will be hunted down. How about Big Brother Yi wait for me for 4 years? When I grow up, I'll marry you then. This. Niu Yaohua's serious expression caused Yi Qinghan to be unable to bear it. Originally, when Yi Qinghan saw that Niu Yaohua was pretending to be a mature woman at such a young age, he had the intention to tease her. This did not mean that he was a gentleman. Rather, he felt that he was already in his 30s while Niu Yaohua was only 14 or 15 years old. She was almost a generation younger than him. If he had any evil thoughts towards Niu Yaohua, he would feel a sense of guilt. This was a matter of perception. In fact, in the divine realm, age did not matter when it came to finding a partner. This was because divine rank martial artists had a lifespan of tens or even millions of years. In terms of seniority, it was very difficult to calculate. It was very common for martial artists that were hundreds of thousands of years old to marry martial artists that were hundreds of years old. Now that Niu Yaohua had turned the tables on him, he was left speechless. He rubbed his nose and sent a somewhat embarrassed sound transmission. Huh. Today's weather is pretty good, eh? It's getting more and more chaotic outside. Is young Miss Yaohua really charming? That ghost eyes ghost shadow stab is very powerful. Is that a mid-level profound mystery of the laws of darkness? Hehe. Seeing that Yi Qinghan had been defeated, Niu Huahan's eyes flashed with pride. She raised her head proudly and began to explain to Yi Qinghan. That's the law of darkness. It's a mid-ranked profound mystery that's fused with 3 profound mysteries. This is a very famous mid-ranked profound mystery in the divine realm. Its attack power is very high. If a divine general is hit by it, their soul will be corroded and they'll die instantly. Look, that Firehawk is also using a mid-grade profound mystery, the Netherworld Ghost Flame. This flame is very domineering, it can easily melt low-grade divine artifacts. Although I don't understand it, it seems very powerful. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes and said with a smile. He didn't know much about these things, but to Niu Haihua, there were many things that were common knowledge in the God realm. Anyone who had been in the God realm for hundreds of years would be able to understand. As for Niuhua, she was born in a big family and had been instilled with a lot of theoretical knowledge from a young age. Yao Rao, take a closer look. It might be useful for you to break through your bottleneck. Yi Qinghan's divine sense locked onto the countless peak stage divine generals outside. It would be a waste if he didn't watch such a good opportunity to observe for free. However, after he finished speaking, he did not see any response from Yi Yao Rao. He turned his head to look at her in surprise. He saw that Yi Yao Rao's eyes were wide open as she looked outside in a daze. Her clear eyes were filled with confusion. Don't talk, big brother Yi. Sister Alluring Rao is having an epiphany. She must have gained some enlightenment from watching this battle. Maybe she can break through the bottleneck? Yi Qinghan furrowed his brows in confusion and was about to ask again. However, he received Niu Yanhua's voice transmission. Only then did he suddenly wake up. He couldn't help but look at Yi Yao Rao with incomparable joy. His body moved a little closer to the entrance of the cave. He was prepared to protect her at all costs. He knew very well that an epiphany was a rare opportunity. A single moment of epiphany was more useful than decades of cultivation. The reason why bottlenecks were called bottlenecks was that they could not be broken through by relying on cultivation or ordinary comprehension. They could only be broken through by relying on sudden inspiration and epiphany. The battle outside was still as intense as ever. The peak stage divine generals fought each other for a while. If they didn't use their ultimate moves, it would be very difficult to kill their opponents. Given how chaotic the situation was, who would dare to use their ultimate moves without hesitation? As a result, the situation fell into a stalemate. Instead, it was the low-level cultivators in the various teams who suffered. In such a chaotic situation, he was suddenly shot in the head by a black knife and a black spear and died inexplicably. As more and more spatial rings and divine crystals floated in the air, more and more people died. Most of the people present went completely crazy. Under the double temptation of benefits and death, many cultivators began to use their ultimate moves with bloodshot eyes. As long as it wasn't someone they didn't know, they would kill them first. Originally, it was 2 teams against 2 teams. Then it became a chaotic battle between 4 teams. Finally, it became a chaotic battle between everyone. A bunch of fools. This first-level divine general man is so vicious. He actually used such a despicable scheme. However, it's no wonder that this bunch of fools fell for it. They all thought that he was a first-level divine general trash cultivator that could be killed easily. Moreover, those 2 girls aren't very strong. Hee, when he takes out that terrifying saber, I'm sure everyone will be dumbfounded and regret it. A cold laugh suddenly rang out from a pile of rocks over 10 li south of the battlefield. It was a burly man with brown curly hair and a full beard. He sat cross-legged in the pile of rocks with his eyes closed. However, his divine sense constantly swept across the battlefield in the north. It was none other than Divine General Qing Yao. Qing Yao had fallen. He had escaped from the Phoenix Cloud mountain range and completed his mission with great difficulty. He had originally planned to rest and reorganize himself. However, he had unexpectedly received a message from an important figure who had given him a mission. The reward was not bad. However, when he heard that the location of the mission was the third-class Baleful Een stream, he did not hesitate and rushed in with his team excitedly. Everything had gone smoothly after he entered. He had earned divine stones rapidly. Until this first-level divine general man walked towards them with a black saber. He had fallen for it completely. It wasn't that he had to pay double the reward for failing the mission. He could still afford it. It was just that he was the only one left of the Qing Yao team that he had painstakingly managed for tens of thousands of years. Although he was the soul of the team and the strongest, everyone in the team had died. However, all the members of the team had died. If he wanted to form another team with such strength, it would probably take him tens of thousands of years. Moreover, half of the team members' divine gems were purchased by him, and he had yet to earn back his capital. Now all of it was gone. Therefore he wanted to take revenge on Yi Qinghan. Therefore he had been following Yi Qinghan ever since he had left the ancient castle. He believed that Yi Qinghan would make a move in the end. As long as he made a move, he would have the chance to take revenge. Most importantly, he would have the chance to obtain that terrifying demonic saber. Just to be safe, I'll release a memory god bug and sneak a peek at what that cultivator is doing. In order to avoid attracting Yi Qinghan's attention, Qing Yao did not extend his divine sense into the cave. The cave was very small. No matter how careful he was, he would be easily discovered. After pondering for a moment, he decided to release an image god bug to investigate. This memory god bug was small and did not have any divine power. It could not attack and was just like an ordinary bug. It was not fast either. However, it had a special function that was well liked by the cultivators of the immortal realm. It could automatically memorize the images it saw. Moreover, cultivators only needed to use their divine sense to search its soul to see what it saw. It was a must-have item for bounty teams and cultivators who frequently went out to fight. He took out a green bottle from his spatial ring and opened it. A few grain-sized bugs flew out at lightning speed. Then Qin Yao used his divine sense to issue a few commands. The bugs burrowed into the ground and burrowed into the cave that Yi Qinghan was in. Chapter 566. It's about time. Yi Qinghan observed for a while. Although he was amazed by the attacks of peak divine generals and envious of their tyrannical and powerful attacks, he wanted to observe more of them. However, the battle outside was almost over. The craziest moment had passed and there were hundreds of corpses on the ground. If he waited any longer, some of the martial artists would begin to awaken and some of them would start to flee. If a few escaped, he wouldn't be able to chase after them and it would be troublesome if he didn't. Most importantly, the martial artists in front of him were not martial artists in Yi Qinghan's eyes. They were a pile of glowing divine crystals and countless divine stones. If he had to actively hunt martial artists, he might feel that it was too cruel and he would feel uneasy about it. However, he was more than happy to have more of these divine stones delivered to his doorstep. He needed a huge amount of divine stones to purchase the position of Flame Dragon Overlord. If he could gather all of them in this baleful stream, that would be for the best. As for whether or not he would be discovered by the divine kings in the castle after killing so many people, this was no longer within his consideration. If he didn't kill them, he would die. He was about to die, so why would he need to consider so much? Miss Yaohua, I'm going to make my move. Yi Qinghan retracted his divine sense and turned to look at Yi Yaorao, who was still cultivating as he spoke to Niu Yaohua. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Niu Yaohua's face immediately flushed red. She averted her eyes and stood up, preparing to walk into the small cave. What are you going to do? I said I'm going to make my move. Why are you running? Yi Qinghan was a little puzzled. He had seen that Yi Yaorao was still in the middle of her epiphany. He couldn't disturb her, so he could only helplessly decide to mutilate himself to temporarily alleviate his baleful aura. He had wanted to tell Niu Yaohua not to be surprised when she saw him mutilate himself, nor to stop him. This would prevent a situation like Yi Yaorao's from happening again. Such a young child, if he were to spoil his body like this, how could he have the face to do it? Moreover, she didn't have Yi Yaorao's cold aura. How could she endure it? He couldn't do this. Why should I run? If I don't go in, am I supposed to stay here? Big bro Yi, you're getting naughtier and naughtier. I told you, if you want to marry me, you have to wait 4 more years. You can't do that now. I can't tell you the exact reason, but... Niu Haiyan's face, which was as perfect as a fairy's, suddenly turned as red as blood when she heard Yi Qinghan's question. Her limpid eyes were about to drip water. She wanted to explain, but she realized that it wasn't easy to do so. She was flustered and embarrassed. What and what? What are you thinking in that little head of yours? It's not what you think. I don't want to do anything to you. What I mean is, I will use some extreme methods to get rid of the murderous aura. Whatever I let you see and hear, don't be surprised and don't stop me. You just needed to watch from the side. Understand? Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, was confused. Why was she involved in this again? He wasn't going to do anything bad, so why was he so nervous? He hurriedly explained. Big brother, you're too bad. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I can't see anything and I can't hear anything. I'm going in to cultivate. As soon as Yi Qinghan finished speaking, Niu Yanhua's head was so low that it was almost touching her slightly bulging breasts. Like a frightened rabbit, she ran into the stone cave and shut off her divine sense, hearing and sight. Her face was boiling hot. Bad guy, too bad. She didn't realize that this Yi Qinghan was so bad. Extreme methods. It wasn't like she didn't know what kind of extreme methods he was using. He wanted her to watch from the side, not be surprised and not stop him. He wanted her to watch them put on an erotic show. This kind of unreasonable request, how could he say it so easily? This is ridiculous. Forget about her. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. A young girl's mind is really like rain, fog and wind. I can't guess, I can't guess. Yi Qinghan shook his head in confusion. What did he say? What did he do? How did it become bad? Seeing that the situation outside was getting out of control, Yi Qinghan had no choice but to call out Xiao He, who was cultivating. Then he gave him a few instructions and asked him to watch over the situation. Then he slowly walked out. Big brother is going to do something stupid again. But this is my original big brother, the big brother that I like and respect. Xiao He knew what Yi Qinghan was going to do, so he didn't stop him. Instead, he quietly crouched at the entrance of the stone cave and waited for his return. However, just as Little Black was looking outside, a few black bugs suddenly appeared on the ground and walls of the stone cave. These black bugs appeared on the walls and ground for a moment before disappearing. They actually turned into the same appearance as the ground and walls. Yi Yaorao was cultivating, and Niu Yanhua just happened to shut off her divine sense and hearing. When no one was paying attention, these bugs hid themselves. As more and more people died, Third Stone Firehawk, and the others were secretly regretting their actions. But they couldn't stop now. The grudge between them had grown deeper and deeper, and their peak divine generals were all in a killing frenzy. One of Third Stone's subordinates had even tried to escape, but one of his peak divine generals had killed him. The four leaders realized that the peak divine generals under them were much more excited than they were. They were fighting with much more fervor. They really wanted to stop. They knew very well that if this went on, all four of them would suffer heavy losses. Moreover, after fighting for so long, other teams might have already noticed them. They might all end up empty-handed in the end. At the very least, they knew that the four of them couldn't do anything to each other. If this went on, it would become a war of attrition. In the end, all four of them would either become leaders without an army or die. Everyone, you're having a lot of fun. Everyone stop. Quiet down. At this moment, a frivolous voice rang out. It wasn't loud, but the frivolous tone and the owner of the voice stunned everyone. In the end, the four leaders decisively shouted for everyone to stop. Stop what? Big brother, are you crazy? You think you can stop now? Fire Eagle, you killed my brother and you still want to stop? Take this title, love. Damn it, I already told you to stop, but you still dare to sneak up on me? Brothers, get your weapons and kill him. Although the four leaders wanted to stop, the peak divine generals under them didn't. If they didn't continue fighting, their bosses would definitely reap the rewards in the end. They had worked themselves to the bone and climbed mountains of blades and seas of fire for nothing. Now that they finally had such a good opportunity, they naturally wouldn't stop. In an instant, the scene became chaotic again. When one person attacked, the others would also attack. In the end, it became a complete melee. Why does this person dare to speak to us like this? As the melee continued, countless people began to wonder why this first-layer divine general dared to speak to them like this. Did he think that he could speak to them like this just because he was relying on that little girl? It seemed like they would have to teach him a lesson later and let him know what it meant to be impudent. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. He also wanted them to continue fighting so that only a few people were left. However, he saw that some people had already started to sneak away. Furthermore, the battle had been going on for so long. If they continued fighting, they might attract the attention of others. It was better to end the battle quickly. Damn it! Are you done yet? Do you want to fight? I will play with you all. He hurriedly released his divine sense and scanned the surroundings. He shouted angrily. With a wave of his hand, the black slaughter god blade appeared in his hand. As soon as the slaughter god blade appeared, everything in the arena strangely stopped. A few martial artists who were about to escape also felt something and stopped in their tracks. They looked over in fear. At this moment, everyone's eyes were locked on the blade in Yi Qinghan's hand. When they saw him charging towards them coldly, they were stunned. Chapter 567. What's going on? Why is he rushing towards us? Why is he going to fight with us? Why is he going to fight all of us? Isn't he a trash warrior? Why is his aura so terrifying? No. His saber is very strange, but why does he think that he can charge towards us with just a saber? Why is he yelling at us like this? However, when Yi Qinghan's body suddenly stopped moving forward and he brandished that terrifying blade, everyone knew what he was relying on. We've been tricked. Ghost Eye was the first to react. Despite the confusion in his mind, he rushed out. However, halfway through he held his head and rolled in pain in the air. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. No, it's not a cicada at all. We're actually hunting a tiger. Countless people now knew why he had dared to sit on the boulder without fear and wait for so many people to surround him without batting an eyelid. Why Yi Qinghan dared to talk to them like that. He didn't rely on the little girl but on the saber in his hand. Let's do it. Dozens of miles away, Qing Yao suddenly opened his eyes. When the saber released that evil, cold aura, his soul consciousness felt a chill and he hurriedly retracted it. Then he saw a black fog completely shrouding the north and no one escaped. Thinking back to the scene near the teleportation array, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he reacted quickly at that time. Fortunately, he had the strength to barely escape. Otherwise, he might have turned into a pile of bones in the end. All of a sudden he found another strange scene. The evil demons who were affected by the battle in the north were slowly moving towards that direction. But now, as if they had taken an aphrodisiac, their speed increased several times and they rushed towards the north. Good. It's best to demonize that kid and then I can enjoy the benefits. Qing Yao blinked his eyes and suddenly thought of something. His eyes suddenly lit up and he sneered faintly, "This is a good opportunity. I'll lure a group of demons over and completely demonize him. At that time I'll be able to easily obtain that demon saber." Yi Qinghan had a horrified expression on his face. He did not dare to rush forward alone and take the risk. Now that there was such a good opportunity, how could he not seize it? He believed that if he could obtain this saber his strength would definitely soar several times. At that time, not only would he be able to leave this place easily before the Blood Moon Day, but this saber could also allow a first-level Divine General to easily kill a group of peak Divine Generals. It was definitely a precious treasure that could make up for his huge losses. Laughing coldly, he leaped into the air and dashed away. Follow me. Let's see if you don't die this time." Divine General Qing Yao circled around and attracted dozens of evil demons. He quietly looked at the battlefield, only to find that the black fog had already dissipated. Instead, it had been enveloped by the roiling evil demon aura. However, the demon that he had lured over was no longer chasing after him. Instead, it was rushing towards the cave where Yi Qinghan was. He could not help but grin in excitement. "It's not safe. I'll lure more of them over." Qing Yao waited nearby for a while and realized that the demons had not dispersed. Instead, the black fog was slowly decreasing. He sighed in his heart. This brat was really good at fighting. At the same time, he was looking forward to the Slaughter God saber. It allowed a first-level Divine General to disperse so much of the evil demon aura so quickly. The saber was not simple. After looking at it for a while, he felt that it was not safe yet. He quickly dashed away and continued to lure the demons over. He planned to let the demons exhaust him to death. He did not believe that Yi Qinghan, who was only a first-level Divine General, would be able to last for so long. Along the way, Qing Yao saw that the demons were enraged. Then he led them and started to run. With his peak stage Divine General speed, although the demons were fast, they still could not catch up to him. The evil demon aura in front is so terrifying. Oh damn it. It's the evil demon king. Qing Yao's footsteps suddenly changed and his expression changed. The black fog in front of him was obviously darker than the evil demon aura, and the aura it gave off was even more terrifying. He easily recognized that it was the evil demon king. In the past he was also sent to the third-grade baleful Een stream, but at that time his strength was not so high. That evil demon king easily demonized a group of divine general martial artists, and ordinary divine general martial artists were not its match. Only peak stage divine general martial artists could barely deal with it, but it was very difficult to kill it. This is not right. Am I so powerful now? Even if I can't defeat it, I can still escape? Instinctively, Qing Yao had the thought of escaping when he saw the evil demon king. However, after running a few steps, he suddenly woke up. He was no longer the cat or dog he was in the past. Now his strength was half a step into the God King realm. Although this evil demon king was terrifying, as long as he was careful he would be fine. "Ha! You're still not dead?" The beard on Qing Yao's face suddenly rose, his eyes sparkling with a sharp light. He turned around and rushed towards the evil demon king. While he was in midair, the circular saber in his hand spat out a red and black chi wave, smashing towards the evil demon king. Assassis. Qing Yao's chi wave only caused the evil demon king's black mist to tremble slightly. Then a strange sound came from the black mist. At the same time, the black mist suddenly condensed into a huge black hand that was dozens of meters long. It moved as fast as lightning, and with a sinister aura, it smashed towards Qin Yao. This evil demon king was completely different from other demons. It actually condensed the black mist to attack. Moreover, its reaction and attack speed were so fast. Qin Yao snorted coldly. After shooting out the qi wave, his body did not stay in the air. Instead, he shot up into the sky. The circular saber in his hand flashed with a red and black light again. This time it did not shoot out the qi wave. Instead, it smashed towards the huge hand in the sky. His body lit up with a blue light shield, and he quickly followed the circular saber towards the huge hand. Bang! The circular saber hit the huge hand, and the light on the saber became even more dazzling. At the same time, Qin Yao waved his hand again, and a qi wave heavily struck the circular saber. This circular saber actually started to spin, and it directly shattered the black mist around it. Then it broke through the air. Qin Yao's eyes flashed with a trace of satisfaction. His body followed the circular saber, and he quickly rushed out of the opening in the huge black hand. Boom! The huge hand hit the ground and the surrounding area shook. Yellow sand and gravel flew everywhere, and a deep pit several meters deep appeared on the ground. The black mist condensed by the evil demon king could actually produce the power of a material attack. It was really shocking. That was close. Qin Yao did not care about the deep pit on the ground. Instead, he sighed that he had not been touched by the huge hand. He knew very well that the most terrifying thing about the huge hand was not its power. He did not care about this little bit of power. The most terrifying thing about the huge hand was that many people thought that it was an energy attack. When faced with the huge hand, they would want to block it. But once they blocked it, it would be bad. If they were enveloped by the black mist, they would instantly be demonized. This was the aura of the evil demon king. Go! Qin Yao's face revealed a trace of ferocity, and he rushed towards the stone cave where Yi Qinghan was. He actually killed half of the demons. This saber is indeed a rare treasure. Qin Yao did not hide anymore, and directly ran towards the stone cave as fast as he could. When he saw that more than half of the black mist outside the stone cave had dispersed, he could not help but be shocked. Then he looked at the evil demon king behind him, and when he began to run towards the stone cave, he let out a long laugh and directly shouted in the air, "Let's see if you will die this time. You killed my brother. Today I will let you die miserably. Even if you have demonized, I will still cut your body into hundreds of pieces. Otherwise, how can I vent my hatred?" Chapter 568. Of course, Niu Yaohua didn't shut off her divine sense and hearing, but she didn't dare to spread out her divine sense to observe. She thought that Yi Qinghan had found out that she often eavesdropped and peeped, so he mocked her and asked her to observe in person. At this moment, who would dare to eavesdrop or peep? Big bad guy, I didn't mean to eavesdrop or peep. It's you guys who made too much noise. You actually dared to mock me like this, humph. How could you say such shameful words, you scoundrel? Niu Yaohua was bored. She picked up the gravel on the ground and threw it around, cursing in her heart. However, its eyes would still glance towards the entrance of the cave from time to time, but it would turn back in an instant. He cursed himself for falling into depravity. It had been half a month since she had heard that strange sound and watched that explosive battle. She felt a little itchy in her heart, as if there was an invisible and inexplicable force urging her to secretly roar, roar. When she heard Yi Qinghan's hoarse roar, Niu Yanhua knew that the battle outside had ended, but the battle inside the cave was about to start again. Her face reddened and she sealed off her divine sense and hearing. Closing her eyes, Niu Yaohua told herself not to think about it. She could not fall any further. She was the pure little princess of the Thunder Clan, not a girl of fallen Red City. How could she be so shameful? However, the more he spoke, the more he thought about it. His mind was still filled with random thoughts. There are so many people this time. Big Brother Ye's killing intent must be very strong. The battle this time must be very intense. Bah, no matter how intense it is, what does it have to do with you? Could it be that you want to join? Bah, fireworks, how could you be so shameless? Don't think about it, don't think about it, don't think about it, don't think about it. You can't overthink things. Niu Haihua's face turned purple. She clenched her pink fists tightly and bit her lips so hard that they turned white. However, after a moment he opened his eyes. He seemed to have thought of something and thought to himself in shock. Isn't elder sister alluring Rao in the middle of an epiphany? Oh no. It seemed like such a good opportunity was going to be destroyed by Big Brother Yi. If I hadn't interrupted her, Sister Alluring Rao might have broken through to the divine general realm. Something wasn't right? Although Big Brother Yi is bad, he treats Sister Alluring Rao very well, so he probably won't interrupt her. Then how will he get rid of the killing intent? Zhou Xian thought for a moment, but in the end she still couldn't help but feel puzzled. She turned on her hearing and decided to sense the situation outside. But when she heard this, she jumped in fright. Then she broke into a run and rushed out. In the cave outside, Yi Qinghan was lying on the ground. His body was covered in blood and his muscles were trembling. His handsome face was twisted and his eyes were bloodshot. He was howling in pain. Yi Yaorao, on the other hand, was still maintaining her original posture. It was clear that she was still in the midst of comprehension. His spirit beast, Xiaohei, gazed at Yi Qinghan with a pained expression on its face, but it didn't do anything. Brother Yi. Niu Huihua's limpid eyes were suddenly filled with tears. She understood that she had wrongly accused Yi Qinghan. The special method Yi Qinghan spoke of was actually not doing that with Yi Yaorao, but turning him into this miserable state. He hurriedly rushed towards Yi Qinghan with great distress and anxiety. Stand there and don't move. If you go over, you'll make boss feel even worse. Niu Huihua's body was suddenly blocked by a black figure in front of her. Xiaohei looked at Zhou Xian coldly and said. He didn't have a good impression of this woman who had caused Yi Qinghan and himself to fall into the baleful Yin stream. What's going on? How did Big Brother Yi become like this? Is he in danger? What can I help him with? I still have spirit medicine. I have a lot of spirit medicine. Niu Huihua stopped and looked at Xiaohei. She thought of something and hurriedly took out countless bottles from her spatial ring. Her petite body trembled slightly. Boss will be fine. Boss ate healing medicine and will recover on his own. Without boss's instructions, I don't dare to use your spirit medicine. Let's wait for boss to wake up first. When Xiaohei saw that Niu Huihua was genuinely worried about Yi Qinghan, his tone became slightly better. He originally didn't want to explain too much, but in the end he still said, Boss has been invaded by the baleful aura, and his mind is filled with killing intent and evil fire. Right now he can't vent the evil fire. He can only use self-harm to vent some of his killing intent. Then wasn't the first time he left us to self-harm? When Xiaohei said this, Niu Huihua suddenly recalled the first time Yi Qinghan used the slaughter god blade and released the black fog to kill the dwarf. That battle saved everyone but left arrogantly. In the end he probably laid alone in an unknown cave and mutilated himself. When she thought of this, her heart ached even more. Tears flowed down her face. Yi Qinghan always looked like a playboy on the surface, but she didn't expect him to suffer so much pain behind the scenes. Furthermore, when the group left alone, he still came to save her. He didn't even blame or say a single word. Instead he comforted her. What kind of breadth of mind was this? What kind of man was this? Big Brother had suffered a lot. He was always so stupid and always liked to suffer silently by himself. He only knows how to share wealth with us, but he isn't willing to go through thick and thin with us. He is the boss that I respect the most. He will always be the boss. Xiaohei's small eyes were also shining with tears. He thought about how Yi Qinghan always used his thin and weak shoulders to hold up the sky for everyone. He wasn't a person who liked to fight, but he was forced to fight time and time again. He actually liked to live a comfortable life, but pain and disaster continued to befall him. And he is a good person. Niu Yaohua thought back to the times when Yi Qinghan had risked his life and rushed out at the most dangerous time to save everyone from the fire and water, but he had never made any requests. Under his unruly appearance, there was an incomparably kind and pure heart. She found it very strange that a fool like him could survive for so long in the dangerous and cruel divine world. Let's see if you will die this time. The human and beast looked at Yi Qinghan, who was howling on the ground in a daze. However, they were awakened by a loud roar from outside. Niu Huihua was stunned for a moment before she suddenly woke up. She had an impression of this voice. It was the voice of the peak stage god general team leader. Then she hurriedly sent her divine sense out, and her face suddenly turned green. Devil King. Xiaohei, can this slaughter god blade withstand the Devil King? Feeling the extremely strong aura outside, Niu Huihua looked at Xiaohei anxiously and shouted. What? Devil King? Xiao He was also shocked and all the hair on his body stood up. His eyes were filled with anxiety as he looked at Yi Qinghan on the ground. He shook his head and said in fear, I don't know. We have never encountered a devil king before. I also don't know if I can withstand it. We are in trouble this time. Niu Huihua's face was extremely solemn. In the face of absolute danger she calmed down. With a wave of her hand, a long phoenix staff appeared in her hand. Her eyes shone brightly as she shouted, I hope this slaughter god blade can withstand it. I can still withstand the peak stage god general for a while. However, if this slaughter god blade cannot withstand the devil king, we will not be able to escape. Chapter 569. Buzz. Just as Xiao He was pacing around anxiously and Niu Haohua was extremely nervous, a red light lit up inside the cave, almost snapping their nerves. Xiao He bared his teeth and was about to go berserk, while Niu Haohua almost activated Thunder God's protection. The two of them turned their heads at the same time, a cold glint in their eyes as they locked onto the source of the light. What are you doing? Yi Qingrao opened her eyes and was shocked to see Xiao He and Niu Haohua in such a state. Her originally good mood was now somewhat baffled. Then she heard a low roar beside her and her expression changed. She looked over and saw Yi Qinghan's mangled body. She was so frightened that her face paled, especially when she saw that his limbs were completely crippled just like before. She knew that he was doing this so that she could meditate and not disturb him. Tears streamed down her face as she shook her head and cried, Qinghan, how are you? Why are you so stupid? You big idiot. Phew. Sister Qingrao, calm down. Big brother, you won't die yet. Take him to the cave inside and see if there's any way to help him recover faster. Hurry, the situation is dire. Although Niu Haohua looked calm on the outside, her heart was a mess. At such a crucial moment, Yi Qinghan had temporarily lost his martial strength. She wasn't even confident that she could hold out against that peak divine general for long, let alone the demon king that was getting closer. Although Yi Qingrao had broken through to the divine general realm at such a crucial moment, it wasn't very useful. As for Xiao He, she completely ignored him. She had always thought that Xiao He was Yi Qinghan's spiritual pet. Although this spiritual pet was a divine beast, it didn't change anything. Thus, she believed that she was the only one who could hold out for a while. Now that Yi Qingrao had finished her epiphany, this was undoubtedly good news for her. At the very least, she could try to wake Yi Qinghan up as soon as possible. Right now, she already saw Yi Qinghan as her greatest pillar of support. This. Yi Yao Rao hesitated. Although she didn't understand what Niu Hua meant when she said the situation was critical, when she saw Yi Qinghan in such pain. She blushed, clenched her teeth and rushed into the cave with him in her arms. Then she released her god's domain and enveloped the entire cave. Niu Haiyan curled her lips. Yi Yao Rao's god's domain was actually not activated at all. Anyone with a stronger divine sense than her could easily probe her. Of course, she wasn't in the mood to peep and eavesdrop at the moment. Xiao He and Niu Yanhua were alarmed for a moment. They spread out their divine senses again to observe the situation outside. The demon king outside had already rushed over, and his berserk aura caused the demons at the cave entrance to tremble even more violently. Seeing the demon king charging at him, he wanted to dodge, but he was unable to move his body. He could only look at the devil king in fear and then at the slaughter god blade in fear. Supreme slaughter god blade? Is this holy object? How could it appear in the god realm? Suddenly, a low voice came from the black fog, shocking Niu Haiyan and Xiao He. Xiao He was shocked that the demon king could actually speak. Niu Haiyan knew that the demon king had intelligence that was not lower than a human's. Not only could it speak, but it also had a special attack method. This was also why the demon king was so terrifying. She was shocked by the demon king's words. The demon king actually called this blade a holy object? She thought about how the demons were attracted to the slaughter god blade but did not dare to go near it. She thought about the two words slaughter god on the blade and how this blade could actually absorb the demon's aura. Niu Haiyan seemed to understand something and a trace of despair appeared in her eyes. Supreme slaughter god blade. This blade is indeed not an ordinary object. Haha, fortune and misfortune come together. I, Lord Qing Yao, am going to be rich today. After Qing Yao lured the demon king over, he felt that Yi Qinghan was definitely going to die. Thus he roared without any fear. Although he was 10 miles away, his spiritual sense was locked onto the stone cave without any scruples. When he saw Yi Qinghan lying on the ground in a bloody mess, he saw that the slaughter god blade was absorbing the demon's aura. He knew that he was going to be lucky today. So what if everyone in the team died? Looking at the situation now, not only would he be able to complete his mission, but he would also be able to obtain a treasured blade with a powerful background. Supreme Slaughter God Blade. What kind of blade was worthy of the word, supreme? How can I obtain that blade from the Demon King? Qing Yao's eyes lit up. He did not even consider whether the three of them could survive the Demon King's attack. Instead, he was thinking about how to safely snatch the Slaughter God Blade from the Demon King. As for obtaining the lightning horn on Niu Haiyan's head after completing the mission, that was even simpler. After Niu Haiyan demonized, the horn would still be there, right? The Demon King is making his move. Qing Yao's divine sense shone brightly as his divine sense locked onto the Demon King. He was looking for a suitable opportunity to obtain the Slaughter God Blade first. The holy artifact actually belongs to me, Lord Demon Blood. Haha, with this holy artifact I will become a powerful existence like the Azure King sooner or later. The Demon King let out an excited cry as the demon aura around his body started to spin rapidly, sending countless corpses and demons flying. Finally, it transformed into a huge black hand that grabbed at the Slaughter God Blade. It's over. I should have known that this Slaughter God Blade can deter demons. If it's not a holy artifact from the divine world, it must be a holy artifact from the demon world. The Demon King was not like the demons. How could it be deterred? I can only fight it out. Thunder God's protection. Niu Haiyan used her divine sense to check on the Demon King outside. He was not deterred by the Slaughter God Blade at all. Instead, he was extremely excited as he transformed a huge hand to snatch the blade. She laughed bitterly and had no choice but to use her origin ability to release the Thunder God's protection. He had to hold on for now. Bang! The white barrier that had just lit up shook violently as the demon's huge hand slammed into it. Niu Haiyan's body also shook as her face turned pale. Human martial artist, how dare you stop me, Lord Demon Blood, from retrieving the holy artifact? Do you think that human martial artists like you can have our holy artifact? This blade can only belong to the demon world. Break for me. As welcome to the demon world. I will bestow upon you the symbol of the demon world, the demon aura. The bone-chilling sound continued to ring out, and as it rang out, more and more large hands smashed down. Every time a hand smashed down, the white barrier became lighter and lighter. Niu Haiyan's face turned paler and paler as blood started to seep out from the corner of her mouth. Boss, wake up. Niu Haiyan can't hold on any longer. What should I do? What should I do? Xiao He watched as more blood flowed out from the corner of Niu Haiyan's mouth. Her body trembled even more violently as if she was going to collapse at any moment. Xiao He was extremely anxious as he continuously used his soul spirit to send voice transmissions to Yi Qinghan. However, his voice transmissions were like mud flowing into the sea. There was no response at all. Bang! The Thunder God's protection finally couldn't hold on any longer. It crumbled and turned into white fog. Niu Haiyan's body also went soft as she fell to the ground and fainted. As the Thunder God's protection crumbled, the Demon King's huge hand was no longer obstructed. It directly smashed down on the stone cave. Everywhere the huge hand passed, the huge rocks turned into dust as it smashed down on the few of them. Chapter 570. Buzz. All of a sudden, the Slaughter God Blade emitted a gentle white light that enveloped the surrounding few meters of the cave. The moment the Devil King's huge hand came into contact with the white light, it dissipated and was absorbed by the white light. It was as though the huge hand was made of water and had smashed into a piece of burning iron. No matter how much water there was, it evaporated the moment it touched the hand. How is this possible? The holy relic has an owner? How can a holy relic recognize a human as its owner? How is this possible? Is it not a holy relic? Why is it exactly the same as the holy relic? The Devil King roared and continued to use his demonic aura to attack the Slaughter God Blade. However, it was easily dissolved by the Slaughter God Blade's gentle light, and the demonic aura in his body became lesser and lesser. This blade is so scary. Xiao He was stunned. He did not expect the Slaughter God Blade to be able to withstand his attack. What was the origin of this blade? Could it be a holy relic from the demon world? If not, why was it so strange and scary? He glanced at the unconscious Niu Huohua and sighed helplessly. It seemed like he had used the Thunder God's protection too early. Boss, wake up. Although Blackie's divine sense was not very powerful, he could still vaguely sense Qin Yao, who was watching them from afar. The Slaughter God blade might be able to withstand the Devil King, but it definitely could not withstand the Peak Stage God General. Once the Devil King's demonic aura was depleted, the God General would definitely make a move. That's right. If I kill the owner of the holy relic, it will become an ownerless object. It will definitely not protect its owner. I, Lord Demon Blood, am too smart. After attacking for a while, the Devil King realized that not only were his attacks ineffective, but his accumulated demonic aura would also be completely devoured. He quickly stopped attacking. Then he suddenly thought of something and retracted his demonic aura, revealing a tall man with greenish-black scales all over his body. Even his eyes were greenish-black. His cold eyes flickered. Then he made a grabbing motion in the air, grabbing a giant axe from the ground in the distance and throwing it into the cave with all his might. Humph. Xiao Hei's body flashed and he appeared outside the cave. His sharp claws grabbed at the oncoming giant axe and sent it flying. Then he returned to the cave like a bolt of lightning. Little bastard, you're courting death. Demon Blood opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of blue fangs. However, he didn't retreat, instead madly fleeing into the distance. Under Xiao Hei's astonished gaze, he carried the two demons and rushed towards the cave. What are they doing? Xiao Hei's body suddenly enlarged and he carried the unconscious Niu Huohua on his back. He retreated and stood guard outside the small stone cave, looking at the Demon King's actions in confusion. At the same time, he quietly sent a sound transmission into the cave. This time he did not send it to Yi Qinghan but to Yi Yaorao. He told her to get ready to escape with Yi Qinghan if anything went wrong. Bang! The Demon King directly threw the two demons towards the huge stone. The two demons watched as the Slaughter God saber got closer and closer. Their bodies trembled even more violently as they screamed in fear. However, the Slaughter God saber had already absorbed most of their demon aura. They were like two tigers that had lost their fangs and claws. They could only look scary, but they didn't have any attack power. Bang! Something that made Xiao Hei even more astonished happened. The two demons actually landed at the entrance of the stone cave. Although there was still a trace of black fog around their bodies, it was quickly absorbed by the Slaughter God saber's radiance. However, nothing happened to them at all. They only looked at the Slaughter God saber in fear. Their bodies curled up and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Not good. Karo, bring boss away. Xiao Hei finally understood why the Demon King was doing this. His eyes shone coldly as he sent a sound transmission to Yi Yaorao. At the same time, the god power in his body surged. As expected. The Demon King Emo Shui raised his head to the sky and laughed maniacally. His body rushed straight towards the stone cave. When he touched the light of the Slaughter God saber, his body shrank slightly. The black fog that was dissipating on the surface of his body was absorbed, but he did not feel any discomfort. He laughed out loud as he stretched out his green claws and slashed at the huge stone. Boom! The huge stone was instantly sent flying and shattered into pieces. Stone fragments flew everywhere, revealing 4 figures. The Slaughter God saber was also sent flying. It landed on the ground at a slanted angle, but it still emitted a gentle radiance. Run! Xiao Hei let out a furious roar as he carried Niu Huihua on his back and charged forward. Yi Yaorao, on the other hand, was in a disheveled state. She was carrying Yi Qinghan, whose eyes were still bloodshot. Xiao Hei and Yi Yaorao didn't even look at the Slaughter God saber on the ground. At this moment, their lives were more important. How could they care about the Slaughter God saber? Furthermore, Xiao Hei's original intention was to let the Demon King and the God General snatch the Slaughter God saber so that they would have a chance to escape. Why isn't the God General making a move? And luckily, the Demon King is attracted by the Slaughter God saber. There is still a chance. Run, run, run. After running for a few thousand meters, Xiao Hei used his divine sense to lock onto the Demon King. When he realized that the Demon King wasn't chasing after them but was circling around the Slaughter God saber, he was elated. However, his running figure suddenly stopped. He realized that Yi Yaorao wasn't going in the same direction as him. Instead, she was carrying Yi Qinghan and running in another direction. He couldn't help but be puzzled as he shouted, Yi Yaorao, where are you bringing my boss? Hey, don't follow us. Go. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out in Xiao Hei's mind, causing him to jolt. This was Yi Qinghan's voice. However, when he heard the words clearly, he was even more puzzled. It seemed like it wasn't Yi Yaorao's idea but Yi Qinghan's. However, why didn't Yi Qinghan let him follow him? Could it be that he didn't want him anymore? Hurry up and go. If not, I will not forgive you even if I die. Tell Qingyu and the rest that I have let them down. Yi Qinghan's hoarse voice rang out in Xiao Hei's mind again. He saw the green figure in the distance circling around the slaughter god saber a few times before abandoning it and rushing towards Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao. Xiao Hei finally understood why Yi Qinghan wanted him to leave. He roared furiously and threw Niu Huohua away. Then he rushed towards Yi Qinghan without any hesitation. I'm not going. I'm not going. Boss, if I die, let's die together. Niu Huohua's petite body was suddenly thrown to the ground. She rolled a few times before regaining consciousness. When she saw Xiao Hei rushing towards Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao, she heard Xiao Hei's shout. The Demon King in the distance spat out a demonic aura again. At the same time, the demonic aura on his body surged rapidly and turned into a huge black hand that slapped towards the two people and the beast at lightning speed. Niu Huohua's mouth was bleeding again. However, she suddenly grinned. Her pair of watery eyes were devoid of life. She just stared blankly in that direction and muttered absent-mindedly, "Idiot. Idiot, the master is an idiot and the spirit pet is even more of an idiot. Hee like master like pet, go to hell, go to hell. All of you should die. Everything will be over once you die. You won't know anything after you die. Once you die, you will be free." Chapter 571. Good chance. In the distance, Qing Yao's eyes shone with a fiery light. When she saw the Devil King abandoning the slaughter god saber to chase after Yi Qinghan, she felt her heart pounding. Sighing at this heaven-sent opportunity, Qing Yao's body shone with divine power as he rushed towards the slaughter god saber. Boom! The huge hand in the distance finally slammed down, causing the ground to shake violently. Dust and gravel flew into the air. However, Qing Yao was not in the mood to watch this spectacular scene. He did not care about the life and death of the two humans and the beast. He did not even have the mood to look at Niu Yaohua. His eyes were tightly shut and tears were dripping down the corners of his eyes. Haha, I got it. Qing Yao looked at the slaughter god saber that was emitting a holy light. The fire in his eyes grew stronger. At this moment he only had eyes for the saber. He did not care about anything else. An excited smile appeared on his face as he stretched out his hand to grab the saber hilt. Buzz. However, Qing Yao suddenly realized something that terrified him. Just as his hand was about an inch away from the slaughter god saber, he saw a white light. After that, his body suddenly froze and he could not move at all. Niu Yaohua, who was lying not far away, suddenly woke up. She also felt a white light flash past her closed eyes. Furthermore, the tears at the corners of her eyes stopped flowing. When she wanted to open her eyes to check, she realized that she could not even open her eyes. The Devil King was also shocked. At this moment, his green eyes were tightly shut, and the sinister smile on his face was still there. The black fog around his body seemed to have solidified and was no longer surging. Just now, when his demonic aura turned into a huge hand and slammed towards the two humans and the beast, he suddenly saw a blinding white light in front of him. He instinctively closed his eyes, but he realized that he could not open them anymore. Abruptly, Qing Yao, Niu Yaohua, and the Devil King felt their bodies turn cold. An extremely powerful aura enveloped the surroundings. Under this aura, time and space seemed to have stopped. The sandstorms stopped blowing, and at this moment, the world became quiet. This aura, Qing Yao's heart was filled with anxiety and fear, but his face didn't change at all. It wasn't that he was calm, but the muscles on his face couldn't move. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was a look of shock. He had felt this aura once before. Last time in the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range, his team and the countless teams of demon hunters in the mountain range had encountered a grade 7 demonic beast. Just as countless people were prepared to die in despair, a powerhouse suddenly descended. He also brought with him an aura that made people feel fear from the depths of their souls. At that time, tens of thousands of martial artists were also unable to move. In the end, the expert killed the 7th-level demonic beast in one move and left quietly. Only then were the people able to move. After that he found out that this person was a top-notch expert of the Longyang Manor, a manor lord who happened to be passing by and saved their lives. This person was the 7th grade war god, the master of the Golden Horn Mansion, the crippled emperor. Although Niu Yaohua couldn't open her eyes, her heart was burning with passion. She clearly understood the strength of this aura. It was definitely the strength of a 7th grade war god. And the only one in the evil spirit stream who had such strength was Lord God Emperor Mo Xiaoxiao. Recalling how Lord God Emperor Mo Xiaoxiao had spared her life for no reason, and then Xiao He had disappeared mysteriously, she couldn't help but feel excited. This aura. Although Yi Qinghan was overwhelmed by murderous aura, after the self-mutilation and Yi Yaorao's temporary treatment, he had regained a bit of consciousness. When he was in despair he saw a white light flash and then this aura descended. Moreover, under this aura, the murderous aura in his head and the wounds on his body were recovering at 100-fold speed. When he sensed this aura he was ecstatic and calmed down. He was absolutely sure that they would be out of danger this time. Because he was familiar with this aura. He had felt this aura once before. It was outside Song City when Jin Lin was killed. This was Lord Devour's aura. At this moment he finally understood why Lord Devour didn't worry and let Xiao He follow him to the divine world. He finally understood Lord Devour's arrangement. This necklace. Xiao He blinked, looking at the archaic necklace on his neck in fright. He knew this necklace. Before Lord Devour left the Fire Dragon continent, he had asked Lord Jiu to give him this necklace. At that time he had blamed Lord Devour for giving him a useless and ugly necklace. After he had put it on, the necklace had disappeared into his body. It had been a long time and he had almost forgotten about it. He had never thought that the necklace would emerge at this moment. Moreover, it glowed dazzlingly. Then it released Lord Devour's aura, covering the entire area. This aura. Around them there were several teams of warriors lingering. They were attracted by the battle between the 4 teams. However, after sensing the Demon King's aura, no one dared to come close. They turned around and left. However, after a while many people felt a dazzling light from the center of the battlefield. Then an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. They could feel it from such a far distance. Although the warriors of those teams were curious about what had happened there, no one dared to linger. They all ran away in fright, trying to get away from this troublesome place. The love of the dancing butterfly? Xiao He has activated the love of the dancing butterfly? What's going on? In an old castle 100 miles away, in a room in the middle of the courtyard, a green figure sitting cross-legged suddenly opened her eyes. As she opened her eyes, everything around her seemed to lose its color. Only those beautiful eyes remained in the room. A hint of surprise flashed in this pair of enchanting eyes. She blinked and then quietly spread out her divine sense. After that, a hint of a smile flashed in her eyes. She murmured softly and closed her eyes again. So it's a demon king. Humph. Courting death. Ah, Lord Devour is too good to Xiao He. She even gave her strongest divine weapon to Xiao He. What happened? Although the teleportation formation outside the castle was far from the battlefield, Divine King Wood Cauldron, who had come to welcome the newcomers, still felt a trace of it. After all, that light was too dazzling. Pondering for a while, he waved his hand and told his subordinates, "You guys take them to the castle. I'm going to check." Then he flew toward the light. Xiao He has used the love of the dancing butterfly? Seems like I have to go to the divine realm. Inside the dark castle on the Fire Dragon continent, Lord Devour put down the book in his hand and stood up. He lifted his head to look at the sky for a while. Eventually he sighed weakly and turned to Miss Jiu, talking faintly, "Pack up. We're going to the divine realm." "But I can also go to the divine realm? And if you leave, what if something bad happens to the Fire Dragon continent?" Hearing Lord Devour, Miss Jiu couldn't keep her elegant smile anymore. She asked hoarsely, "I'll take you there. Can go there." Lord Devour had a gleam of arrogance in his eyes. He glanced at Miss Jiu and said faintly, "I have my own arrangement for the Fire Dragon continent. No one can mess around the place that I, Diao Wu, am guarding." Chapter 572. Boss. We are saved. The necklace that my aunt gave me is so powerful. They can't even move. Little Black looked at the simple necklace around his neck. At this moment, it was emitting a faint yellow light. Because of this faint yellow light, the black hand above everyone's heads rapidly disappeared. Even the demonic aura around the Demon King's body was illuminated by this light. It was like mist being illuminated by the sun, disappearing without a trace. The Devil King and Xianxia, who was far away, were both frozen. The Devil King's sinister smile was very obvious, while Xianxia was still holding on to the slaughter god blade. Xiaohei said to Yi Qinghan happily. However, he saw that Yi Qinghan was also being carried by Yi Qinghan. They were still in the running position, and the despair on Yi Qinghan's face was very obvious. He flew in front of Yi Qinghan and asked, Boss, why can't you guys move? It seems like I'm the only one who can move. As Xiaohei came closer, Yi Qinghan felt the murderous aura in his mind disappear faster. His soul ring also seemed to circulate more quickly. White energy flowed continuously in his body, helping him recover quickly. Yi Qinghan enjoyed this feeling very much, and he almost wanted to fall asleep just like that. However, he knew that they were not out of danger yet. Thus he quickly communicated with Xiaohei through soul telepathy. After a while, Yi Qinghan finally understood what Lord Devour's trick was. This necklace would automatically appear when Xiaohei's body was injured and then emit this pale yellow light. Within the range of the light, everyone except for Xiaohei was forcefully locked down. All the evil aura would be automatically eliminated. With only a necklace, Lord Devour could lock everybody here, including the peak of Divine General Expert and the Devil King. His means were truly incredible. Xiaohei, hurry up and kill the Devil King. Remember to attack the space between the two corners as well. If the light isn't extinguished by then, kill the Divine General as well. Hurry. Yi Qinghan didn't have the time to wonder why this necklace was so powerful. His mind was spinning rapidly as he quickly sent a sound transmission to Xiaohei through their soul connection. Although he couldn't move his body, his soul could still move. Alright. GGI, Lord Xiaohei will slay the demon. When Xiaohei heard this, his black eyes lit up with excitement. His body turned into a black lightning bolt and directly charged towards the Devil King. His two little claws glowed with a cold light as he clawed at the Devil King's head. Chi! The devilish grin on the Devilish King's face didn't change, but his green head began to erode. Even after his entire body had been eroded, he still didn't move. His body, which had turned into cyan particles, was also floating in the air. His two cyan demon horns were also floating in the air. Haha, it's so easy to kill enemies like this, humph. You want to snatch my boss's slaughter god saber? Go and die. Xiaohei blinked his eyes in disbelief. He could not believe that he had easily killed this terrifying demon. Following which, he raised his head and looked at Xianxia in the distance. With a cold snort, his small body turned into a black shadow once again as he charged towards Xianxia. It's over, it's over. This little bastard clearly has such a strong backer, but he was also sent to the stream of Yin spirits. Isn't he just toying with us? I can't die in peace. If Xianxia could move his face, he would definitely look worse than if his own father had died. This was too much. This man and beast. One had such a magical saber while the other had an even more perverted necklace. It was obvious that they were the descendants of strong martial artists. Such people actually came to the stream of Yin spirits to play? Wasn't he just toying with them? If he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have thought of attacking these two. But when a clear sound like a watermelon breaking rang out, Xianxia felt the soul in his mind start to dissipate involuntarily. After which he completely lost consciousness. No matter how strong a martial artist was, he would be easily killed if he was attacked like a live target. Boss, the Devil King and the Peak God General have been killed, but the necklace is still glowing. You guys can't move it. What should we do? Xiaohei grabbed Xianxia's interspatial ring and divine crystal. When he turned around, he realized that Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao still couldn't move. He couldn't help but panic and send a voice transmission to Xiaohei. Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. The biggest danger had been resolved. This time it was only because of Xiaohei that the three of them had managed to escape this calamity. However, this necklace was too amazing. It could actually freeze for such a long time. With such a huge commotion, it would definitely attract the attention of some people. It was better to leave as soon as possible. However, from the looks of it, Xiaohei didn't seem to know that he was using the necklace. When Lord Devour had given him the necklace, he had been in seclusion. Later on, he had heard Xiaohei mention that the necklace was useless and ugly. At that time, he hadn't paid much attention to it. After pondering for a while, he remembered someone and quickly sent a voice transmission to Xiao. Wait. Don't rush. Let me ask Elder Lu. However, Elder Lu didn't seem to know anything. This time it was Yi Qinghan's turn to worry. If the light continued to shine, wouldn't they be frozen like this forever? However, after a while he suddenly realized that the faint yellow light in front of him had disappeared. The sandstorm started to blow again, and Yi Yaorao suddenly hugged him and rushed forward. She staggered and almost fell. What's going on? Yi Qinghan rolled away from Yi Yaorao's embrace and stood on the ground. When he saw Xiao flying towards him, he jumped onto Xiao's shoulder and pointed at his mouth with his claw. A trace of pride flashed in his eyes as he sent a voice transmission. Yi boss, I will take off this necklace and place it in my mouth. Once the light disappears you can move. I'm smart, right? Ha, smart. Yaorao carry Niu Hua. I will go and get the blade. Yi Qinghan turned his head and reached out to touch Xiao's head. He said to Yi Yaorao, who still had a look of fear on her face, and rushed towards the slaughter god blade. At this moment the demon king, which had turned into green particles, started to float along with the sandstorm. Yi Qinghan kept the two green demon horns and the slaughter god blade into his spatial ring. Then he saw that Yi Yaorao had already carried Niu Hua. Yi Qinghan didn't say much and immediately ran away with his men. Swish. Not long after Yi Qinghan and the rest left, a black figure flew over from the north. It was God King Wood Cauldron who had rushed over. Looking at the messy battlefield and the corpses on the ground, God King Wood Cauldron frowned. When he felt the remaining green particles in the sky, he frowned even more. As the manager of the ancient castle, he felt that everything in the baleful Een stream should be under their control. But now, something out of his control had happened. Close to 1,000 people had been killed, including dozens of peak-stage god generals. Most importantly, there was a demon king. He knew that he had the ability to do so, but none of the martial artists in the ancient castle had the ability to do so. The only team that had the ability, their leader's corpse, was lying there. There is actually a memory worm that hasn't been killed? God King Xiao Yi's divine sense swept around, and in the end he discovered that there was actually a memory worm on a piece of shattered rock, and it was knocked unconscious. He hurriedly reached out with one hand and grabbed the stone. After scanning it with his divine sense, his expression changed. Supreme Slaughter God Blade? Should I report this to Lord Mo? God King Wood Cauldron's eyes flickered. After that his face turned gloomy. He took out a black box from his spatial ring and placed the memory worm inside. Then he turned and flew towards the ancient castle. Chapter 573. Wow boss, we're rich. In a cave in the desert, Xiao shouted excitedly. The huge cave was filled with colorful divine gems and spatial rings. Just now, after Yi Qinghan had killed those cultivators, he hadn't had the time to investigate. He had only hurriedly put away the floating divine crystals and space rings, then returned to the cave and began to mutilate himself. Now that they had been walking for a day, the necklace in Xiao's mouth no longer emitted a pale yellow light after the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. When he took it out and put it on again, it disappeared from Xiao's neck. Niu Yaohua's body had also recovered a little. Yi Qinghan found a random place and began to investigate the harvest. These divine gems are small gains. The wealth in the spatial rings is the real harvest. Come, Miss Enchanting Fireworks, let's investigate together and separate the divine stones, divine gems and demon horns. The accumulation of 4 teams over several years is definitely not a small number. Yi Qinghan looked at the spatial rings that littered the ground. He felt both happy and troubled. There were spatial rings within these spatial rings. This time there were nearly 1,000 spatial rings from the 4 teams. If he were to search through all of them by himself, it would definitely take him a very long time. After collecting all the divine gems on the ground, Yi Qinghan called for Yi Qinghao and Niu Yaohua to investigate together. Me too. I love treasure hunting. Xiao's eyes lit up. He immediately grabbed a spatial ring on the ground and began to investigate. When the owner of a spatial ring died, it became an ownerless item. Anyone could investigate it. However, as soon as he did, Xiao curled his lips and threw the spatial ring away. He said angrily, Tui. This spatial ring must belong to a nobody. There is only a heavenly god divine crystal and a few thousand divine stones. So poor. If we're unlucky, let's go again. This must be the spatial ring of a team leader. It's so rich. Yi Qinghao suddenly exclaimed, her face full of surprise. She said hoarsely, there are more than 9 million divine stones and many divine gems, but their grades are not high. Most importantly, there are more than 2,300 demon tokens. Hua. The moment Yi Yao Rao finished speaking, Yi Qinghan and Niu Hua and Xiao He all revealed expressions of disbelief. 9 million godstones was not important. What was important was the 2,300 demonic tokens. This. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes in confusion, then looked at Niu Yaohua and asked, Miss Yaohua, what's going on? Didn't every team have 1,000 points to leave Baleful Ean Stream? Why aren't they leaving even though they have more than 2,000 points? Not only him, even Xiao He and Yi Yaorao were confused. Niu Haiyan had just heard that there were more than 2,000 points, and her pale face was flushed with excitement. Now that she was asked by Yi Qinghan, she rolled her eyes and explained, Who told you that every team has 1,000 points? The points required for the Ean Fiend stream were calculated according to the strength of the team. When our team first entered, there were more than 2,000 people, but the strongest was Uncle Potian, a third-level divine general. That's why his points were so low. As long as there's a peak divine general in the team, regardless of whether the team has 10 or 100 people, they'll have at least 3,000 points. I estimate that team of peak divine generals has at least 100,000 points. If they also had 1,000 points, they'd be able to leave in a few days. Do you understand? Oh, that's true. It's very easy for divine generals to kill demons. If they have 1,000 points, they can kill them in a few days. It's not difficult for them at all. Looks like 10,000 points for the three of them isn't that much. Yi Qinghan nodded inwardly. Then he thought of something else and asked, Then if an expert joins a team of martial artists with low points, will the team's points increase? Also, if more than half of the team dies, will the points decrease? Of course there will. The rules of the Ean Fiend stream are very strict. Every time they return to the castle, they'll secretly count the number of people. If there are more people, the points will increase. If there are fewer people, the points won't change. That's why very few martial artists join teams. Those who enter this place have either violated the iron rules of the divine realm or offended some big shot. If they're not strong enough or if they're unlucky, it's basically a narrow escape, Niu Yaohua explained. As expected, Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly and shook his head. He didn't pursue the matter further and ordered the others to continue searching the spatial rings. Zai, why is my luck so bad this time? Even after looking through a few spatial rings, they were all penniless. Boss, look at this. It's only 400 or so divine stones. What kind of person is this? Xiao Hei's luck seemed to be a little bad today. After searching 6 or 7 spatial rings, he didn't have much to show for it. Xiao Hei, don't be discouraged. Don't we still have a lot of spatial rings? Here, this is for you. Before Yi Qinghan could speak, Niu Yaohua blinked her big eyes and comforted Xiao Hei. She had always thought that Xiao Hei was just Yi Qinghan's spiritual pet. But today she suddenly discovered that Xiao Hei was very unusual. How could a divine beast that could possess such a powerful treasure be ordinary? She began to look at Xiao Hei in a new light. Because she knew that even if he returned to the clan and obtained the clan's approval, it would still be impossible for the clan to bestow such a powerful treasure. What did this mean? It meant that Xiao Hei's identity was more precious than hers. How could she not look at Xiao Hei in a different light? Right, Xiao Hei, continue looking. Yi Qinghan rubbed Xiao Hei's head and smiled slightly. But when he saw Niu Yaohua's big watery eyes shining with ecstasy, he couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Haha, big brother Yi, we've really struck it rich this time. I found a ring with more than 1,000 points. This is Ghost Eye's spatial ring. There are many darkness-type items in it. After a round of investigation, the last item was worth it. He had actually obtained treasures. Divine crystals and spiritual consciousness stones were worth more than 200 million divine stones. The most important was the demonic tokens. This time he had obtained more than 7,600 points. In addition to the original 1,300 points, he was infinitely close to 10,000 points. More than 500 million divine stones, almost 9,000 points. Should I go on a killing spree? Should I gather 1 billion divine stones and 10,000 points? Yi Qinghan felt his heart start to beat faster. He could obtain a large number of divine stones and points by killing easily. In the face of such a great temptation, he could not maintain his original heart. But when he thought of the thrilling experience yesterday, he suddenly sobered up. Greed was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Why did those people die yesterday? Was it not because of greed? If he continued to kill innocents, he was afraid that he would eventually walk the same path as them. This is not fun, not fun. All the rings you see have treasures. I'm too unlucky. The most valuable ring I found only had more than 100,000 divine stones. Xianxia sprawled lazily on the ground. His grumbling made the other three laugh. Xianxia's luck seemed to have run out. He had checked hundreds of rings today and had not found much. Suddenly Xianxia stood up and grinned. Hee, I forgot. I took the divine crystal and ring of that peak godly general martial artist. There must be something good. Xianxia rubbed the spatial ring on his claw. A green spatial ring and black divine crystal appeared out of thin air. He threw the divine crystal to Yi Qinghan and started to check the spatial ring. This check gave him a shock. His little mouth opened wide, but he only managed to speak after a long time. Boss, the divine stones in my ring are equivalent to the total of 1,000 of your rings. There are treasures worth at least 200 million divine stones and more than 3,000 demonic tokens. The three of them gasped at the same time. Then they looked at each other with wild joy. More than 3,000 points. They could finally leave this godforsaken place. Chapter 574. All of a sudden they had enough points. The three of them were stunned. In the past, the team had been extremely worried for 1,000 points. 2,000 people had been reduced to 3 people, and the points had increased from 1,000 to 10,000. But now, in the blink of an eye, 10,000 points were in their hands. The three of them were in disbelief. Xianxia had been in danger many times and struggled between life and death several times. Now they could finally leave this place alive. More than 700 million god stones. In less than a year I have already obtained 700 million god stones. I'm getting closer to my goal. Once I earn 1 billion god stones I can return to the Fire Dragon continent. Yi Qinghan was excited. Lord Devour probably didn't expect that he could obtain 700 million god stones in less than a year. 500 years in the divine world. Now it was less than a year. With less than 300 million god stones left, he could relax. Once he obtained the Fire Dragon Overlord position, he would return. He had no regrets in the divine world. Now that they had enough points, the three of them no longer had any intention of hunting demons. They just stayed in the cave. When demons came, Niu Yanhua and Yi Yaorao killed them. Yi Qinghan didn't do anything. From Xianxia, the Devil King saw the Slaughter God Blade's performance and the Devil King's words. Yi Qinghan realized how terrifying the Slaughter God Blade was. He thought about how Qing Yao had also come to snatch it. Yi Qinghan knew that this Slaughter God Blade definitely had a great background. If it was exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. It would probably cause a commotion like the Divine Sword in the Carefree Pavilion. It seemed like he shouldn't use it so easily in the future. Suddenly Yi Qinghan had nothing to do. Xianxia returned to the beast battle space to cultivate his soul. Yi Yaorao didn't like to talk, and with Niu Yanhua beside her she couldn't be too intimate. Bored, Yi Qinghan started to wander around the cave to practice so close, yet worlds apart, and continue to comprehend the formless wind. The wind is formless and unpredictable. It floats with the wind silently. In the desert, a figure suddenly condensed in the air, and then quietly turned into a green gust of wind. In the next second, it condensed hundreds of meters away. One moment it shot straight into the clouds, and the next moment, it fell into a pile of rubble and floated out. He was truly like a cool breeze, drifting about 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. The laws of wind are truly miraculous. My speed has increased by at least 2 times. I'm afraid my speed is comparable to a second-level divine general. Finally, the figure solidified on top of a boulder. It was Yi Qinghan dressed in a green robe. The profound mystery of the formless wind had reached minor mastery. He believed that if he could master this profound mystery, his speed would be infinitely close to that of a third-level god general. Someone is coming? It was a cow firework. What is she doing here? Yi Qinghan sensed movement nearby and looked over coldly. When he saw a pink figure running towards him from afar, Yi Qinghan relaxed. A smile appeared on his face again, but he used his divine sense to scan the surroundings. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, he pointed to the side, indicating for Niu Yanhua to sit down. Big brother Yi is so diligent in his cultivation. No wonder you are so powerful. Niu Yanhua's eyes curved into crescent moons. She didn't have any reservations as she sat down beside Yi Qinghan and tilted her head with a smile. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and said embarrassedly, I was just practicing. Miss Yanhua, what's the matter? It's nothing. Can't I talk to you? Does big brother Yi only have eyes for sister Yao Rao? Niu Yanhua's eyes flashed with a hint of bitterness. Her exquisite face was slightly raised and it made one's heart ache. Niu Yanhua was clearly young, but she was pretending to be a mature woman. This made Yi Qinghan feel very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but tease her. Why? Do you want to talk to me about marrying me again? If I wanted to marry you, would you marry me? Niu Yanhua smiled coquettishly. Despite her young age, she revealed a hint of a mature woman's charm. This made Yi Qinghan's heart tremble slightly. He subconsciously replied, Harry. Only a bastard wouldn't marry. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Qinghan suddenly sobered up. He was too much of a beast. He actually had improper thoughts about such a young girl. This wasn't right, this wasn't good. He hurriedly explained, what? Actually, I didn't mean that. Yanhua, you are still too young. Don't you think it's funny for us to talk about this topic? You are still a girl, not a woman. If I say it like this, can you understand? I understand, big brother Yi. Remember what you said. Alright, let's not talk about this topic anymore. Niu Yanhua's face was as red as an apple. She lowered her head and said, We will return to the castle tomorrow. According to the rules of the castle, we can leave tomorrow. You and Sister Yao Rao can also receive the badge from the castle and become official citizens of the God Realm. Well, can I receive the badge in the castle? Yi Qinghan was delighted. He could finally become a citizen of the God Realm and could freely travel to the God Realm. He no longer had to worry about being in the firework tribe. Yes, the castle has the right to give out the badge. Niu Yanhua said with certainty. Then she suddenly raised her head and looked at Yi Qinghan. She bit her lips and said, Big brother Yi, I will be temporarily separated from you tomorrow. Will you forget about Yanhua? Temporarily separated? Where are you going? Yi Qinghan turned to look at Niu Yanhua in surprise. He saw that her limpid eyes contained a deep reluctance to part with him. His heart softened and he couldn't bear to ask, You are alone now. How about, you come with me? Hearing Yi Qinghan's words, Niu Yanhua's eyes suddenly became misty. She smiled and said, Yanhua is an unlucky person. Those who are with Yanhua will suffer and eventually die. Big brother Yi, aren't you afraid that I will bring trouble to you? What nonsense are you talking about? Am I not alive and well right now? Yi Qinghan snorted coldly and pretended to be angry. He looked to the sky and said, I don't believe in fate. There was once a giant hand of fate that wanted to control the life and death of me and everyone on my continent, but I crushed it in the end. In this world, as long as you are strong, you can escape fate. As long as you are strong enough, you can pierce through even the heavens of the divine realm. Well said. Big brother Yi, I believe you will become a peerless powerhouse in the future. You will be able to dominate the divine realm. Niu Yanhua was encouraged by Yi Qinghan's words. She wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and revealed a determined expression. She looked to the sky and said, Yanhua must learn from big brother Yi. There are some things that must be resisted when it is necessary. This time I won't give in. I will fight against fate to the end. It is time for Uncle Patian and the others to be avenged. Yanhua, I don't understand your family. Of course, I may not be of much help with my strength. Yi Qinghan knew that Niu Yanhua had a complicated story behind her. Her family must be very powerful. But Niu Yanhua didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't pursue the matter. After a moment's thought, he said, But please believe me. If you really have nowhere else to go, come find me. I can take you to a very safe place. Even ordinary god emperors can't hurt you. Big brother Yi, I won't say thank you to you, but I will definitely come find you. Definitely. Niu Yanhua nodded heavily. A bright smile bloomed on her face. Chapter 575. We're back. The trio's eyes lit up when they saw Azure Dragon Castle again. There was an endless stream of cultivator teams rushing towards the castle as well. Their faces were filled with relief after surviving a disaster. Sir. The trio didn't return to Courtyard 88. Instead, they walked towards Divine King Wood Cauldron, who was standing in a row of official army guards next to the castle gate. What's the matter? The trio's sudden arrival attracted the official army's attention. Divine King Wood Cauldron's eyes swept across the trio's faces without leaving a trace. In the end, he fixed his gaze on Niu Haohua. His pupils constricted slightly as he spoke with a cold expression. "I want to hand in my points." Niu Haohua replied politely. Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao didn't dare to say anything else. Yi Qinghan had a deep impression of Divine King Wood Cauldron as he had almost been killed by the latter half a month ago. Oh. Divine King Wood Cauldron's eyes flickered meaningfully, but he didn't say much. He nodded indifferently and walked towards a nearby courtyard. "Follow me. Hand in your points." The official army was stunned when they heard Niu Haohua's words. Two official army soldiers exchanged glances and quietly followed Divine King Wood Cauldron into the courtyard. The teams passing by heard the conversation between the trio and Divine King Wood Cauldron and all revealed envious gazes. Hand in points. That meant they could leave baleful stream. Those who knew the three of them revealed shocked and puzzled expressions. Team 88 was worth 10,000 points. How did the trio manage to get enough points? How did the three of them, who were only at the first level of the Divine General Realm, obtain 10,000 points? The trio ignored the gazes and exchanged glances. They rejoiced inwardly and followed Divine King Wood Cauldron into the dynasty. The courtyard was well decorated. It was several times more luxurious than the courtyard 88 that Yi Qinghan's team stayed in. Divine King Wood Cauldron walked in and sat on the main seat. The two divine generals that followed him hurriedly served tea. Divine King Wood Cauldron took a sip and picked up a booklet on the side. He glanced through it and was even more certain of his thoughts. He said indifferently, "You're Team 88, right? Hand over the 10,000 points as a token." Niu Yaohua touched her spatial ring and took out a brown spatial ring. She handed it to a divine general beside her respectfully. This was the 10,000 pairs of demonic tokens that Yi Qinghan had prepared earlier. Niu Yanhua was the captain, so of course he had to give them to her. "That's right. Here are 10,000 tokens. You have completed the mission of the baleful stream. Come and find me 3 days later. I will send you out of the baleful stream." Divine King Wood Cauldron glanced at the interspatial ring, then put it away and said coldly, "Lord, why do we have to wait 3 days?" Niu Hua hesitated for a moment before finally cupping her hands and asking. The token was handed over to him, but it would have to wait for 3 days. It would be bad if something happened. Divine King Wood Cauldron's eyes suddenly revealed a trace of cold light. The air in the room suddenly became cold and his tone became even colder. "I said 3 days later, 3 days later. Are you questioning my words?" "I wouldn't dare." Niu Huayan quickly clasped her hands and revealed a terrified expression. She then said, "My lord, my 2 subordinates don't have God Realm badges yet. Please bestow them to me." "Even divine generals don't have God Realm badges? This God Realm badge can't be randomly claimed. Once the God Realm's law enforcement team finds out, it's a capital offense." Divine King Wood Cauldron revealed a trace of surprise. The 2 divine generals beside him were also slightly shocked. Niu Huayan said with certainty, "My lord, don't worry. I am very familiar with the iron rules of the God Realm. Of course I won't claim it randomly. Also, after they leave they will go to Dancing Phoenix City to file it. If they don't file it, it won't take effect, right? Take it and bind it with blood. Once you leave Dancing Phoenix City, go to the City Lord's office to register it. If you don't activate it, it will lose its effect in half a year." Divine King Xiu no longer doubted. He casually took out 2 white badges, threw them over and said no more. "The 3 of us will take our leave first. We will come visit my lord in 3 days." Seeing this, Niu Huayan sighed helplessly and led Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao out to courtyard 88. "My lord, why did you?" As soon as Yi Qinghan's group left, a divine general beside him immediately asked in a low voice. But before he could finish, Divine King Wood Cauldron flicked his sleeve and released an invisible wave of air that sent him flying. He flew through the air and spat out a mouthful of blood before crashing heavily onto the ground. Idiot. After Divine King Wood Cauldron released his god's domain, he angrily looked at his subordinate who was struggling to get up and scolded coldly. The other divine general was very smart and directly transmitted his voice. "My lord, calm down. Black Dog is confused because he is concerned. We took the money, But this girl suddenly got enough points and wants to leave. It'll be hard to explain to young Master Lei. What's hard to explain? Divine King Wood Cauldron glanced at the Divine General indifferently and transmitted his voice. I only agreed to let Qin Yao and the others in. If he sent a bunch of trash in. Not only did they fail to kill, they were also killed. Who can he blame? They have enough points and can naturally leave. So, you two want to copy that idiot Xiao Yi and break Milord's rules? Are you looking for death? Letting people in from outside and us not reporting them is a small matter. Milord won't blame us like this. If we break her rules, What? Lord Qin Yao and the others were killed? No wonder this girl's points came so quickly? I'm afraid that the few teams that mysteriously disappeared this time were also killed by this girl? How is this girl so strong? Even if she awakened the Thunder God's bloodline, she can't be this strong, right? The Divine General's eyes flashed and then his expression changed drastically. He said absent-mindedly, "Oh no, young Master Lei is in trouble this time." As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that something was wrong. He secretly glanced at the indifferent Divine King Wood Cauldron and hurriedly explained, "Milord. I'm related to young Master Lei, so. I don't care what relationship you have with young Master Lei. This has nothing to do with me. I'm already giving young Master Lei face by delaying it for 3 days. Also, pass a message to young Master Lei that I have a broken video with me. Can explain why this little girl was able to accumulate 10,000 points. Also, I think young Master Lei will be very interested in watching this video. Contains a big secret. But I want 10 billion God stones. If you are not willing to pay this price, then forget it. I think I will sell this video to the Battle God Pavilion for the same price." Divine King Wood Cauldron's mouth flashed with a trace of mockery. Then he started to talk about another matter. The video in the Memory God Bug was very short. It only showed the moment when Yi Qinghan mutilated himself and when the Devil King sent the cave flying. However, it completely recorded the strangeness of the Slaughter God Blade. There was also the surprise of the Devil King when he saw the Slaughter God Blade. All the Devil King's words were also recorded clearly. Although Divine King Wood Cauldron wasn't sure who this blade belonged to, it didn't stop him from knowing the importance of this blade. God Emperor Mo Xiaoxiao mysteriously protected Yi Qinghan's life, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Therefore he had the idea of selling this video. 10 billion God stones? Milord, the Divine General's mouth opened wide. This Mu Cauldron really dared to ask for such a price. To a piece of trash like you, 100 million God stones is an astronomical number. To young Master Lei, this is just a drizzle. You just need to send the message. I know you have a special way to send messages. Also, young Master Lei will definitely pay this price." Mu Cauldron laughed coldly and didn't say anything else. He withdrew his god domain and walked out. Chapter 576. 3 days later, the ancient castle's shield opened again. Divine King Mu Cauldron brought Yi Qinghan and the other two to the teleportation formation under the envious gazes of everyone in the ancient castle. "Big brother Yi, big sister Yao Rao, when you get out, go to the City Lord's mansion in Fengwu City to activate your badges. Remember, big brother Yi has divine stones now. You can buy a house in Fengwu City and slowly increase your strength. Of course, you can also go to the War God Pavilion to take the War God test. I will definitely come to find you in 5 years." Niu Yaohua turned to look at Yi Qinghan and Yi Yao Rao as she ran. Her eyes were filled with reluctance and inexplicable feelings. 5 years, I can't be sure that I will still be in Fengwu City in 5 years. Yi Qinghan smiled. He remembered that when he was in Firework Tribe, Fengwu City's envoy came to look for people from the Fire Dragon Plain. It's fine. As long as you are still in the Misty Continent, I will be able to find you. Niu Yaohua smiled, but a trace of sadness flashed across her heart. She still had something she didn't say, provided that she was still alive. All right then. Yi Qinghan nodded. Since Niu Yaohua said that with such certainty, she must be confident. There were many things that she didn't want to say and he didn't want to ask too much. Plus, he had so many troubles to deal with. If he got involved, not only would he not be of any help, he might even harm Niu Yaohua. So he didn't say anything more. At this moment, Yi Qinghan thought of something else. After resting in the ancient castle for 3 days, God Emperor Mo Xiaoxiao didn't do anything. He couldn't help but doubt his original judgment. But when he thought about the thoughts and actions of Big Shots, he didn't think too much about it. "Lord Divine King, Please try to teleport me out and then teleport them out. If Yaohua makes a name for herself in the future, I won't forget your kindness. An hour later they arrived at the teleportation formation. Niu Yaohua cupped her hands at Divine King Mu Cauldron. Although her tone was respectful and seemed like she was begging, there was a trace of arrogance and confidence in her tone. Divine King Wood Cauldron's face turned cold when he heard the first half of Niu Hua's sentence. However, after hearing it he smiled and nodded. All right. This. Yi Qinghan looked at Niu Yaohua in astonishment. Yi Yaorao also frowned in confusion. Niu Yanhua turned around and smiled at them. She saw Divine King Mu Cauldron activate the teleportation formation and walked straight in. She then transmitted her voice to them. Big brother Yi, sister Yaorao, I'll go first. Remember, after you go, pretend you don't know me. Divine King Yu. If fireworks don't come looking for you within 5 years, then forget about fireworks. Mu Cauldron on yi. And yi. Yi Mu Cauldron, Mu Cauldron, Mu Cauldron. It. Mu Cauldron. Yi. Yi Mu Cauldron. It. After Mu Cauldron yi. Yi Mu Cauldron. Let's go. Yi Qinghan pulled Yi Yaorao and walked into the teleportation array. Then he looked at the yellow sand that filled the sky with a complicated expression. A white light lit up and the two of them closed their eyes at the same time. When the two of them opened their eyes again, Yi Qinghan discovered that they had already returned to the dancing Phoenix City. He looked at the vast plaza in front of him, at the majestic buildings in the surroundings, and at the numerous God Realm experts walking around the plaza. The two felt like they were in a dream. The two of them subconsciously touched the badges of the Divine Realm on their chests. Things are different with this Divine World badge. Yi Qinghan saw the guard in red armor standing next to the teleportation formation, only glanced at them. Then he ignored them and looked to the right. He sighed. From now on he was finally a citizen of the Divine World. He could travel to the Divine World freely. Qinghan, look over there. Suddenly Yi Yaorao tugged at the corner of his clothes, but her eyes were looking to the right. Which way? Niu Huohua? Yi Qinghan was stunned. He followed Yi Yaorao's gaze and saw a group of guards in red armor surrounding a young girl in red robes. There were also many martial artists watching from the side. Who else could it be but Niu Huohua? Yi Qinghan wanted to run in that direction. However, he realized that he was holding Yi Yaorao's hand. He hesitated. Thinking about how Niu Huohua had instructed them to pretend not to know her, Yi Qinghan had a bad feeling. Why are you two still standing in the teleportation formation? Do you want to die? The guard in red armor standing next to the teleportation formation turned his head and said coldly to the two of them. Yi Qinghan was shocked. He quickly pulled Yi Yaorao out of the teleportation formation. Then he pretended to be curious and moved closer to Niu Huohua. What are you doing? Why are you surrounding me? Do you want to die? Niu Huohua held the phoenix wood staff in her hand. She raised her head slightly. Her delicate face was cold as she shouted loudly. Miss, we have no ill intentions. It's just that a lord wants to see you. These guards in red armor were obviously from Phoenix City. They didn't dare to make a sound in the face of Niu Huohua's angry rebuke. Then one of the guards whispered politely. What bullsh***, Lord? Don't see him. If he wants to see me, let him see me. Niu Huohua seemed to have changed into a completely different person. She spoke rudely and arrogantly. Young miss, this lord is our city lord. The guard lowered his head and leaned over, saying in a low voice. Your city lord? Divine Monarch Phoenix Dance. What an honor. Niu Huohua sneered. The disdain in her eyes was obvious. She said arrogantly, don't you know who I am? Let me tell you. My father is war god Lei Zhen. Divine Monarch Phoenix Dance isn't qualified to see me. Get lost. Oh. Miss Huohua is back to being a little tyrant. Yi Yaorao saw Niu Huohua's expression and couldn't help but recall her time in the fireworks tribe. She chuckled and said to Yi Qinghan. Wah. As soon as Niu Huohua's words fell, the surrounding martial artists seemed to explode. They all looked at Niu Huohua with fanatical and shocked eyes and discussed incessantly. Yi Qinghan listened carefully and realized that many people were talking about war god Lei Zhen. It seemed that Niu Huohua did have a great background. Her father, war god Lei Zhen, was very famous. Niu Huohua's words attracted the attention of the surrounding martial artists. At the same time, the martial artists surrounding her were stunned. They all looked embarrassed and at a loss of what to do. Niu Huohua had actually announced her identity in front of everyone. Now, even if they had the guts, they wouldn't dare to make a move. Miss Huohua has a great reputation. Although War God Lei Zhen's reputation is great, can it be greater than the iron law of the divine realm? At this time, a fiery figure suddenly rose from the northern sky. An extremely cold and arrogant voice rang out. Lei Huohua, this city lord suspects that you have violated the 16th iron law of the divine realm. Guards, arrest me. I will take responsibility for everything. Chapter 577. Hua. Greetings, City Lord Fengwu. As soon as the fiery figure rose into the air, countless people knelt down on one knee in fear. At the same time, they kowtowed towards the north. Kneel. Yi Yaorao saw that everyone had knelt down, so she quickly pulled Yi Qinghan and said in a low voice. Yi Qinghan looked at Niu Yaohua, who was standing proudly, but found that she didn't even look at him. It was as if she had become a stranger. Helpless, he could only kneel down with Yi Yaorao. Take her down. City Lord Fengwu wore a fiery red battle armor and a phoenix crown on her head. Her body emitted a faint fiery aura, like a human-shaped phoenix. She looked at Niu Yaohua coldly and waved her hand, pointing at her face. She shouted angrily. Who dares to make a move? Niu Hua shouted coldly. She waved the phoenix wood staff in her hand in all directions, and finally pointed it at City Lord Fengwu. She shouted without the slightest fear. Fengwu, you're too bold. Do you really think that Lei Fengshui can cover the sky with one hand in Longyang manner? If you dare to make a move, I guarantee that no one can protect you. You will die. As soon as Niu Yaohua finished speaking, her body suddenly lit up with a blinding light. Then her body was swallowed by the white fog. A white light shield suddenly formed. It was the Thunder God's protection. City Lord Fengwu sneered. A cold look flashed in her eyes. She shouted at the guards around her. Lady Yaohua, I don't understand what you are saying, but I know that you have violated the iron law of the immortal realm. You should be judged. Take her down. Kill. Seeing this, the dozen guards beside her also had a crazy look in their eyes. They took out their weapons and attacked the white shield. Bang! Multicolored divine powers shot through the air and smashed into the white barrier. The warriors on the plaza saw this and quickly moved to the side. Whether it was right or wrong, regardless of right or wrong, this was not something they could get involved in. Let's go. Yi Yaorao shouted coldly. She grabbed Yi Qinghan's hand tightly and walked to the left. The cold air that was being released from her body was visible to the naked eye. Yi Qinghan looked at the Phoenix Dance's city lord, who was releasing a berserk aura in the sky, then looked at the familiar white barrier, gritted his teeth and slowly retreated. He could clearly sense that there were many powerful auras in the vicinity. This Fengwu city lord was definitely a high-level god king. To be able to become the lord of a city, he must have some special means. With his current strength, he might be able to deal with ordinary guards. But if City Lord Fengwu were to make a move, she would definitely be able to kill him instantly. What should we do? What should we do? Yi Qinghan's eyes began to redden. After spending so much time with Niu Haiyan, it was impossible for him to not have feelings for her. He had saved her a few times, and now that he had finally gotten out, he had to watch her fall into danger? Just save? What could he use to save her? Yi Qinghan might be a little silly at times, but he wasn't a real fool. This was obviously an internal conflict within Niu Haiyan's family. Even his famous father couldn't stop this Phoenix Dance's city lord. If he went up, he would definitely be sending himself to his death. If Haiyan doesn't come looking for you in 5 years, forget about Haiyan. Yi Qinghan suddenly recalled Niu Haiyan's words. He recalled that Niu Haiyan had specifically instructed them to pretend not to know her and even teleport out in advance. From the looks of it, Niu Haiyan knew that she was in a dangerous situation and didn't want to implicate Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinghan. Swish. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot out from the white shield and into the sky. It scattered in the sky like a bolt of lightning and lit up the entire sky above Phoenix Dance's city. Everyone in the city was alarmed. It also shocked everyone in the plaza and the surrounding martial artists. Light of thunder. She's summoning her accomplices. Get out of the way, I'll do it. When Phoenix Dance's city lord saw the lightning in the sky, her face turned ashen. Raging flames appeared in her hands. These raging flames constantly spat out, forming a huge fireball in front of her. This fireball was constantly expanding, sometimes big and sometimes small. As the fireball expanded, the temperature of the plaza rose infinitely. The ground let out a sizzling sound and began to turn black. When the martial artists surrounding Zhou Xian saw this fireball, their expressions changed. Then they ran away in fear. Fury of the Phoenix, break for me. City Lord Feng Wu's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of madness, and she pushed out with both hands, causing the fireball to suddenly explode. Flames danced in the air above the plaza before flying towards Zhou Yahua's white barrier. The flames flew in the air and condensed into a fire phoenix. This fire phoenix carried an aura that could burn everything as it fiercely collided with the white shield. Bang! Under the impact of the fire phoenix, the thunder god's protection turned into white mist and completely dissipated. This fire phoenix turned into sparks and dissipated at the same time. Phoenix Dance's attack was so powerful that the thunder god's protection, which could last for an hour under the attacks of a group of peak god generals, was broken by one attack from her. The white mist dissipated, revealing a petite figure. Zhou Xian's body was trembling slightly. She no longer raised her phoenix with staff, but propped it on the ground. Her face was extremely pale, and the blood at the corner of her mouth was very eye-catching in contrast to her pale face. However, her eyes revealed a cold smirk. She looked at the sky in the west, then turned her head and grinned at Phoenix Dance's city lord. Hee, I told you that you would regret it. Phoenix Dance's city lord also noticed the abnormality in the sky in the west. Her expression changed instantly and she shot towards Zhou Xian. Flames appeared in her hands and her eyes were incomparably crazy. Her pretty face was contorted as she shouted angrily, "Zhou Xian, you've violated the Iron Law and refused to cooperate with the investigation. I will kill first and report later. Qinghan, don't do anything stupid. Even if you don't think for me, you have to think for your 3 wives." Seeing the blood in Yi Qinghan's eyes and the faint trembling of his body, Yi Yaorao dragged Yi Qinghan with all her might and kept sending him voice transmissions. Strength. Powerful strength. He looked at Zhou Xian, who was grinning at Phoenix Dance's city lord's fierce attack. At that moment, Yi Qinghan felt an unprecedented grievance in his heart. At that moment he really wanted to be powerful. He had to watch the people he cared about being killed with his own eyes, but he didn't even dare to move. How aggrieved was this? Buzz! All of a sudden, a cool breeze came from the west and wherever it blew, space froze. The entire square suddenly fell silent. A domineering aura descended on the square and a tall demon-like man walked over in the sky. He stared coldly at Phoenix Dance's city lord, who was frozen in midair, and said, "Phoenix Dance's, who gave you the courage? How dare you kill the possessor of the Thunder God's bloodline of my Thunder clan? If you want to die, I'll grant your wish." Chapter 578. Lei Yun, Martial God. Please calm down. City Lord Feng Wu's eyes showed a trace of helplessness and anger, but then she became terrified. Her body shone with a red light, but her body still couldn't move. She maintained the posture of charging at Zhou Yanhua. Her mouth squirmed a few times, but in the end she struggled to say a few words. Humph. A cold snort rang out. It wasn't loud, but everyone present felt their hearts clench as if they were about to jump out of their chests. This tall man had a head of purple hair that fluttered even though there was no wind. His eyes were also purple, and he also had 2 horns on his head that were similar to Zhou Hua's, but they were purple. The man snorted coldly in the air, but he did not look at the city lord anymore. Instead, he looked at Zhou Hua with an unusually happy expression. He took a step towards Zhou Yanhua. With just one step he crossed thousands of meters and arrived in front of Zhou Yanhua. He held Zhou Yanhua's hand excitedly and transmitted a trace of pure divine power to her. He then said, "Who are you? Why didn't you go to Longyang City after awakening the bloodline of the Thunder God? Why does Feng Wu want to kill you?" "He, whose clan am I from? Grand Elder Lei Yun. 10 years ago I was called Lei Huihua. Now I am called Zhou Huihua. Which family do you think I belong to?" Zhou Yanhua smiled warmly, but the blood at the corner of her mouth made her smile look a little sad. After receiving Lei Yun's divine power, Zhou Yanhua felt a little better. She turned her head and looked at the city governor of Fengwu City, who was right in front of her but couldn't move at all. She sneered, As for why I don't return to Longyang City and why the city governor of Fengwu City wants to kill me, I think Grand Elder Lei Yun should be able to understand. Niu Huohua? Thunder fireworks? You're Lei Yun's daughter? The purple eyes of Lei Yun War God seemed to recall something and his eyes became colder. With a heavy wave of his hand, Fengwu City governor was thrown away like a kite with a broken string. In the air, her fiery red armor broke into pieces, and her body curled up sharply. She rolled on the ground for hundreds of meters and finally hit the steps on the side of the square. Then she bounced back and lay on the ground. She didn't seem to be hurt, but she couldn't move at all. Chi. It was only at this moment that the tens of thousands of martial artists and the thousands of guards in the square finally felt that they could move. Everyone's faces and backs were drenched in cold sweat, and they all knelt on the ground, not daring to say a word. What grade is this war god Lei Yun? This aura was so terrifying. With just a casual strike, City Lord Fengwu was heavily injured. From the looks of it, Niu Fireworks was temporarily out of danger. Also, his footwork is so strange. It's a little similar to So Close Yet Worlds Apart, but it doesn't feel like the law of wind. Although Yi Qinghan's head was lowered, his eyes swept back and forth between Lei Yun and Niu Yanhua as he sighed inwardly. What was an expert? This was an expert. Although the city lord of the Dancing Phoenix City wasn't very powerful, she was still a city lord under the Misty Monarch. This Lei Yun martial god did as he pleased, treating the iron laws of the god world as nothing. This kind of life was truly free and unfettered. I don't care what happened before, but right now I can guarantee that as long as I don't die, no one will be able to touch you. The bloodline of the Thunder God is the foundation of my Thunder clan. Little Firework, are you willing to follow me back to the clan? Lei Yun martial god didn't even look at City Lord Fengwu on the ground. Instead he looked at Niu Yanhua with a fiery gaze and spoke in an extremely serious tone. Niu Yanhua bowed slightly to Lei Yun martial god, but she wasn't too excited. She then raised her head to look at the western sky and said calmly, "Thank you, Elder Lei Yun. I am preparing to return to Longyang City. Although many people don't like it. As the successor of the Thunder God, I don't think I should be afraid of any challenge." Good. Like father like daughter. This is the true disciple of the Thunder God. Lei Yun martial god smiled for the first time since he appeared, and it was an incomparably brilliant smile. He looked at Niu Yanhua with satisfaction. Then he turned to City Lord Fengwu on the ground and shouted, "Where is the Deputy City Lord of the Dancing Phoenix City? Come out now." Whoosh. As Lei Yun martial god shouted, a figure rapidly flew over from the north. It was a white-haired elder with 2 thunder horns on his head. It was obvious that he was either from the Thunder clan or the Niu clan. Niu Posh greets Lei Yun martial god. The white-haired elder knelt on the ground in fear, his body trembling slightly. It was obvious that he was very afraid of Lei Yun martial god. Send Fengwu to the City Lord's mansion of Longyang City. Seal off Phoenix City and wait for orders from the City Lord's mansion. Lei Yun martial god threw out a black token, then nodded at Niu Yanhua and brought her to the teleportation portal. He quickly threw out a few Xiaohei stones and started the teleportation without the need for the guards to activate the teleportation portal. Yi Qinghan straightened his body slightly and looked at Niu Yanhua's petite figure with a smile on his face. Niu Yanhua suddenly glanced over unintentionally and paused on Yi Qinghan's face for a second. Her eyes revealed a trace of inexplicable meaning, then she suddenly grinned. "He's gone. Qinghan." Yi Yaorao heaved a sigh of relief. She watched as the teleportation portal flashed with a rainbow light and Niu Yanhua and Lei Yun martial god disappeared into the teleportation portal. She tugged at the corner of Yi Qinghan's clothes and transmitted her voice. "I hope she has a smooth journey." Seeing that Niu Yanhua had left safely, Yi Qinghan felt much more relaxed. He was happy for Niu Yanhua, but at the same time he felt a trace of disappointment. He held Yi Yaorao's hand and remained silent. "All guards of Dancing Phoenix City, listen up. Seal the teleportation portal and the 4 city gates. Activate the shield. Someone take Fengwu City Lord to the Divine Prison. No one is allowed to leave Longyang City before the order is given. No curfew is allowed after nightfall. Anyone who lingers on the streets of the city will be locked up in the Divine Prison." While Yi Qinghan was slightly confused, Niu Posh, who had been kneeling in the middle of the square, suddenly turned cold. His figure flashed and appeared in the sky above the square. He raised the Lei Yun martial god's token and shouted, "Longyang token?" This subordinate obeys. As soon as Niu Potion's words fell, groups of martial artists wearing fiery red armor rose into the sky. When they saw the black token in Niu Potion's hand, their expressions changed and they all knelt on one knee in the sky. Then these martial artists flew away. Soon, the sky above Dancing Phoenix City lit up with a fiery red shield. It was dazzling and confusing. The 3 huge teleportation portals were also surrounded by groups of guards. Fengwu City Lord was coldly carried away by 2 groups of guards. Fengwu City Lord's face was ashen. She still couldn't move and she couldn't even speak. No curfew after nightfall? When the countless martial artists in the square heard this, they hurriedly rushed in all directions. After a while, the huge square, which had been filled with tens of thousands of martial artists, was now empty. Apart from the guards, there were only a few dozen people left, looking at the martial artists who were rushing in all directions. "Qinghan, why are they in such a hurry? It's still early." Yi Yaorao noticed that something was wrong and nervously asked Yi Qinghan. "Not sure? Forget it, let's find a place to stay first, then go to the city lord's mansion to activate the badge." Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and looked around. Then he pulled Yi Yaorao and walked in the direction that the martial artists were rushing in. Chapter 579. Fool. Fool. When Yi Qinghan took Yi Qinghao to a few streets near the plaza, he finally understood why the warriors in the plaza were in such a hurry. They were all looking for hotels to stay in. There were many martial artists in the divine world, but there were only so many cities. Every city was surrounded by demon beasts. Apart from the cities, there were only a few safe places. Most of the martial artists in the divine world were low-level martial artists. Once these martial artists left the cities, they would definitely die. There were constantly heavenly god realm warriors ascending from the material planes. These warriors would stay in the tribes for decades, and after 100 years, they would gather in a small city. In the city they would cultivate and improve their strength. At the same time they would accept missions to obtain divine stones. Sometimes they would go out to hunt demonic beasts and exchange their materials for divine stones. From there they would buy elixirs and secret skills to improve their strength. It was just that cultivation and comprehension were not something that could be done in a short period of time. Moreover, there were too many material planes and the speed at which cultivators ascended was too fast. Therefore, the situation of countless low-level divine-level cultivators gathering and staying in the city continued. The city was only so big, but there were more and more warriors. Hence, the price of housing in the city was sky-high. Although the inns and hotels in the city had very good service and enjoyment, it was definitely not something that an ordinary martial artist could afford. It was fine when they were not allowed to stay overnight. At night, they could meditate and rest in the plaza. Although they were down and out, they were absolutely safe in the city. Now that the Dancing Phoenix City had undergone an unexpected change and even the city lord had become a prisoner, who would dare to go to the Dancing Phoenix City? They gritted their teeth and took out divine stones to stay in the hotels. Yi Qinghan felt slightly bitter. It was not easy to get out of the baleful Yin stream. If he was thrown into the divine prison and sent back to the baleful Yin stream, he would be playing with his eggs. He pulled Yi Qinghao and started running through the streets and alleys. After running for an hour, they passed by hundreds of hotels, but they were all full. Dancing Phoenix Hotel. Finally, Yi Qinghan arrived at the opposite side of the city lord's mansion. However, he discovered that there were countless cultivators gathered at the entrance of a very luxurious hotel. However, the entrance was blocked by 7 or 8 cultivators. Yi Qinghan hurriedly pulled Yi Yaorao over. "Why are you squeezing? Are you courting death? A first-layer divine general is here to join in the fun? Get lost." However, there were 7 or 8 cultivators blocking the entrance. Yi Qinghan had no choice but to drag Yi Yaorao inside. This caused the other cultivators to glare at him coldly, and 2 of them even cursed at him. "Humph! Why are you guys blocking the road?" Originally, Yi Qinghan did not want to say much. However, when he saw those cultivators staring at Yi Yaorao unscrupulously, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. "Haha, you're just a first-layer divine general trash and you think you're strong? You want to go in? Do you think a piece of trash like you can live in the dance of wind? Get lost. Don't talk nonsense with him. Let's discuss it and pool the money together. There are only 2 heavenly rooms left. If a big shot or a rich young master comes later, he can stay in these 2 rooms. Let's prepare to stay in the divine prison tonight. Damn it, this Dance of Wind is the most expensive hotel in Dancing Phoenix City. We can't even afford an ordinary earth room and now we have to stay in a heavenly room? Also, who knows how long this Dancing Phoenix City will be sealed off for? That's right, a heavenly room costs 1,000,000 divine stones a night. This is daylight robbery. No one would need more than 100,000 divine stones a day. Where would I get so many divine stones? What are you looking at, trash? Can you afford it? Whoosh. When the cultivators in the vicinity heard that it cost 1,000,000 divine stones for one night, they all revealed shocked expressions. Some people even left quickly, wanting to try their luck elsewhere. The 8 cultivators inside were obviously from the same group. They were blocking the road to discuss their accommodation. This group of martial artists were all 3rd-level god generals, and only 2 of them were peak-level god generals. This was not surprising. A night would cost 1,000,000 divine stones and 10 days would cost 10,000,000 divine stones. A peak divine general divine crystal was only worth a few million divine stones. When Yi Qinghan hunted 2nd-grade demonic beasts in the Firework tribe, a 2nd-grade demonic beast was worth a few hundred divine stones. It was difficult for ordinary cultivators to obtain divine stones. Million. But Yi Qinghan hesitated when he heard that. 1,000,000 divine stones was not a large sum to him. But 1,000,000 a day 100 days would be 100,000,000 divine stones. Who knew how long this Dancing Phoenix City would be sealed off for? His 700,000,000 divine stones were only enough for 700 days. Furthermore, his divine stones had great uses and could not be squandered. Hence he naturally hesitated. Humph. If you can't afford it, get lost. Yi Qinghan's hesitation incurred a burst of mockery from the martial artists at the side. The few of them started to discuss in whispers again. Except clearly there were people in the group who were unwilling to release their divine sense. They could not be sure from the start. Make way. At this time in the distant sky, a figure tore through the air and arrived. The tyrannical aura and arrogant attitude made people feel that this was a powerhouse at a glance. Yi Qinghan turned his head to look and hurriedly pulled Yi Yaorao to the side. This person's divine power was released on the surface of his body, and it emitted a faint orange glow. It was easy to determine that this was a divine king powerhouse. Swish. The martial artists at the door didn't dare to block the way anymore and hurriedly moved to the side. This divine king powerhouse swaggered in with his head held high. Then he shouted, "Are there any more rooms?" "There are 2 more heaven classrooms. 1,000,000 per day." Yi Qinghan finally saw the situation inside. It was very spacious inside and there were countless powerhouses seated inside. These people were looking at the door with mocking eyes. From time to time they would laugh and discuss in low voices. It was obvious that they were watching the commotion at the door. 1,000,000. Isn't it usually 100,000? Are you guys robbing me of divine stones? This divine king was startled. His expression turned slightly cold. He lowered his head and purposely lowered his voice as he spoke to a yellow-clothed woman behind the counter. The yellow-clothed woman behind the counter lowered her head and sat there coldly. She didn't even lift her head as she replied, "It's usually. You can choose not to stay. No one is forcing you." You. This divine king's expression changed several times. Finally, he gritted his teeth and took out a card from his interspatial ring. He handed it over and said in a deep voice, "I'll stay for 3 days. Heaven classroom number 10. Milord, it's on the 3rd floor. Someone lead the milord up." The woman raised her head and smiled. She took the crystal card and slid it across her interspatial ring. Then she respectfully handed it over to this divine king with both hands. Yi Qinghan was startled when he saw the 180-degree change in attitude. 2 beautiful women immediately led him into the divine dynasty. The last heaven classroom now costs 1,200,000 divine stones a day. The yellow-clothed woman lowered her head again and said indifferently, intentionally or unintentionally. This. The woman's words stunned the 7 or 8 martial artists at the door. The price had risen too quickly. They all gathered at the door and began to discuss again. "I'll stay. Get out of the way." Yi Qinghan exchanged glances with Yi Yaorao. Then he gritted his teeth and pulled her inside. He looked coldly at the people beside him and shouted. Chapter 580. You're staying here? Have you lost your mind from the fever? This first-tier god general must be crazy. 1. 2 million divine stones. That's not the currency of your plane. Are you sure you have one? 2 million divine stones? Yi Qinghan's bellow elicited doubtful and mocking looks from the other martial artists. From the looks of Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinghao, they could tell that they had ascended from a material plane. It was already impressive for a regular god general to have more than 100,000 divine stones. Their team leader, a peak god general, probably had at most 10 million. Otherwise he would have checked in a long time ago. Well, the martial artists behind Yi Qinghan looked at the duo in disbelief. They didn't expect these two country bumpkins to dare to check in at Feng Wu. The experts inside also revealed doubtful expressions. This Dance of Wind Inn was the largest and most luxurious inn in the Dancing Phoenix City. Usually, god generals and martial artists could stay there for a few nights. However, at this time only god kings or young masters of powerful families could afford to stay there. Is your inn not open for business? Yi Qinghan made up his mind. He ignored the strange looks around him and spoke loudly. He had just left Baleful Een Stream and hadn't activated his Divine World badge yet. He didn't want to be banished again. He had no choice but to bleed. Wasn't it just a few million divine stones? Swish. Suddenly several ear-piercing sounds came from the inn. Several white lights lit up and shot at the faces of the martial artists. They weren't very fast, but the aura contained within them was very frightening. The martial artists' expressions changed as they hurriedly retreated. These white lights forced the martial artists to retreat before flying into the inn. Finally they landed on the counter. Unexpectedly there were countless white chopsticks. Esteemed guest, please enter. The Wind Dance Inn is open for business. As long as you have divine stones, the Wind Dance Inn can satisfy all your requests. The one who spoke was the yellow-robed lady sitting behind the counter. She lifted her head and smiled at Yi Qinghan. However, her body didn't move at all. It was unknown how she controlled the chopsticks to attack. There are so many experts in this Phoenix Dance City. Even the manager of this inn is a God King expert. Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. He pulled Yi Yaorao inside and walked to the counter. He said to the yellow-robed woman, I want to stay for 2 days. How do you give me the god stones? Just throw them out. Sure. You can take out your 100,000 god stones, the yellow-robed woman said with a nod. Without any hesitation, Yi Qinghan tossed out a large pile of divine stones from his space ring. Before the divine stones could land on the counter, the woman in yellow collected them with a wave of her hand. He is indeed a country bumpkin. He didn't even go to the Battle God Pavilion or the City Lord Manor to apply for a divine stone crystal card. I bet this bumpkin can only stay here for 2 days at most. Hee, if others can stay in the heavenly room they must be really awesome. Why don't you go and stay there? Yi Qinghan's actions caused a burst of ridicule from the experts in the hotel. As for the martial artists outside the door, they watched as Yi Qinghan waved his hand and tossed out a large pile of divine stones. They all looked at him with envy and jealousy. There are enough divine stones. 2 esteemed guests, you are staying in heavenly room number 6 on the 4th floor. Someone bring these 2 esteemed guests to their rooms. The yellow-robed woman scanned the hall. Everyone fell silent as her gaze swept past them. The woman said to Yi Qinghan respectfully, Let's go. Yi Qinghan ignored the gazes of the crowd and led Yi Yaorao upstairs. As they walked, they saw that the Phoenix dance room was decorated very luxuriously. Of course, it was still a little lacking compared to the decorations in the Carefree Pavilion. Yi Qinghan didn't mind, but Yi Yaorao looked around curiously. 2 esteemed guests, this is heavenly room number 6. This room is equipped with a study, a bedroom, a training room, a hot spring bath, a training field, and so on. Esteemed guests, you can enjoy whatever you want inside. This room is absolutely safe. No one under the level of a 5th grade war god can break the protective shield inside. Of course, if you have any special requests, you can summon us. As long as you have divine stones, we can even ask a god emperor expert to explain his cultivation experience to you. 2 beautiful green-robed women respectfully led the 2 to the 4th floor, and explained to them as they walked. Finally, they arrived in front of a stone door. One of the women quickly pressed a button on the stone door. The stone door opened silently and revealed a luxurious hall inside. A god emperor expert explaining his cultivation experience? Did this god emperor expert become a god by comprehending the laws? Yi Qinghan looked inside and was attracted by the woman's words. He turned his head and asked in surprise. Of course he became a god independently. God emperors who refine divine crystals don't count. However, a single charge costs 10 billion divine stones. Esteemed guests, do you need this service? The green-robed woman smiled. However, she did not seem to be mocking them. Instead, she gave off a refreshing feeling. 10 billion divine stones. Forget it then. All right, I will call you if I need anything. Yi Qinghan was stunned. He rubbed his nose embarrassedly and waved his hand. The realm of gods was indeed crazy. However, why would a god emperor lecture someone who could take out 10 billion divine stones? Yi Qinghan walked in with Yi Yaorao and the stone door closed silently. After walking around, he realized that although the interior was luxurious and spacious, it paled in comparison to the carefree pavilion. It was a far cry from the carefree pavilion. He could not help but feel a little bored. Many of the mechanisms here were the same as those in the carefree pavilion. Yi Qinghan sat in the main hall and rested. Yi Yaorao, on the other hand, had never seen such a luxurious and celestial pavilion. She looked around with curiosity and excitement. Qinghan, the hot spring here seems to have other uses. I feel that the divine aura inside is very strong. Will my cultivation speed increase if I soak in it and cultivate? Yi Yaorao had gone around once and suddenly discovered something strange. She ran over and said to Yi Qinghan, her beautiful eyes wide with excitement. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and let Yi Yaorao sit on his lap. He then picked up a cup of tea and handed it to her, saying, "Hee, a room worth over 1 million divine stones, how could it not be special? Don't mention the hot spring, come and drink this tea. This tea is spirit tea. After drinking it, your mind will be empty and your cultivation will be twice the result with half the effort." Yi Yaorao took a sip and felt extremely comfortable. She couldn't help but sigh. Those with strength in the realm of gods enjoy life in a different way. If there is a chance in the future, I will take you to an even more magical place. Yi Qinghan sighed and thought that he would activate the realm of gods badge tomorrow and find a place where he could live for a long time. It was time to go back to the Fire Dragon continent. It had been almost a year in the realm of gods, but almost 2 years had passed in the Fire Dragon plain. He didn't know what the continent had become. He missed the 3 little flowers with different flavors. Yi Yaorao felt that Yi Qinghan's mood had become a little sad. She gently stroked Yi Qinghan's face, jumped up and jogged. Then she turned her head and smiled. She blinked and said, "I am going to soak in the hot spring. Do you want to come?" "That's a good idea." Yi Qinghan grinned and rushed over. Chapter 581. Elder Lu, I have left the stream of evil spirits and am staying in a hotel in Fengwu City. Is this place absolutely safe? In the study, Yi Qinghan asked Yi Yaorao to rest while he activated the protective barrier around the room. Then he transmitted his voice to Elder Lu. A breeze wafted out of the freedom ring. It was Elder Lu's divine sense. After scanning the surroundings, Elder Lu's voice sounded, "Heavenly room. Little Han, you're really generous. Open the transfer gate of the free and unfettered pavilion. The divine sense of anyone below the God Emperor tier definitely won't be able to enter this kind of room. Those who have reached the God Emperor tier definitely won't do such a disgraceful thing. Moreover, there are very few God Thearchs in Fengwu City." Yi Qinghan thought. It seemed like the 1 million celestial stones had paid off. He controlled the freedom ring and a large golden door appeared in the study. A familiar figure flashed out of the door. He had small eyes and a goat-like face. There was a faint smile on his face. His eyes were small to begin with, but when he smiled, they became slits. "Elder Lu, long time no see." Yi Qinghan stood up and cupped his hands. He respected Elder Lu very much. "How, little Han?" Elder Lu's smile widened when he saw Yi Qinghan's respectful expression. He looked around. After that, he sat down without any politeness, picked up the tea on the table and took a deep sip. He nodded and sighed, "Good tea. 10,000 years of jadeite peak, refreshing and calming the mind. I've only drunk this tea a few times. Little Han, the heavenly room costs at least 100,000 celestial stones a night." Yi Qinghan touched his nose in embarrassment. After a long while, he said, This room costs 1,200,000 celestial stones a night." "What?" Elder Lu was so shocked that he almost spat out the tea in his mouth. He looked around in disbelief. Then he said seriously, "What's wrong? This room is usually expensive, but it shouldn't be this expensive, right? Also, tell me in detail about the stream of evil spirits. You know Niu Huohua, right? Yi Qinghan did not hide anything and told Elder Lu everything that had happened in detail. After that, he asked Elder Lu all the questions that he had in mind. After listening carefully to Yi Qinghan's narration, Elder Lu's small eyes widened and his face became very solemn. After a moment of silence, he finally said, I'm not sure. This Niu Huohua should be called Lei Huohua. She's definitely from the overlord of Longyang Prefecture, the Thunder Clan. She did the right thing by not bringing you out of baleful Yin stream. Otherwise, you will be in trouble if you get involved in her affairs. I've never heard of Emperor God Mo Xiaoxiao. I'm afraid I have to ask Master Devour about this. What you need to do now is to stay in the Dancing Phoenix Pavilion until the Dancing Phoenix City is unsealed. Then, leave the city immediately. After you leave Longyang Manor, aside from activating your badge and going to the Battle God Pavilion to exchange most of your wealth for divine stones and permanent divine stone crystal cards, don't do anything else. Just stay in this room and cultivate. Stay here forever? More than 1,000,000 divine stones a day. Who knows how long the city will be sealed for? What if the city is sealed for a year? Yi Qinghan frowned in confusion as he looked at Elder Lu's grave expression. Elder Lu waved his hand and said, even if you have to spend 100 million divine stones, you have to stay here. Of course, the Dancing Phoenix City will not be sealed for long. Don't worry. If you run out of divine stones, you can earn more. If you are targeted by someone, you will be in trouble. Is it because of the Slaughter God Blade? Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes and asked. Seeing Elder Lu nod his head, he felt bitter in his heart. If he didn't use the Slaughter God Blade, he wouldn't be able to escape. He might even lose his life now. If he used it, he would be in trouble. Then he raised his head and asked, leave this place? Where are we going? Soul-devouring manor. Elder Lu's eyes lit up. After hesitating for a while, he said, actually, when you ascended to the divine world, Lord Devour instructed me to bring you to the soul-devouring manor. If you go there, you will be much safer. The soul-devouring manor's master's territory. Although master is no longer around, he still has many subordinates. As long as you go there, not only will your safety be guaranteed, but it will also be easier for you to obtain divine stones. Soul-devouring manor? Soul-devouring beast? The Soul Emperor was the master of the soul-devouring manor in the past? Yi Qinghan's eyes widened and his body heated up. He was unfamiliar with the divine world and felt as though he was in a foreign land. Now that he suddenly heard that a prefecture was related to him, he couldn't help but feel as though he had met an old friend in a foreign land. Although he had never met the Soul Emperor before, he knew that they were closely related. One of the 2 rings on his finger was the Soul Emperor's ring, and the other was the Soul Emperor's temporary imperial residence. Most importantly, Xiao He was the Soul Emperor's son. Elder Lu nodded and said, yes, and Lord Devour is actually still the master of the soul-devouring manor. As long as you enter the soul-devouring manor, even if Lord Devour doesn't give you face, he will give Xiao He face. When that time comes, it will be easy for you to do anything you want. Lord Devour is actually the master. Yi Qinghan touched his nose. He knew that Lord Devour was strong, but he didn't expect her to be a master. However, he didn't understand why she stayed in the Fire Dragon Plain all year round instead of guarding the soul-devouring manor. What was so attractive about the Fire Dragon continent? After pondering for a while, he hesitated. Of course, going to the soul-devouring manor was the best choice. Not only would it be safe, but it would also be easier to obtain divine stones. However, he recalled Lord Devour's cold attitude. Lord Devour Manor didn't tell him personally but asked him to go to the soul-devouring manor through Elder Lu. He felt a little uncomfortable. Most importantly, he felt that going to the soul-devouring manor was like living under someone else's roof. This wasn't a good feeling and he really didn't like it. Elder Lu had watched Yi Qinghan grow up, so he was very familiar with him. When he saw the flickering in Yi Qinghan's eyes, he could guess some of his thoughts. He sighed and consoled, "Little Han, don't think too much. You have to think for the billions of people in the Fire Dragon continent. You have to think for your House of Aries and the Yi family. When you become the Lord of the Fire Dragon, you can go wherever you want. Sometimes we can't even guess the thoughts of powerful people. Phew, alright. When the seal on the Dancing Phoenix City is lifted, I will go to the soul-devouring manor." Yi Qinghan nodded silently and said helplessly. He looked at Elder Lu in confusion and asked, "Do I teleport to the soul-devouring manor directly?" Teleport there directly? Elder Lu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. He shook his head and sighed. "Do you know where the soul-devouring manor is? You want to teleport there directly? Although the Dragon Sun Manor and the soul-devouring manor are both in the Misty Continent, one is in the south while the other is in the north. Do you know how many celestial stones a teleportation formation costs? If you want to teleport to the soul-devouring manor, a small teleportation formation like the Dancing Phoenix City can't teleport at all. You have to teleport to a main city like the Dragon Sun City. Moreover, I estimate that teleporting to the soul-devouring manor will cost at least 10 billion celestial stones. 10 billion celestial stones." Yi Qinghan's eyes widened and they almost fell out of their sockets. He swallowed his saliva in disbelief. Chapter 582. Some things are hard to explain. I'll explain them to you later. It's still early. Yi Qingrao should go to the City Lord's mansion and activate the badge. Then you can exchange your excess wealth for God's stones and buy a map of the divine world. Remember to sell your things at the God of War Pavilion. There is a counter in every City Lord's mansion. I can't show my face unless I go to the Soul Devourer mansion. I'll wait for you in the study. We'll talk about it when you're back. Elder Lu wanted to explain to Yi Qinghan, but he realized that Yi Qinghan hadn't been in the divine world for long and didn't understand many things. It would take days and nights to explain everything. Moreover, some things were hard to explain with words alone. Then he suddenly thought of something and took out a purple crystal card from his spatial ring. He handed it to Yi Qinghan and said, "Drip your blood on it and use your divine sense to sense it." Yi Qinghan dripped his blood on it and used his divine sense to scan it. He saw a picture of a demon and a row of numbers. He asked curiously, "What is this?" Elder Lu took back the crystal card and said, "This is a God's Stone crystal card. I'll let you sense it first in case you don't understand it when you go to the God of War Pavilion." "Alright, I'll go take a look." Yi Qinghan wanted to go to the City Lord's mansion to activate the badge the next day, but Elder Lu had piqued his curiosity. It was still early, so he walked out of the study and into the bedroom. He saw Yi Qingrao looking at him with puzzled eyes, but he didn't ask any questions. He smiled and waved at her. "Come, let's go to the City Lord's mansion. I'll explain to you on the way." Yi Qingrao nodded and didn't say anything. She stood up and followed Yi Qinghan out of the room. "That's an elder of mine. He's very important to me. It's not convenient for him to show himself now. He usually stays in a secret place. I'll bring you there after some time." "Yao Rao, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide it from you, but..." After walking out of the stone door, Yi Qinghan took Yi Yaorao's hand and sent her an apologetic voice transmission. Unexpectedly, he saw Yi Yaorao shake her head slightly. She extended a finger and placed it on his lips. Her eyes were filled with deep emotion as she said, "You don't need to apologize. I understand. Alright, let's talk about these things tonight. Let's go to the City Lord mansion first." Yi Yaorao could easily sense Elder Lu's presence in the bedroom next door. She knew that Yi Qinghan did not try to hide anything from her. She knew that a man's secrets should not be questioned. The hall on the first floor was still filled with countless experts, and the yellow-robed woman was still sitting at the counter with her head lowered. The entrance was empty. This time there were no martial artists watching. There were already red-armored martial artists patrolling the streets. "Go." Yi Qinghan did not care about the strange gazes of the martial artists in the hall. He spoke in a low voice and walked out. "Two esteemed guests, please return to the hotel before nightfall. The hotel's protective barrier will be activated after nightfall, and you will not be able to enter." When the yellow-robed woman saw Yi Qinghan and Elder Lu walking out, she suddenly raised her head and spoke with a smile. Then she lowered her head again. "Of course." Yi Qinghan nodded. He was not an idiot. After nightfall it would be forbidden to stay at night. If he lingered outside he would be arrested. He walked out of the Dance of Wind and headed for the City Lord mansion opposite. Stop. 100 divine stones per person. The main gate of the City Lord mansion was huge. It could accommodate dozens of people walking side by side. From the outside it was indeed dark inside. A team of red-armored guards stood at the entrance, but no one entered or left. As soon as Yi Qinghan and Elder Lu approached, one of them stepped forward and shouted. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and took out 200 divine stones. However, he was cursing in his heart. This immortal realm was indeed dark. Everything required divine stones. Without divine stones, it would be difficult to move an inch. Buy things on the first floor. Sell things, hand in missions, accept missions, and handle other matters on the second floor. You are not allowed to enter the third floor and above. Anyone who enters will die. Leave the castle before nightfall. If you don't leave, die. The guard said a few words and stepped aside. He no longer looked at Yi Qinghan and Elder Lu. Got it. Yi Qinghan nodded indifferently and pulled Yi Yaorao inside. As soon as they entered the main gate, their eyes flashed and the scenery in front of them changed. It was as if they had been teleported to another place. In front of them was a super large hall. It was as big as more than 10 football fields. The walls of the hall emitted a gentle light, illuminating the hall as if it were daytime. There were countless rooms on the walls, and each room had a different sign. Inside there were countless martial artists walking around, going in and out of each room. How lively! Let's go and activate our badges first. Let's take a look later. Yi Qinghan looked at the endless stream of people and the countless rooms marked with divine crystals, divine weapons, divine armors, elixirs, spiritual pets. He couldn't help but look around with interest. He saw Yi Yaorao's eyes lit up with excitement. He smiled and walked toward the stairs on the side. When they reached the second floor, they found that it was much smaller. There were not as many rooms and it was much more deserted than the first floor. Greetings, Lord. We are here to activate our badges. Yi Qinghan followed the signs in the rooms. Finally, he saw a room with the words City Affairs written on it. He hesitated for a moment, then led Yi Yaorao inside. They saw a gray-robed old man meditating. He cupped his hands and said respectfully. The gray-robed old man opened his eyes and looked at the two of them in surprise. However, he didn't say anything. He just stretched out his hand and said coldly, "Take off your badges. 10,000 divine stones each." 10,000. Yi Qinghan's face was bitter. This damned place was a robbery. Ordinary heavenly god martial artists couldn't survive here. He took out 20,000 divine stones and handed over the badges. The old man's hands lit up with 2 flames and burned the badges of the 2 people. The 2 badges were very magical. Not only did they not melt under the burning flames, but they also changed color to a fiery red. All right, drip another drop of blood on it. You just need to recognize the owner. After a moment, the old man handed over the 2 fiery red badges and closed his eyes in silence. Yi Qinghan picked up the badges and dripped a drop of blood on them. The badges emitted a burst of hot air. Then the badges automatically fused into his hand. Finally, a faint phoenix pattern appeared on the back of his hand. His soul felt as if the badge had a spiritual connection with him. The moment he sensed it, the badge automatically appeared in his palm. It was very magical. Thank you, my lord. Yi Qinghan walked out of the room and walked to the door of a room with a small demon pattern on it. He immediately walked in. He recognized this pattern. It was the pattern of the God of War Pavilion. Esteemed guests, welcome to the God of War Pavilion. How may I be of service? The moment he walked into the room, it was like walking into the city lord's residence. With a flash of light, he arrived in a huge hall. The hall was empty with only 2 walls and 2 rows of large bookshelves. Huge books were placed on the bookshelves, and a purple-clothed woman was smiling at the 2 of them. Oh, I want to sell something. Yi Qinghan scanned the bookshelves. He was very curious. Since when did the God of War Pavilion sell books? However, he didn't ask any questions. All right, my lord, please take out what you want to sell. I will buy your items according to the standards set by the pavilion. The lady in purple nodded and said. Chapter 583. I'll sell it for 1 divine crystal. Yi Qinghan took out a pinnacle god general divine crystal and handed it over. Then he did not do anything else. He just looked at the lady in purple quietly. The lady in purple had just said that she would sell something to Yi Qinghan, but now she was selling it for 1 divine crystal. She did not pay much attention to it. She took the divine crystal and scanned it with her divine sense. Then she quickly quoted the price. This is a pinnacle god general divine crystal. It contains 8 basic mysteries, 3 of which are supreme mysteries. It is worth 1,350,000 divine stones. Are you selling it? How much is this divine crystal worth? Yi Qinghan did not respond to her. Instead, he took out the green brilliance God General Divine Crystal from his ring and handed it over. Good stuff. The lady in purple took a look at the divine crystal that Yi Qinghan had handed over. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Then she took the divine crystal and used her divine sense to examine it. Finally, she said with satisfaction, "This is a pinnacle God General Divine Crystal. It contains a darkness-type intermediate mystery, a fire-type intermediate mystery, and a darkness-type intermediate mystery. I'm almost done fusing them. If you are selling this divine crystal, the God of War Pavilion will pay 8 million divine crystals." Yi Qinghan kept the divine crystal. He was completely relieved. The God of War Pavilion's price was very fair. It was about the same as what Niu Huihua had said. As the lady in purple looked at him doubtfully, he waved his hand and scattered the divine crystals all over the floor. There were more than 2,000 of them. They were colorful and dazzling. The lady in purple's smile widened. Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao were both first-tier God General Divine Crystals. She was already very surprised that they had taken out 2 pinnacle God General Divine Crystals. Now they had taken out more than 2,000. More than half of them were God General Divine Crystals, and there were more than 200 pinnacle God General Divine Crystals. Once this transaction was completed, she would get a lot of commission. Hence, her attitude became even more respectful. "My lord, you are very generous. However, don't worry. Every customer's information is top secret to the God of War Pavilion. My lord, please wait for a moment. I need to tidy up." "All right." Yi Qinghan nodded and said no more. The purple-robed woman quickly sorted out the divine crystals, and in less than an hour she had calculated all of them. "Milady, according to the purchasing standards of the pavilion, this batch of divine crystals is worth a total of 336 million divine stones. Since Milady is selling so many divine crystals at once, I'll round it up to 340 million. What do you think?" "Sure. Help me apply for a God Stone crystal card and deduct the processing fee from it." Yi Qinghan rejoiced inwardly. This price had far exceeded the price Niu Yaohua had calculated for him. He still had dozens of peak Heavenly God Realm Divine Crystals and more than 10 peak God General Divine Crystals that he hadn't sold yet. These divine crystals alone were worth close to 100 million divine stones. The fee for the God Stone crystal card is also waived. "Please wait a moment, my lord. I'll handle it for you right now." The purple-robed woman waved her hand and kept all the divine crystals. Then she took out a purple card and handed it to Yi Qinghan. She said, "This is the God Stone crystal card that is commonly used in the God of War Pavilion. It can be used anywhere in the divine realm where there is a God of War Pavilion. Also, you can let up to 5 people drip their blood on it at the same time. When your spiritual aura disappears from the God Stone crystal card, the rest of them can use their spiritual aura to retrieve divine stones from the God of War Pavilion." "Alright. Help me sort out this batch of treasures." Yi Qinghan once again took out a batch of divine weapons and armor, as well as some treasures that he had taken from the martial artists he had killed. The hall of the God of War Pavilion was almost full. Now he also understood why the hall was so empty. It turned out that it was convenient to store things. "Hehe, my lord, you really have a lot of treasures. I might need 2 hours to sort these things out. My lord, you can flip through the booklet at the side. It records the prices and information of the various treasures in detail. If my lord needs them, I can give you a 5% discount. Of course, that's only for today." The purple-robed woman's eyes lit up again. This God General martial artist had given her too many surprises today. Usually, in this dancing Phoenix City, she would only receive such a large business deal after hundreds of years. So this is the introduction to the treasures? Alright. Go ahead and sort them out. Yaorao, feel free to look around. Let me know if there's anything you like. Yi Qinghan was stunned. He instantly understood that this booklet was an introduction to the various treasures. Most of the weapons and armor on the ground were inferior-grade divine weapons. As for the rest, they were all divine weapons. He did not care much about them. He turned and walked to the side, picked up a booklet and started reading. Spiritual pets? After flipping through for a while, he found that the booklet was an introduction to spiritual pets. Yi Qinghan found that the spiritual pets in the booklet were extremely detailed. The pictures on the booklet were also very realistic. They could even move as if they were real spiritual pets. Moreover, he found that a 9-clawed tyrant dragon cub was worth 300 billion god stones. When this cub matured, its strength could rival that of a peak god king. He could not help but click his tongue. He continued to flip through the booklet and found that although the items in the booklet were very tempting, such as a suit of high-grade divine battle armor that could withstand an attack from an ordinary god emperor, its price was tens of billions of god stones. There was even a 5th-grade war god who was qualified to be accepted as a personal disciple, and the price was 100 billion god stones. My lord, your things are all sorted out. There are a total of 1,360 inferior-grade divine weapons and more than 1,500 divine weapons. That's 110 million god stones. Are you satisfied with the price? While Yi Qinghan and Yi Yao Rao were secretly shocked, the purple-robed woman spoke again. Yi Qinghan listened carefully and found that the price was about right. He nodded and handed over the crystal card in his hand. He had made more than 400 million god stones from selling the divine crystals and divine weapons. Adding the 200 million god stones he had on him, he had almost 700 million god stones. The purple-robed woman first collected the treasures on the ground, then took the crystal card, swiped it on her ring and handed it over to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan handed over a drop of blood and saw the crystal card light up. A small image of a demon and a row of numbers appeared on the crystal card. The image of the demon and the numbers flashed and then disappeared. He scanned the crystal card with his divine sense and could easily sense the image of the demon and the row of numbers. Oh right. Yi Qinghan sensed Elder Lu's crystal card and found the same thing. He did not have any doubts and walked out with Yi Yao Rao. After spending more than 2 hours here, it was almost night. He had to go down and take a look before returning. Time was tight and Yi Qinghan did not have time to stroll around. He brought Yi Yao Rao to the first floor and spent several hundred god stones to buy a map of the divinity world and an overview of the divinity world. Then he hurried back to the Dance of Winds. After returning to the Dance of Winds, Yi Qinghan once again paid 8 days' worth of room fees and returned to his room in front of the surprised eyes of the warriors in the main hall. Yi Qinghan entered the room and opened the protective shield. Then he looked at Yi Yao Rao and said apologetically, "Rao, you stay here for 10 days. I will go somewhere with Elder Lu. It will probably take a few days. I will explain to you when I return." Yi Yao Rao did not say much. She smiled faintly and bowed to Elder Lu before returning to her room alone. "Elder Lu, I want to go back to the Fire Dragon continent. Is it possible?" Yi Qinghan looked at Elder Lu with a fiery gaze and asked urgently. Elder Lu nodded and said, He go. Don't close the door of the unfettered pavilion. I will help you keep an eye on this place. If anything happens, I will inform you. Don't stay here for more than 10 days. Chapter 584. Fire Dragon Continent, Yi Family Castle. Clang clang. Every day at dusk, the melodious sound of the zither would resound in the east courtyard. When the zither sounded, countless warriors would gather in the east courtyard. They would sit cross-legged on the ground and quietly listen to the zither. Some would close their eyes and cultivate, some would silently look up at the sky, and some would stand there and stare into the distance. Suddenly, the eyes of a cultivator looking at the sky lit up, and a white light flashed on his body. This cultivator's face suddenly revealed a pleasantly surprised smile, and he cried out in ecstasy, "I understand, so that's how it is." Then facing the east side of the courtyard, he knelt down and kowtowed. Wow, Yi Xiaoming has also broken through to the Emperor realm. In the past 2 years, 8 disciples have broken through to the Emperor realm. The Empress music is really amazing. Of course, she is Empress Qingcheng. The law of divine sound is amazing. Our Yi family has Empress Qingcheng. There will be more and more Emperor realm experts. The martial artists at the side all revealed looks of envy, and at the same time incomparably proud expressions. Listening to the music in the east courtyard was a privilege unique to the disciples of the Yi family. The disciples of the Yi family could come and listen at will after reaching the Duke realm. Although the Yu family could send a few people to live in the courtyard every month, they could only send a few people. Every time the Feng family and the Hua family sent a few people to listen to the music, they needed to ask the elders of the family to make an exception. The Shui family didn't have this qualification. At this time, a faint snort sounded. Everyone tensed up and stopped talking. They all looked at the courtyard in the east and the door that was closed all year round. There were 8 abnormally tall and strong men at the door. They were divided into 2 rows and guarded the green door in the courtyard. At this moment the man at the front glanced coldly at the warriors who were talking outside and Yi Xiaoming who was constantly kowtowing on the ground. He said coldly, "Be quiet. If you disturb the Empress's cultivation, you will be disqualified from listening to the music in the east courtyard." Oh. After the man finished speaking, no one dared to speak. Even Yi Xiaoming, who was kowtowing on the ground, stopped and looked at the courtyard with a very grateful look. Only then did the man stand back up in satisfaction. He raised his head high and continued to guard the door that was closed all year round. Although the cultivators outside occasionally glanced at the 8 guards with a trace of disdain in their eyes, they did not dare to underestimate them. However, it disappeared in a flash and no one dared to show it. Not to mention contradicting the words of these 8 people. The reason for that was because the gate that the 8 of them were guarding was no ordinary gate. Instead, it was the Chilling Heart Pavilion's gate. No one said anything else. They continued to listen to the music. But at this moment the sound of the zither suddenly stopped. Then everyone felt a sudden breeze in the courtyard. This breeze came very suddenly, but it made everyone feel very comfortable. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Didn't Heavenly Empress Qingqing play the zither until nighttime every day? It had been going on for almost 2 years. Why did they suddenly make an exception today? In the next second, everyone felt as if the air outside the Chilling Heart Pavilion had suddenly become chaotic. Countless gusts of wind suddenly blew in from all directions. Finally, these gusts of wind blew into the Chilling Heart Pavilion. It was currently June, but there were a few gusts of wind that were incomparably cold. Haha. Suddenly, 2 beams of light lit up the back mountain of the Yi family. Then 2 loud laughs rang out in the sky above the entire Yi family castle. 2 figures, one green and one white, streaked across the sky from the back mountain of the Yi family and rushed toward the east courtyard. They charged directly into the Chilling Heart Pavilion. They were so fast that the people outside couldn't see their faces clearly. Swish. Countless marquee realm cultivators outside the courtyard looked at each other in confusion. They didn't know what was going on. In the next second, countless figures rapidly rose from the west courtyard. Under the lead of a black figure, all of them flew over excitedly. Previously, no one had seen the white and green figures clearly. Now everyone could see these people clearly. This was because these people didn't fly directly into the Chilling Heart Pavilion like the 2 figures before. Instead, they slowly landed at the gate of the courtyard. They looked at the courtyard excitedly and respectfully. Some of them even trembled slightly. "Greetings, clan leader. Greetings, elders." Many marquee realm cultivators hurriedly knelt down and paid their respects to this group of people. Their eyes flickered as they began to speculate. Could it be that one of the empresses had broken through to the god tier? Otherwise, why would all the experts of the clan be gathered here? "All of you leave. No one is to speak of what happened today." At the very front was the scholarly and refined Yi Chong. His expression had always been calm, but at this moment he couldn't stay calm anymore. He waved his hands randomly and said something to the marquee realm cultivators behind him. Then he looked at the Chilling Heart Pavilion with a burning gaze. Although everyone was bewildered, Yi Chong had already given the order. They bowed and began to leave slowly. Swish. They had just taken a few steps when the space around them rippled. An old man wearing a coat and holding a fishing rod appeared. Then there were several more ripples and a few more figures appeared in the courtyard. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. They had actually seen Yao and brute race cultivators. Furthermore, these cultivators had suddenly appeared out of thin air. The only way they could appear out of thin air was by teleportation. What was going on in the courtyard? Why were the experts of the Yi family gathering here? And why were the god-tier experts of the continent teleporting here? Could it be? Some of the marquee realm cultivators suddenly thought of something. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, and their footsteps became slower and slower. Their eyes occasionally drifted over to the Chilling Heart Pavilion, as if they were trying to confirm their thoughts. "Third uncle, bring the Yi family to the back of the mountain. I will come over later." A young voice rang out from the Chilling Heart Pavilion. Many of the marquee realm cultivators who were slowly retreating suddenly felt their legs go soft, and they stumbled to the ground. However, they were completely unaware of this as they stared fixedly at the Chilling Heart Pavilion. Some of them had tears of excitement in their eyes. Many of them had heard this voice before. Although they had not heard it for 2 years, it was still fresh in their memories. This was the voice of the Frost Empress. Seniors, please go to the back of the mountain and rest for a while. Yi Chang revealed a brilliant smile when he heard the long-awaited third uncle. Then he cupped his hands towards the god-tier experts in the courtyard and spoke very respectfully. Clan head Yi, please. Although the god-tier experts really wanted to enter the Chilling Heart Pavilion and sit down, they did not express anything. Instead they spoke extremely courteously to Yi Chang, then flew towards the back of the Yi family's mountain. It's him, it's him. The Marquis Realm cultivators all understood now. They called Yi Chang third uncle, not clan head. There was only one person in the entire Yi family. There were only 2 people in the entire Flame Dragon continent who could make all the continent's god-tier experts wait outside the courtyard, not daring to enter, and now ask them to wait in the back of the mountain. And there was one person in the Yi family, Yi Qinghan. The Frost Empress had returned. Although Yi Chang had instructed them not to spread this news, the entire Yi family's castle and Song city were instantly spread. After a while the entire city was in an uproar. At the same time, because Yi Qinghan's divine sense had inadvertently swept out, the entire Flame Dragon continent was alarmed. Luohua City, West Wind City, Floating Snow City, countless figures from countless cities suddenly rose into the sky and flew towards Song City. Chapter 585. Yi Qinghan appeared on the rooftop of the Chilling Heart Pavilion and looked at the familiar scenery. He looked at Yu Qingqing, who was sitting cross-legged on the rooftop. She was wearing a peach-colored palace dress and a tacky peach blossom on her head. Her eyes were closed as she played the zither with a serene expression. However, there was an obvious hint of sadness on her face. It felt as if she was in a dream. Zheng. Yu Qingqing felt a spatial fluctuation on the rooftop. She opened her eyes slightly and saw a green figure on the rooftop. She was slightly stunned and closed her eyes again. Then she suddenly opened them again. The sound of the zither stopped. Her face was expressionless, but her eyes were wide open and her lips were trembling slightly. She looked at the figure in front of her in a daze. I'm back. Yi Qinghan smiled and looked at Yu Qingqing. He used his divine sense and easily found Yi Qingyu, who was cultivating quietly in the room, and Yi Qinggu, who was sitting in the hall and drinking tea in boredom. However, he forgot that this was a material plane. With a casual sweep of the divine stone, he scanned the entire continent and alerted the immortal level elites of the continent. Yi Qinggu spat out a mouthful of tea. Then the teacup in her hand slipped and shattered on the ground. She looked at the shattered pieces on the ground in confusion and blinked. Then, like a gust of wind, she rushed toward the stairs. Brother. Yi Qingyu suddenly opened her eyes and softly muttered. There was an expression of ecstasy on her face. Her body flashed and appeared on the rooftop. When she saw the familiar figure and the warm smile on his face, she moved her lips and wanted to say something. She moved her lips wanting to say something, but nothing came out. She could only rush over and throw herself into Yi Qinghan's arms. Little Han, you bad person. Bad person, very bad person. Yu Qingqing stood quietly and slowly walked over. A fiery red figure rushed out from the rooftop entrance. Before the person arrived, his voice rang out. She directly rushed over and started beating Yi Qinghan. As she beat him, she cried bitterly. I'm sorry. Yi Qinghan waved his hand at Yu Qingqing, who was standing there in a daze. He looked at the 3 people apologetically. Back when he went to the immortal world, he thought that he could return at any time with the help of the unfettered ring. Who would have thought that he would be gone for 2 years without any news? The 3 of them must be worried sick. Xiu. At that moment, the space above the rooftop trembled as 2 figures appeared. It was Yi Tianlong and Yu Shixue, who lived in the mountains behind the Yi clan. Pa, little Han, you're back. As he gazed at the smiling Yi Qinghan, Yi Tianlong's stoic face broke into a radiant smile. Yu Shixue, on the other hand, was secretly shocked. How come she couldn't sense Yi Qinghan's aura after only 2 years? Yi Baihu and Yi Qingyo received Yi Tianlong's voice transmission and hurried over. 2 years had passed, but the group hadn't changed much. Yi Qingyo and Yi Baihu hadn't grown any stronger, while Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingyu were still comprehending the profound mysteries of the divine crystals. Even though Yi Qinggu had broken through to the saint level, it seemed like she still needed some time before she could become a god. Hidden Turtle, Saber Emperor, Spear Emperor, Yao Jieji, requests an audience with the Frost Emperor. The island master of Hidden Island's voice transmission rang out in Yi Qinghan's ears. A trace of helplessness flashed through Yi Qinghan's eyes when he sensed the group of deities standing outside. He had originally planned on coming back quietly and staying for 10 days, but he hadn't expected that he would be exposed on the first day. If he had known, he wouldn't have used his divine sense. Now all he could do was call out to Yi Chong and tell them to wait in the back mountain. When Yu Shishui heard Yi Qinghan's call, she understood and pulled on Yi Tianlong's hand. At the same time, she sent a voice transmission to Yi Qingyou and Yi Qingyou. The four of them left for the back mountain, leaving space for the four of them. I'm sorry, Qingyu Qinggu Qingqing. Yi Qinghan wanted to explain, but when he saw the 3 pairs of tear-filled eyes, he couldn't say anything. No matter what he said, it would be futile. The 3 women didn't say anything. They just hugged Yi Qinghan tightly, silently crying. All the worry, longing and love they had accumulated over the past 2 years turned into tears. But don't cry. Let's go to the back mountain first. I'll explain everything to you at night. When night completely fell, Yi Qinghan stretched out her hand and gently wiped away the tears of the 3 women. She looked towards the north. The 3 women cried bitterly for a while, letting out the suppressed emotions in their hearts, and their emotions stabilized. The back mountain of the Yi family was currently brightly lit, as if it were daytime. A banquet had been set up in the spacious area. All of the elders of the Yi family, as well as the various god-grade experts of the continent, were all smiling as they raised their cups and chatted in low voices. However, it was obvious that everyone was a little distracted and restless. Whoosh! Greetings, Frosty the Arch-Empresses. When they saw Yi Qinghan slowly fly over with the 3 women, everyone stood up and bowed in greeting, their eyes burning with passion as they scanned Yi Qinghan's body. When the Hidden Island Master and the others realized that they couldn't sense Yi Qinghan's aura, they couldn't help but be shocked. How long had it been? In less than 2 years, Yi Qinghan had actually broken through to the Divine General Realm? The Divine General Realm. The Sword Sovereign had cultivated for more than 3,000 years, but still hadn't been able to reach that level. At the same time, they felt a little more at ease. Yi Qinghan had broken through to the Divine General Realm so quickly, and his strength had increased. He probably had a higher chance of becoming the Flame Dragon Overlord, right? Sit wherever you want. Yi Qinghan saw that there were 4 empty seats for Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui. He didn't stand on ceremony as he led the 3 of them forward. He retracted his divine power, a warm smile on his face. He swept his gaze across the crowd and discovered that the god-level elites of the 3 manors and 1 island were all present. He nodded, raised his cup and drank from it. Lord Devour isn't on the continent? Yi Qinghan used his divine sense to explore the north and easily sensed the castle in the north. At this moment there was no one there. There was only a little rabbit sitting on the rooftop, dozing off under the grape trellis. He couldn't help but turn to Yi Tianlong in confusion. When did Lord Devour leave the continent? Did he say anything to you? Little Han, Lord Devour said that if you returned, you should go to the soul-devouring manor. When you arrived at the soul-devouring city, you should go directly to the city lord's manor. He said that if you went there you would know how to repair your soul ring and how to see the Yaoji. He also said that you don't need to worry about the Flame Dragon continent, and that he will do what he promised you. As for where he went, he didn't say. Yi Tianlong's sudden voice transmission stunned Yi Qinghan. Lord Devour's strange behavior this time, which didn't follow his common sense, made Shi Yen bewildered. Repair his soul ring? The Yaoji? Why was Lord Devour so familiar with his matters? He even knew that he had entered the illusory palace? What was her intention in doing this? At this moment, the Saber Emperor suddenly spoke, asking the question that everyone was most concerned about. Han Emperor. You've been in the God world for 2 years. Do you have any confidence in becoming the Flame Dragon Overlord? Chapter 586. Confidence. Yi Qinghan beamed a faint smile, raking his eyes through the others. Seeing the hope and expectation in their eyes, he knew what they were worried about. He paused for a while and then said, Before I went to the divine world I didn't have any confidence. But now I'm 80% sure. Guys, don't worry. 80%. Hearing Yi Qinghan's affirmation, people exhaled in relief. With Yi Qinghan's identity, of course, he wouldn't talk nonsense. If he said 80%, it meant that he was absolutely certain. Everybody beamed a bright smile, raising their glasses and bowing to Yi Qinghan. After 2 years, not only had Yi Qinghan broken through to the God General realm, but his rocketing speed had also boosted people's confidence. We're so useless. We can't even help a little bit. We're so ashamed. The island master of the hidden island smiled shamefully. He had cultivated for so many years, but he couldn't break through to the God General realm. Perhaps Yinling Heir could help a little bit, but Lord Devour had stopped him from telling her something. Now Yinling Heir had gone to the divine world for a long time without any news. He couldn't help but feel sad. Yi Qinghan understood clearly that the material plane didn't have the god aura. If the god power in his body couldn't absorb the god aura, it wouldn't be pure, which would make it harder to break through. He said, you guys don't need to blame yourselves. In fact, it's really hard to break through to the God General realm in this material plane. Wait until I get the Flame Dragon Overlord position. I will find a way to replace the Divine Beast Protector in the last challenge of the Purple Island. At that time, if you guys want to go to the Divine World, you can go there through the Purple Island. To the Divine World. Many people felt excited. Yi Qinghan hadn't cultivated for a long time, so he didn't know how boring it was to stay at the same realm for hundreds or thousands of years without any progress. However, the God Realm warriors who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years understood it clearly. Hearing Yi Qinghan's words, they were stirred up. They had stayed in the Fire Dragon continent for a very long time. Initially, they still had a goal. In order to save the Fire Dragon continent, everyone had been working hard to cultivate. Now that the Divine Master too had died, they had lost all motivation. If they could go to the Divine World, their lives might become more exciting. After chatting for a while and satisfying everyone's curiosity, Yi Qinghan brought the 3 of them with him and teleported away. Everyone understood that Yi Qinghan wanted to go back and comfort the 3 of them. Thus, they did not ask him to stay. Instead, they excitedly chatted with each other. You're a bad person. You said that you could come back at any time, but you left for 2 years. We asked Elder Lu, but he couldn't explain it either. Why are you so heartless? We thought you didn't want us anymore. As soon as Yi Qinggu returned to the Cold Heart Pavilion, she pouted and started to vent her anger. Yu Qingqing just stared at Yi Qinghan quietly with her eyes wide open. Yi Qingyu's eyes were also slightly red. She pulled his clothes as if he would disappear if she let go. I was trapped in a place where the space was unstable. I couldn't open the unfettered pavilion. After I came out, didn't I come back immediately? How could I bear to leave you guys? When I earn enough divine stones, I will buy the Fire Dragon continent and come back forever. I will never leave you guys again. Yi Qinghan explained with a bitter smile. After not seeing them for 2 years, the 3 of them did not look much different. Their personalities did not change at all. However, Yi Qingyu shook her head. She pulled Yi Qinghan's hand and said, "Brother, you always lie to us. You never keep your promise. Brother, how long do you need to earn enough divine stones? After I have completely comprehended the laws in the divine stones, can I go to the divine world to look for you?" Elder Lu said that I need 1 billion divine stones to buy the Fire Dragon plane. I have almost 700 million divine stones now. It won't take long. You want to go to the divine world? I'm afraid you can't even pass the last test on the Purple Island with your current strength. How about this? Yi Qinghan smiled in relief. He flipped his hand and took out 2 divine crystals from his space ring. He handed them to Yi Qingyu and Yi Qinggu. Yu Qingqing refused to refine the divine crystal last time. It was obvious that she would refuse this time. Therefore he did not give it to her. He said, "Refine these 2 divine crystals and you can go to the divine world to look for me." The aura contained in the divine crystal is so terrifying. What is this divine crystal? And what is a divine stone? Yi Qinggu picked up the divine crystal and sensed it. She found that the divine power inside was surging. It contained a terrifying aura. She could not help but ask doubtfully. This is the divine crystal of a peak divine general. After you refine it, although your divine power may not reach the peak divine general, it should be comparable to an ordinary divine general. Divine stones are the common currency in the divine world. For example, the divine stone in your hand can be sold for 5 or 6 million divine stones, Yi Qinghan explained. Divine crystal of a peak divine general. 5 or 6 million divine stones. Yi Qingyu covered her mouth when she heard this. Yi Qinghan had been gone for 2 years. It was already shocking that he had broken through to the divine general realm. Now he took out 2 divine crystals of a peak divine general. Moreover, he said that he had almost 700 million divine stones. Didn't that mean he could buy more than 100 divine crystals of a peak divine general? Yi Qingyu was shocked. Then she handed the divine crystal to Yi Qinghan and said, I don't want it. You should sell it. That way you can gather 1 billion divine stones and come back as soon as possible. I don't want it either. I need to refine this divine crystal for a long time. Yi Qingwu did not have the slightest intention of becoming an expert. In her heart she felt that it was useless to be strong. She had no ambition. She only wanted to live a peaceful and happy life. Take it. I don't lack divine stones. You can help me when you become strong. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, had other ideas. The immortal world was filled with danger, and no one could guarantee absolute safety. Leaving some divine crystals for them would at least make them stronger. He left more than 10 divine crystals of a peak divine general for the divine realm experts of the continent. If he died, at least they would have a chance to go to the divine world and find a way to buy the flame dragon plane, right? Yi Qinghan took out 3 spatial rings and countless bottles of ordinary elixirs and handed them to the 3 of them. At the same time, he took out a crystal card and let the 3 of them drip their blood on it. This way at least he had a guarantee. In the divine world, he always felt an indescribable sense of danger. It was as if danger would befall him at any time. Now that everything was arranged, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Qinghan, it's late. Go back to your room and rest. After chatting for a while, when they learned that Yi Qinghan could only stay in the Flame Dragon continent for a few days, Yi Qinggu suddenly said shyly. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingyu blushed slightly, but they did not feel too much rejection. Instead, they were eager to try it out. Why are all of you taking the initiative today? Yi Qinghan asked in astonishment as his eyes swept across the faces of the 3 of them. Yi Qinggu did not say anything. Yu Qingqing blushed and said, We want 1 or a few children. When you are not here, we will have some spiritual sustenance.